Om Shanti and good evening. I will be sharing with you this evening my churning on Baba's Murli of last night on contentment and satisfaction, and also some other Avyakt Vanis of this Tapasya year. But it will be with special reference to the Murli he gave us last night, namely on contentment. Now, Baba said, contentment comes out of a sense of fulfillment. When you have the feeling that you have had some attainments, that you are full, and you are self-sufficient. Sometimes it so happens that you have not attained all what you wanted to attain, but you have a kind of assurance in your mind that you will be able to attain. So you feel that there is a sense of, a feeling of self-sufficiency. So that kind of contentment. The first kind of contentment which I mentioned was, which comes out of fulfillment, when you already have so much, that you feel that Baba has given me so much, his blessings on me are so much that I feel fulfilled. That is that quality, that kind of contentment. The other is when you feel that whatever he has given to me and whatever I have attained up to now is at least enough, so that I can build on that basis whatever I want. So that kind of, that feeling of assurance in you, that feeling of self-sufficiency, as I was saying. And even if one does not have that, the third kind of contentment comes from another feeling of assurance. For example, when we came here, first in touch with this institution, and met with Bab Dada for the first time, or listened to his Murlis for the first time, after having been convinced that it is Shiv Baba who is giving this knowledge, when Baba in his Murlis says, children, I guarantee you a bright future. I will give you my inheritance. So we have not yet attained it, because we are beginners, we are just starters. But since God is giving us this guarantee, this assurance, we say, I am fulfilled, I am contented. Because what I was searching for, what I was looking for, now is assured. So even if I have not made even a little of progress, but I am just starting on the road of making efforts, but still, since I am convinced that it is Baba's knowledge and it is Baba's promise, and it will not go unfulfilled, what God says must be done, whatever the obstacles. Nothing can stand in his way. If Baba says, you are my children, I will carry you on the throne of my heart, on my wings. You are my beloved children, I will give you full inheritance, as he was saying last night. Now this promise is not like that of any other human being, who may at a future date say, well, he can't help us because of this reason, that reason or the other reason. Because Baba is Trikaldarshi, and when he says, you are my special children, you are my chosen children, I love you, he means it. And of course it depends upon my faith, how much faith I have. But if I have full faith in him, even if I did not have the full attainments as yet, I feel that contentment. That is reflected on my face, in my eyes, in my talks, because now I know that one who is helping me is perfect, and his promise is certain, sure to be fulfilled. So Baba says that this comes from a sense of fulfillment. Now take the reverse of it. Lack of contentment or dissatisfaction. Now Baba said it comes from the feeling of vacuity, emptiness. When you feel others have so much you don't have. Or that Baba is asking you for refining your sanskaras, changing your that polluted nature into the original one, which was pure, peaceful, divine, having full qualities, all the divine qualities. And you feel that you don't have that, there is a lot of gulf you have to bridge, you have to cover. Then the dissatisfaction may come out of it, or because of any other reason. But Baba says, in any case, that comes out of a feeling of not having attained, not being fulfilled. Now, I find that dissatisfaction generally comes from 4 major causes. Let us first of all identify the causes. Because they say, unless you identify the cause, you cannot eradicate your disease. The problem cannot be solved. First of all, you must identify what is the root cause of it. So I find that there are mainly 4 kinds, and they are the 4 causes. One, that the self itself becomes the cause. No one else but me. I am the cause of my dissatisfaction, my discontentment. Now what are the reasons? I am recounting them. But this is one kind. The second is my dissatisfaction with others. I feel they are not kind to me, not giving me love. They are not trying to promote good qualities in me. They don't pay proper attention to me. Or I feel neglected. I feel there is some kind of injustice to me. Or someone is not properly behaving with me. Whatever be the reason. But of course, the self is always involved, even in this case. I could face this problem if I am satisfied with myself. But we generally say that I am satisfied, but because of the other man's behavior, I am not satisfied, not contented. So this other one is also involved in this special case. And the third one may be because of the special circumstances in which I am placed. There may be adverse circumstances which are not favorable to me, are not helping me on my spiritual path, but are putting obstacles. There are barriers. Every now and then I find that there is something blocking my way. Maybe my health. I want to do service, but I don't have good health. Or maybe other factors. So this, I say, is circumstances. And the fourth is, it has become my habit to grumble, to complain, to be dissatisfied. Even if I have got so much, I don't realize that I got so much. Baba has blessed me with so much. But from my very beginning, because of my past sanskaras, my nature is such that even if I get so much, I am still not satisfied. So this kind of nature, I don't see the positive side of what I have got, but I am looking at the negative side, which I have not got. So I cannot be satisfied. Because what I have not got can be had by making efforts. It will happen in the future. Otherwise, if I have got everything, I would be leaving my body today and going to Paramdham. But that stage has not yet come. But I would be very much worried with that rather than getting satisfaction. Oh, Baba gave me so much. After attaining Baba, there is nothing which is yet left. Baba, you have been so gracious, so kind to me. I feel a sense of fulfillment. Baba, how kind you have been to me. Not that kind of feeling. But always this person is doing that, the other person blaming others and not looking inside into ours and this sort of thing. By habit, by nature. Second nature you may say, because this is not our original nature. So this kind of thing, these are the 4 factors which generally cause discontentment or dissatisfaction. Now let me make a little bit distinction between satisfaction and contentment, because I have been using almost synonymously up to now. Now, sometimes this so happens, actually both the things come from our feeling. It's a kind of a sense of looking at things. The main thing is your attitude, satisfaction or contentment, whatever the name you give it. But sometimes it so happens that even if you don't have much as you would be expecting, but still you feel according to drama it is okay. Under the circumstances it is alright with me. So you may still have contentment. Even if what you have attained up to now, the contents may not be very much, but the contentment may still be there. And You may still call it satisfaction, I don't know. I am not going into the meaning of the word, but let me make this kind of a subtle distinction between the two. Now, how is it connected with our practice of yoga? Because Baba referred to this particular divine virtue in this special year of tapasya, and he was saying even if you practice 4 hours of meditation or let's say 8 hours, how does it matter if you have not been able to satisfy others or if you are not satisfied? He even said this is the greatest treasure of a Brahmin life and so on. So it has deep connection, deep link with our practice of meditation. And since we have embarked on this year of tapasya, we should be very much appreciating that Baba drew our attention to this, and therefore we should concentrate on this. So let's see how it helps our concentration if contentment is there, and how it leads to distraction or to disturbance, that our mind gets scattered, we are unable to concentrate or feel that power, that refreshment, that our battery is being charged, and much more. When I just give you an example, sometimes it so happens a person came to me few days ago. He is a businessman, so he had some problem with his other family members who are not in Gyan, and some arguments, they entered into arguments, and then there was some heat in those arguments, and that brother who is a newcomer to Gyan, he became angry, he shouted and behaved in a manner which was not yogi-like. And later on he had a sense of remorse, repentance, sadness, disappointment with himself, feeling that he had done disservice and he had not glorified Baba by his actions, but on the other hand done the opposite, that he is not a good man, what kind of yogi he is, he was cursing himself. And so with this dissatisfaction, when in Amrit Vela he tried to practice meditation, he could not concentrate his mind, and that gave him more dissatisfaction, and he felt more sad, more disappointed. The result was that during the whole of the day, he was not able to be a yogi, have a link with Baba. So this dissatisfaction increased. And then he talked to me and said, what to do? I am not able to concentrate my mind. He didn't tell me the whole story, but he said, Jagdish bhai, it is tapasya year, and I am not able to control my mind, concentrated, and have that bliss, peace, purity, power from Shiv Baba, and feel that I am really being rewarded by spending my time and energy on this practice of meditation. I am really frustrated. Now, you can see what connection, dissatisfaction. Now he was dissatisfied with his own behavior. Of course, the others were also involved. They were not talking to him in polite terms because they were not in Gyan. There must have been some reason so that he entered into arguments with them. But then, the way he reacted to their behavior was not yogi-like. So even if he wants to practice yoga and sits for 4 hours or 8 hours, he is not able to link himself up with Shiv Baba. So what is the result? So these sorts of things happen. I therefore say that we have to be aware of this special virtue. Especially, of course, the Baba has said it is a great treasure, it is a sign of Brahmin life. And he highlighted this among all the other virtues. So, you will find that in all systems of meditation, whether it may be Patanjali, who has mentioned his yoga system, in his yamas and niyamas, in his the basic principles for practicing meditation, besides other things, he has mentioned it as one of the foremost things, contentment. In the Gita, Santushta, Yena Kena Chit, so on, there are so many verses in the Gita which say a yogi is contented. Without contentment, yoga cannot stay. It is the pillar on which yoga stands. It rests. So this is very important. Now, therefore Baba said that instead of putting the dot to your thoughts, the question in your mind will be what? Baba was saying what, but not dot. So the questions, the series of questions, a number of questions will begin to arise. Why I did this? Why they were angry with me? In the case of the man whose story I just gave you. So many questions will arise in why it happened like that. Am I not a yogi? Have I not been able to conquer anger? So on and so forth. But if he had put dot at that time, then all these what should not have arisen. And he would have been able to maintain the stability of his mind. So for having stability, it's necessary. When you are not satisfied, you are looking for, you are searching, you are wandering, your mind is wandering to find out new sources of happiness, contentment. And in that sense of dissatisfaction, you are sad and so many other thoughts come up. So therefore there is leakage of energy, wastage of thoughts. And when your mind is occupied with all these thoughts, how can you think of Shiv Baba and the original nature of the self? In other words, how can we be practicing yoga properly? As Baba was saying that yoga is vidhi and you have to attain the siddhi. It is the means. Yoga is the means, is the way. The goal, the attainment is the siddhi. That is the happiness on your face, the feeling of contentment in your life, the smile on your face, and so on. So we are not able to have unless and until we have this. Now what are generally the problems which are created by the self, and what are the circumstances, and how do the others put the obstacles, and how to overcome them? Now I will be dealing with that. First of all, I will take dissatisfaction with the self. What can be the reasons of dissatisfaction with the self? You know, last night when Baba first put the question, are you all satisfied? Hanji. The reply was Hanji. Yes, we are really satisfied. And then when Baba said, are you satisfied with your purusharth and sanskaras, change of sanskaras? Then no, this reply was not given. So Baba said, why don't you now say Hanji, when as you said earlier? So one of the reasons of dissatisfaction, which is because of the self, not because of someone else, could be the realization or the feeling that our sanskaras are not changing as they should. Very often Baba says that you must change your sanskaras, you must become a deity, a god or goddess, you must have divine qualities, you must have that golden aged sanskaras, but we have iron aged sanskaras. So when we have this kind of a feeling that others are making good progress, but in our case, suppose we have not been able to conquer a particular vice or all of them to an extent, but mainly are major one or two, then there may be sense of frustration and disappointment with our own self. And that gives us dissatisfaction because of our sanskaras. So when it is like that, because Baba said there are some Miya Mittu, some who have sense of complacency. They think that they are satisfied, but actually they have no reason to be satisfied. It is because no progress is taking place in their life. So how come they say that they are satisfied? Outwardly or superficially they may be satisfied, but so far as their progress is concerned, they should feel concerned with it, that they should make progress. So that sense may be there, but if our progress is really not taking place, then how can we be satisfied? The cause is genuine, but still Baba says that you must be satisfied, you must be contented. How to reconcile this contradiction, this self-evident contradiction, that I am not really making my progress, my sanskaras are not really changing, and still Baba is saying that you must be contented. Contentment is your greatest treasure of your Brahman life. That you are, he is giving us this title. You are Santusht Mani, the jewels of contentment. Then how can I be a jewel unless I have contentment? Because he says that you are jewels of contentment. So that will not be shining in my forehead. So I am concerned. How is it that I should feel satisfied or contented? It's a big question. Then the second is my sanskaras are changing, no doubt. But not with the speed it should change. Because I am aware that we have been given limitation of time. Within that period of time, I have to make that full progress. Baba said last night that he is giving the full birthright to everyone. He said, am I not giving all the divine virtues or all the knowledge or the blessings to all of you, the full inheritance? Is it that I am giving only one thing to you and another thing to another person? Two virtues to you and two virtues to another person? No. I am giving you all the virtues, so on and so forth. But I feel that within this limitation of time, my progress is very slow. I am satisfied to the extent that I am not that old type of person who was not yet linked to Baba. Now that change has taken place. So I am not an Agyani soul. I am a Gyani soul. I am a BK. I am observing some Shrimata Baba. But the transformation is not satisfactory. Or even if the transformation is taking place, the speed is not satisfactory. So I am not satisfied. This could be the other factor, which of course is a genuine reason for you are not being satisfied. But still Baba says you must be satisfied because otherwise you are losing something. How can that be? Then sometimes it so happens, people say he has made a good progress. You know, he has been in Gyan only for 2 months. But you will find that he is better than people who are here in Gyan, say, for the last 6 years. So from that point of view, I feel I am satisfied, contented, more than satisfied. But when I see Dadis and other people, they have attained almost the stage of perfection, whereas I am staying at the lowest rung of the ladder. When I see like this, oh, there is a big gap, you know, then I become dissatisfied. When compared to that person who has been 6 years in Gyan, I feel that within 6 months I have been able to make 10 times the progress this gentleman has been able to make. But whatever be the case, after all, I have to attain my own stage of perfection, and I am far from it. So then again that despondency comes, descends on my mind. I again feel that disappointment, dejection, that kind of dispiritedness, and then that overtakes me. That contentment becomes it vanishes. Then another is that I have so much. I sometimes realize that I have so much, but I feel some kind of inferiority. It's my own mental makeup that even if I have attained so much as compared to others, people are saying you have so much. Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? But I have no confidence in myself. You see, that is the problem. So if I am not able to make any speedy progress, one of the reasons is that I am worried that I am not having this thing, that thing as the others are having. Comparing not with their final stage or with their stage of attainment, but this is my personality trait which is putting the mental barrier in my other progress. And in the net result, I feel disappointed. This inferiority complex. Then sometimes it may so happen that I may be confused, totally confused, or partially confused, and I may be stay put, not making any progress. It's not a question of, there are certain situations in life when a person is confused. Is he really making good progress? Is he not making rapid progress? The answers are yes to both of these questions. I am making progress, I am not making progress. So, am I really making progress or not making progress? What is the final answer? There is no final answer, I am confused. You see. So that sort of confusion, again, is something which gives me dissatisfaction. People say you are satisfied. Last night when Baba was asking you are satisfied, some were neither shaking their heads nor their hands, raising their hands. Perhaps they were in a state of that perplexity or confusion. I don't know. You see. Because there is no clarity in our mind that yes, we are really making progress. We have already traveled a lot on this path of progress. And why not? We should have that enthusiasm. Certainly we are going to reach our goal. There is nothing which can hold us from it. That kind of feeling is not there. But I feel confused. Like, in the Gita they say Arjuna, just at the start of the battle was confused. And therefore he put down his bow and arrows. And saying, I will not fight. That's state of mind. So these are the causes which arise from the self. Now the second one I was mentioning was which are because of others. May not necessarily be because of others, But that is how generally people put it, like. They say it is because of the other person, you know. That also is a part of our habit, but sometimes it is a genuine cause. Now, why I say this? Because Baba very much emphasized that you should make others also satisfied with you. In very many Murlis, Baba has said you have to obtain 3 certificates. This university, because generally people ask us what are the diplomas or certificates or degrees which your university gives. So Baba has been mentioning that you have all to get 3 certificates. One is that are you satisfied with the self? The other is are others satisfied with you? The third is Baba satisfied with you? So these are the 3 degrees for all our study till the end of our life. We have to obtain. I don't know when we obtain, we will have already left this body, you know. So maybe that in Suksham Vatan, in subtle world, Baba tells us, gentlemen, you have been able to have these 3 degrees. Because until then we will be making struggle. But we have to have this, as Baba was saying last night also. Now, what happens is, suppose you are making progress, doing good service, people say you are a very active person in this institution, you are making good progress, you are observing Shrimad, you are a good student, and also cooperating in godly service, you have so many qualities. Now, another person is jealous of you. Because that sanskara of jealousy he has not been able to eliminate. He has been able to have some kind of transformation in his life. But when he sees sisters and brothers adoring you, praising you, he feels that though you are, somebody is not addressing him at that moment, but he feels that he is being compared. Because when this man is being praised in respect to some other people, as compared to some other, so he puts himself into those others and thinks that this man is being praised. So there may be jealousy on the part of the other person, not necessarily for this reason, but for many other reasons. And so that person is not satisfied with you. And you will say, what can I do? I try to satisfy this brother or this sister, but because of jealousy, they are not satisfied. So how Baba says that you must satisfy them? But still, it is because of their jealousy. Of course, jealousy may be there, but still you have to satisfy. How you can do it? Baba has given the formula. Then another may be that the other person is greedy. There are some people who want to have everything in their hands. All the powers, all the means, all the other things. So you feel that you don't have anything with you. What can you do? You feel that you have been left in the lurch. No one is making use of your abilities or of your time, energy. And it is because the other person is more greedy. Now, in the worldly life, in a Jnani life, a person may be greedy because of lust for money or some other thing. But when a person comes in Jnana and he has not been able to eliminate this sanskar, he may be greedy here in the service in a different form. The greed may take another form. So this person feels dissatisfied because the others are not using him for Baba's service, for glorifying Baba, for making him also one of the instruments, for giving him a feeling of participation or involvement. So this dissatisfaction comes because of certain other people. He is in a group. If he does something alone, people will say, who gave you this Shrimad? Why you do it? Who told you to do it? Then again he is disappointed. And if the others are not, taking his help, then again he may feel disappointed. Or there may be other reasons. So it may be because of greed of others. Another one may be the ego. You come across certain people who are very egoistic. They have a lot of pride. So they expect too much from you. Not only there are some people who are too demanding, but there are people who demand specially in respect of regard and respect. They think all others are their servants and they are the boss of the whole world. So they are dominant type of people, and when you come in contact with them, they think that you are just their aides, so to say, and that they are your chiefs. So you have some kind of a resentment to these kind of people. You want to help them. You want to be humble, have humility in you, and to cooperate with them, and so on. But then you feel that this person is so egoistic, as if he thinks we are his slaves. as if he has purchased us, put us into his pocket. What do they mean? So then again there may be a sense of dissatisfaction or sense of contentment with that particular person, that individual who has got this kind of a personality trait. Another one may be that you are an administrator, you have a office job in which you come in contact with other people, so you have to organize certain things, you have to get work from others, and there are some people who are lazy, they don't work. So you don't know what to do with them. They are moving just at ants pace and you don't know what to do with this, whether they are human beings or ants really. So then there may be a sense of, because you can't throw them out, you have to bear with them. But how long you are going to bear with them? It's a problem. And sometimes you feel disappointed. And you have that kind of feeling of frustration or discontentment, maybe, which is reflected on your face or in your behavior. Then some people are aggressive in their very nature, very pushing. They try to push you aside and go ahead. They just ride roughshod over your feelings and try to achieve a goal leaving you behind, because that is where their very nature. And you may be feeling that this person is trying to browbeat you, and how come that this man is behaving with me though shabbily. So this kind of feeling may again lead you that you have come across with persons who don't cooperate with you, and there is no teamwork, no feeling of friendship. And every time it seems a kind of a cutthroat competition, as if we are in a hard race, you see, and always pushing and pulling. This kind of feeling gives you sometimes, oh, what kind of friends or sisters and brothers or society or whatever I had. And sometimes it so happens that when you work sincerely, honestly, painstakingly, hard work you do in adoration of Baba, glorifying Baba, for love of Baba, and you feel that others are being praised, adored, given recognition, appreciation, but you are totally being neglected. If it were not given to others, you wouldn't mind it, because you did it for the love of Baba. But others are being given, while you are being totally neglected. They are in limelight, where you are put aside. So then again, you may say, what kind of world it is? Even in Gyan, even in knowledge, there are some sisters and brothers, some people who do this kind of certain thing. It's a behavior which is reprehensible, which you may not like, maybe in bad taste. So then again, that may give you a feeling of frustration or disappointment or dissatisfaction. So this is what may come from others. Now when it comes, what are the signs and symptoms? If whenever we have these signs and symptoms, let us understand that we have, at least to an extent, even to a small extent, dissatisfaction or discontentment. One is that there will be a feeling of sadness, sad feeling. Because when you have plenty of things, when you have full sense of fulfillment, you are happy, you are intoxicated. So the reverse of it, you will be sad. When you feel that you have not been rewarded or recognized or appreciated, or you have not been able to get something, attain success or so on, then it may be like this. Then you will be struggling, searching. It will not be that you will feel stable, but looking here and there, trying to find out something, as if there is something which is missing. You are trying to discover it. Then you will be wanting, because there is emptiness. You will be asking this person, that person or the other person what to do, how to overcome this problem. And a sort of begging, Baba give me help, seniors give us help, give us love. Asking others to give us, because we are not fulfilled. So there may be complaining about this person, that person, to others, to seniors. This one is not behaving properly with me, that person is neglecting me, this person is doing injustice to me. And that I did this work but I was not given recognition, so on. So there may be complaining of a sort, grumbling, fretting and fuming sometimes, and some kind of irritability, so that you easily get tense, and from your speech one can notice that you are not satisfied with your lifestyle, way of life, and you are means of practice, as Baba says, your efforts. Now, this is some kind of a diagnosis which I have given about that, which very much we are all of us very much aware. But I have just tried to focus the attention on them, because later on we will be dealing as to how to solve these. So therefore I recounted them. It's not that you did not know anything about it, but because now we'll be coming to solutions later. But Baba gave us formula. He said, in order to make others happy, to give others contentment, to give them a feeling of satisfaction, what you should do is be powerful in mind, knowledgeful in talks, and loveful in relationships. It's really wonderful. These three statement formula, be powerful in mind. It's really a quotable quote. Be powerful in mind and be knowledgeable in your conversation and talk, and be loveful in your relationships. It works wonders, miraculous. But the question is how to be powerful in mind. This question, you see, asks for certain clarifications. Because at that time when we are dissatisfied, actually what we have done is we have lost the power. So how to have the power? If we had the power, the discontentment would not enter our mind first of all. But it has entered because we did not have the power. And then, what kind of knowledge Baba is talking of when he says you must be knowledgeful in your talks? There is so much of knowledge. What knowledge in particular in our talks? Are we to talk about that Trimurti and the world wheel or the Kalpatri or the 8 powers or other things? What kind of knowledge in our talks so far as we want to build good, happy relations? And thirdly, loveful. How can we be loveful to people who are unjust to us, who exploit us, who use us for their own selfish motives, and who neglect us, who do not recognize what hard work we have done, so on and so forth? Is it natural and possible or easy that our response toward them should be of love? You see, as Baba was saying, Sada Santusht. Are you always contented? I am contented at the moment. But when I find that this man behaves very differently, then my contentment is gone. So my contentment is there, but not always. And Baba was saying that you should be always contented. Sada Santusht. This word, this adjective Sada, always, he used with contentment. Not contentment today, on Mondays you are contented, on Tuesdays you are discontented. Not like that. Always contented. Like Heisenberg's theory that particles behave as waves on certain days and then they behave as particles on certain other days of the week. Contentment has not to be like that. Now, I will be just first of all clarifying these three of Baba and dealing in general rather than in particular with every factor which was the cause of dissatisfaction of self, or because of the circumstances, or because of the others. I will not be taking one by one because of the shortage of time, but first of all I will deal with the general factors. The first is to have faith. They say faith can move mountains. I think the first tragedy is when we lose faith. Faith in what? Because when you say faith, always the question is faith in what? People have faith in some scripture or some preceptor or some precept or some doctrinaire. So here in this case, what do I mean by faith? Faith, they say, is power, no doubt. And so much is the power that it moves mountains. And Baba said, Nishchay Atma Vijayati. One who has faith, he conquers, he wins. And Baba said last night also, Nishchay and Nischint. If you have Nishchay, if you have faith, then you don't have worry. There is no feeling of insecurity. And then there is no disappointment. And then you have been able to concentrate your mind. And then you have yoga. And then contentment automatically comes. This is the dialectic. This is how the whole thing takes place. One precedent leads to another antecedent. These are the cause and effect relationship between one thing and the other. But faith in what? First is the faith in Shiv Baba. That Baba has promised me. Baba has said you are one of the chosen few. You are a very special soul. I bless you. He has adopted me as his child. He calls me as a Brahma Kumar or a Brahma Kumari. I am a newly born child of his. And by law, by divine law, he is bound to give me his inheritance. It cannot be that I will be deprived of it. So 100% faith in this. I may be weak. I may have bad sanskaras. I may not be able to make good progress. Like parents have some weak children, but they give full property to their children because they have love for even for weaker children. After all, child is a child. So, especially a merciful father, a compassionate father, a very loving father, how can he deprive me? So the very power should come from the first thing is, I have the complete faith in Shiv Baba. I may not have anything at this point of start, in the beginning, but rest assured, I should talk to myself, rest assured, Baba is going to give you. He is almighty. I may be a weakling, but he is going to help me, because he has that power. So, if Almighty is with me, what can bar my way? What can stop my progress? Nothing at all. So, other problems start when first of all this faith weakens. Or, if it does not weaken, it is not in the ambit of my consciousness, my awareness. At that time, you see, things become useful to you when you become aware of it. If you have a pistol in your almirah, and a robber enters your house, and you totally out of fear forget that you have a pistol. So what is that pistol worth? What is the use? It was to be used on a particular occasion. And at that time it totally slipped from your memory because you are becoming nervous. So what is its value? So the first thing is that it should be in your awareness, your consciousness. I am a child of Baba. So when we practice meditation, again and again I say to myself, not only that I am a child, I am a soul, I am a point of light, or I am a shining star, but I am a child of Shiv Baba. And I tell you, if we just really think upon the meaning of this, its implications, what does it mean? That yoga can be really intoxicating. It will not take any time to concentrate my mind. If when I meditate, I think I am a child of Shiv Baba. It's not a small thing. Just try to find out what implications it has. Whose child you are? Really, do you believe that you are Shiv Baba's child? If we do, Shiv Baba, who is knowledgeful, peaceful, blissful, who knows the past, the present and the future, who brought me here, I am on his invitation. He has given me this knowledge, this birth. So, certainly, assuredly, I will attain that bright future. From the very moment I was born, and the very moment he said, you are my child, or I said, oh Baba, that you are my father, there was a sign of a covenant, a kind of a contract, a kind of an understanding between him and me, that now I am one of the claimants of his inheritance. He cannot go out of that covenant. So if this assurance, this faith is there, then it gives power. As I was saying that your sankalpa, your mind should be powerful. So how can it be powerful unless and until it is faithful? Faithful has two meanings. One is obedient to Baba, and the other is having full faith in Baba. At the present moment I am talking of having full faith in him, in his words, in his statements, in whatever he says, in the promises he makes to us. And the second is the faith in the knowledge. Sometimes it so happens if there is less faith in the knowledge, why I am not making progress? Why my sanskaras are not changing? Why the speed of my progress is slow? So many questions I put because I said these are the factors which cause discontentment and these are related to the self. It is because that sometimes I may have less faith, either in the time left until the destruction, or in what Baba has been saying, or certain other things. So if I have full faith, then naturally I will have full inheritance. My full inheritance, let me remember, or let me remind myself, depends in the first instance on my full faith. If I have no full faith, I cannot have full inheritance. So that is the first. And then, the faith in the self. Since Baba has put faith in me, Baba says you are my child, you are lucky child, beloved child, lucky star, so on and so forth. He has been showing so many things. And if that be the case, then if I don't have faith in myself, it would be wrong on my part to do that. So the other one is that if I want to be free from that feeling of inferiority or no confidence in self, if someone who knows me better than I myself do, because at the most what I do is my conscious mind. I don't fully know my subconscious or unconscious mind. What I know is only my present, that only brief phase of my present. And he knows my past and my future also, full past and full future. So he knows me better than I do. I did not know even my real identity, that I am a soul, I am not this body. It was he who told me. So when he knows this, being knowledgeful, being perfect truth, then if he has faith in me, what is the reason that I should not have faith in myself? I should try to reason out with me. How is it that I don't have faith in myself when Baba has faith in me and he knows me better than I myself do? So then that will give me firm faith in myself. Baba says you do it. Baba says you take the chance and you will become the chancellor. So if I take the chance, I do daily take the chance of doing classes, I daily take the chance of doing service, so on and so forth, whatever chance he gives me, I will certainly become the chancellor because he has said this and he has faith in me. So that sort of thing, the faith should be there. Now, one thing I missed when I was giving you what factors relating to the self cause discontent and what factors concerning others, in which others are involved, cause discontent. I did not mention the circumstances. So let me first of all complete those and now tell you about the circumstances. What are these? Because we have to deal with the solutions to them also. There may be circumstances beyond your control, and you may say there is the genuine reason for discontent because I have no hold on them. One may be the health. Because of ill health, you want to do lot of service, you want to come to the class, or you want to have so many other things, but you are not able to have because of the ill health. So this may be one of the circumstances, adverse circumstances. The other may be the age. A person may be old and because of infirmity or lack of energy may not be able to do as much and may think that how is it that Baba has come in this Sangam Yuga when I don't have that youth, energetic period of my life so that I could do much more as I would like to. The other could be the monetary status. If I had a lot of money, I would open centers, I would have museums, I would have conferences, publish literature, do this, that or the other thing. So maybe I am a poor person or a mediocre person so far as my monetary status is concerned. So it is how I am placed in the scheme of things. It's beyond my control. Then my family members, in some cases, they have the help, the cooperation of the family members. In the case of others, they are always putting obstacles in their way, criticizing them, passing comments on them, not helping them. Then there may be certain professionals ups and downs. A person may be a businessman and he may have some losses in business. There is Gulf War, he may have to recover money from some people in Iraq. And with the Saddam Hussein having gone, he may not be able to recover that money. So maybe that he feels sad because of this. There may be some other events instead of recounting them all. Now these are some things which are cause of our trouble. Now when Baba says that you should be knowledgeful and powerful and loveful, now I found from my study of these Murlis which Baba has given in this Avyakt year, this Tapasya year, that there are mainly 16 powers. Baba has mentioned 8 powers, but Baba has also been saying that besides these 8 powers, there are other powers, many other powers, and you should have those powers. Actually, it has been said that knowledge also is power. Knowledge is might. Knowledge is light, but knowledge is also might. So, what are those 16 powers which enable us to make our mind powerful, and they also make us knowledgeful, so that as the result of these two, we can naturally become loveful in the face of the adverse circumstances or the adverse behavior of others. Now I'll be taking up those 16. We don't have that much of time, but as many as I can take. Now, these 16 are actually known to all of us, and we apply these, we use these in our day-to-day action. Every day, in fact every moment, we are using one or the other powers in our worldly doings. But in this case, we have to use them in the spiritual sense. Baba has been saying that your actions should be good. Our future depends upon our actions. Our peace of mind, our happiness, all depend upon our actions. Now, actions actually require 16 kinds of powers, or they are of 16 kinds, you can say. Actions themselves are of 16 kinds. And therefore we have to know what to use, which action to use when. When we don't use them on proper moments, then only we are not able to attain that success. Now I will take up some of them. One is to stop. The other is to start. These are two. Either you start your car or you stop your car. If you stop it when you have to start, or when you start it when you have to stop, then you are not a good driver. Similarly, in your life, you require these powers. Either to stop your thoughts. Baba has been saying that you must not be impulsive, you must stop your negative thoughts. Now he will tell you, if you just go through the Murlis and make a list, there are certain things which he asks us to stop. There are other things which he asks us to start. And these abilities all of us have, to start and to stop. Now, as in other actions, worldly actions, similarly in spiritual actions we have to know what to stop and what to start. Now, if we know this, then we have that kind of ability, that kind of power over our sense organs and also over our actions and our thoughts, whereby we can march from success to success and can have satisfaction and content. So take first of all that rokna, that is to stop. As Baba says, put dot, put full stop. So as I was saying, Baba says, stop your negative thoughts. Stop. Secondly, he says, stop leakage. In some of the Murlis, he has been saying it in another way. Stop all the leakages. Stop the wastages. So you will find so many stops. You have to find out as to what kind of thing he wants us to stop. The play of the old sanskaras, our impulsive nature, these things have to stop. No more. And in one of the Murlis, I quote his words, he said, Samapti hi sampurnata ka nishani hai. This stoppage is the sign of perfection. When sex, lust, anger, greed, attachment have totally stopped attacking your mind or emerging in your mind, invading your mind, that is the stage of your perfection. When you have completely stopped your leakages, your wastages, that is the sign of your perfection. So he has given so much importance to this power of stopping that he has equated it with your perfection or given it as a sign of perfection. So this power we have to obtain. It should not take time. He says you are now thinking of, say, any worldly matter, but you should have the power to stop that thought at once and think of Shiv Baba immediately. So stopping a particular thought, a particular sanskara or a particular action so efficiently, so instantly and so skillfully, so ably that you have mastery over it. This kind of thing. It is called the inhibitory power. All of us have the two kinds of power, inhibitory and facilitatory. One is to do, the other is not to do, to stop. So all religion, all spirituality, all ethics, all philosophy it all moves around two things, to do and not to do. What you have to do, what you have not to do. This is all ethics about. So Baba has been telling us what we have not to do, and we have to develop that power of stopping, putting full stop or comma or semicolon wherever is necessary, whichever. Then the second one I was saying is, this one is rokna. In Hindi we call it rokna. And this one, the second one is moving. To start, to move. The action, every action either action must be either in the form of stopping or in the form of starting. So the other form of action is starting, or moving, or letting go. Sometimes it so happens you don't move, you don't start, but you let go. This let go is also in Hindi is called chalana. Chalna and chalana. To let go, to start, to move. This is the second. Now in this case he says, start positive thinking. Now what to start? Start yourself on the journey of remembrance, pilgrimage of remembrance. Yaad ki yatra par chalo. He says now, start your journey on the path on the pilgrimage of remembrance. This you have to start. You have always to be on move. You have not to be at one place, moving towards Paramdham. Then he says, you must churn, you must start the churning. Not that you have to stop the churning, but must start the churning. Because when you have this Sudarshan Chakra, this moving, then Maya will be finished. This you must, rotate this discus of knowledge. Then not only move or to start, but to increase its speed. That is what is called the fast Purusharth, fast efforts. Fast efforts is movement at a rapid pace. Last so fast also comes under this. So you have the power, and he has been saying not only moving fast, but udna. Not only to move or walk. The movement should be such that you begin to fly. Because there are certain obstacles which you can't cross by walking over them, but by flying over them. So he says that your movement should be so fast that you should be able to fly like angels over them. So udana, not only chalna, not only moving or starting, because the aeroplane first of all begins to move, then it runs fastly, then it begins to fly. And when it begins to fly, that is the real Purusharth, the fast effort, as Baba says. This we have to do. So this is the second one. And then when I was saying chalana, to let go means sometimes you have to give rope to others. Because if you just try to pull things, just to always be mindful of certain things, sometimes you have to let them go, you have to give them rope. Then only you feel light. If you all the time feel concerned about everything, you try to dictate others or ask them to do this and not to do that, and if they don't do that, you just watch them and so on, and you complain to others that they are not doing this, all these sorts of things. If you don't let them, sometimes you have to let them, because such is their nature, what can you do? So why you feel disturbed? Sometimes you have to adopt this kind of attitude, because others are like this. In the drama, their part is like this. What can you do? If you just worry because others are behaving in a different way and you don't let it go, then it becomes a burden on your mind. Then you can't fly. So you have to let it go also. So these are two which I mentioned. The to stop and to start. There are 14 others. I mentioned two. Since the time is now, I am coming to close. Om Shanti. Om Shanti and good evening. Yesterday I had recounted some of the factors arising from the self and our relationship with others, and also from circumstances, besides our own confusion and our habit. which are the causes of our discontent now and then. And I had stopped at the point when I was mentioning that what Baba says, in order to divinize ourselves, spiritualize ourselves, or to eliminate the negativity from us, that there are 16 powers or 16 arts. Elsewhere we have mentioned 16 arts of life, but that's from different point of view. But I am mentioning it from another point of view. And I had mentioned just 2 of them, and at that point I stopped because the limitation of time that was given to me was the interruption. Now, just to take up the link, I would like first of all to mention those 2 points which I had mentioned yesterday, and then I take it from the third. Firstly, I had said that one of the things is to stop our action. And Baba says that we should stop negative thinking, stop our negative impulses, stop old sanskaras coming into play, stop all leakages, stop all wastages, and so on. And I also mentioned that in one of the Murlis, Baba said, Samapti hi sampurnata ki nishani hai. When we have stopped them completely, all what I have mentioned, that would be the sign of your perfection, your total fulfillment, your state of beatitude. So he has given this much importance to this art of stopping. The second one I had mentioned was to move, or to make others move, or to put to work, chalana or chalna in Hindi as we call it. And Baba generally refers it in the context of starting our journey, pilgrimage of remembrance, positive thinking, Swadarsan Chakra, churning, spiritual effort or service. And I had given the example of aeroplane, how when it starts, then moves at speed, then it takes off, it begins to fly. So that Baba says that to make efforts, rapid efforts, last so fast, and then begin to fly like angels. And make others fly. I had also said that this also means to let things go. Dheera chodna, as they say, to take it easy, to be light. For example, sometimes it so happens that someone has talked to us in very rough manner, impolite manner, discourteous manner. And this was in bad taste. We did not like it. Now let it go. Let past be past. Forget it. Chalana. This is called to let it go. Let go. So this also comes in that when Baba says, let past be past. Forget about it. Now what happens generally is that where we have to start, we stop. And where we have to stop, we start. That is the cause of the trouble. Therefore we get discontent. Now supposing we face a situation, I had mentioned certain situations. Now negative thoughts come up in our mind. When that situation presents itself to our mind, negative thoughts enter because the door is opened. And when the negative thoughts begin to come, then instead of starting the Sudarshan Chakra or positive thinking or starting churning of Baba's knowledge and so on, I begin to start negative thoughts, which I should actually stop. So you will find that where I should stop the negative thinking from entering further into my place, I let them. Where I should stop, I let them. And where I should let them, I stop. So instead of the good things coming to me, for example, you would find that if the teacher of our class says that if someone has not been good enough to us, we should tolerate. Now instead of agreeing by it, because these are Baba's teachings, we say, once I tolerated, second time I tolerated, thrice I tolerated, but now I cannot tolerate anymore. So that means I am stopping toleration and starting negative thinking. So naturally when this happens, I will have disturbance of mind, I will be restless, and then I will be discontented and dissatisfied with my own self. So there should actually have been stoppage of leakage, stoppage of wastage, stoppage of negative thoughts. But I should have started on my pilgrimage of remembrance, remembered Shiv Baba, or thought of the present Sangam Yuga that I am a yogi and I have to become an angel. I don't welcome these negative thoughts. I should have stopped them. But I start them. They take more speed than my positive thoughts take speed. So therefore I say it is a power or it is an art which you should apply on proper timings. So these two I had just mentioned. Now I take the third one. The third one is to control. The first one was to stop, the second one to start. But now is to control. Not to make it so fast, to lower the speed. Or if the speed is lower, to make it more. Controlling means either gearing up, either you increase the speed or you lower the speed. So keeping some kind of a balance. So this one is controlling. For example, Baba says, speak less. He does not say stop speaking altogether. On certain days, for your self-improvement, you may do it. But if you totally stop speaking, then you are not using a particular instrument for the service. Instead of speaking knowledge to someone, Baba said in your talk you should be knowledgeful. In your relationships you should be loveful. Instead of talking knowledge to others, when I did not have knowledge, I was doing too much talking. And when I got the knowledge, I become totally silent. This is wrong, So now is the time to speak knowledge to others, to give Baba's message, to spread it worldwide, to glorify Baba. So instead of doing that when I was abusing others, talking nonsense, I was busy about nothing and talking, all rubbish. At that time I was talking too much. And now if I totally stop, it's not the sign of wisdom. It's not yogi way of life. So Baba says, speak less. So how can you do this? Unless you control what to speak, what not to speak, when not to speak. Sometimes silence is golden, speech is silver. And sometimes speech may also be golden and silence may be silver. Where you are required to speak, you must speak. I think when Christ was required to speak, when he was called to explain what he is saying about the kingdom of heaven, what kind of kingdom he is talking about, at that time he did not speak. He was totally silent. Maybe even if after explanation they had made up the mind, and if he was to be hanged, it would be a different thing. But at least he should have explained what he meant. But when we read the New Testament, we find that he kept silent. He did not explain. So I think this was something which he should have done. At certain things. But now we have to use the power of let go because that time is over. So when we say that we should speak less, this is a power of control, of this particular organ. Similarly of others. And then this also includes keeping balances, such as of love and law. If you when Baba says be loveful in your relationship, it does not mean that you should not balance it with law. At times you require to balance it with law. If you are so much loveful, people may ride on your shoulder, on your head, So at some time you have to show your face that you mean it. So therefore you have to act as an actor in a drama. You have to keep many kinds of balances which Baba has said. One of them, as I said, is law and love. So keeping the balances and observing the control, this is the third art or the third power. Baba has talked of so many kinds of balances and of controlling so many things. Now, when I say of controlling, Now, it also includes so many other things. For example, to make things light. When there is some accident, for example, or some serious illness, something untoward happens, certain adverse circumstances take place in our life. Baba said, you consider that instead of, they say, consider it as just a, what would you say, a thorn as compared to a cross. Suli se kanta samjho, as Baba say. So how can you control? When there are certain events, you just make them feel light. Instead of considering as too much. You know, there are some people when there is little bit of pain, they begin to cry. But others control it. And they don't show it on their face. They don't cry. So, this they can do only when they have control over themselves and they make light of the whole situation. That I may have perhaps got worse punishment because of my past actions, but because of Baba's help, I have just got only a fraction of it, only a small part of it. So this makes you feel light. This is a kind of controlling. The accident is the enormity of the accident is the same, two persons. But one is making it small, the other is making it a mountain of a molehill, as they say. So, you have to control and make things appear light. This is also a kind of controlling. Then another factor which Baba tells us how to control, how to make things lighted. I have done it innumerable number of times, Baba says. When there is a difficult situation, you are facing it. If you think, oh, I am crushed under the weight of this difficult situation, then you feel all the more heavy. If on the other hand you think that this has repeated a number of times, it is nothing new, as Baba says. I have been able to cross it innumerable number of times with Baba's help. So that kind of attitude will make that event, that grave situation appear very light. Then when Baba says that you should think Baba is with me, whenever there is any problem, you are faced with odds, difficult situations. If you think Baba is with me, the situation is no doubt grave, it's very serious. But if you just think it's serious, you become nervous. Then you have fear, you feel scared. You can't face the situation. You lose your energy. And the mind also does not have clarity. You can't face it with all your strength and all your stamina. So when you think that Baba is with me or I am under the umbrella of protection of Baba, then that very situation appears to be very light. So this is also controlling or balancing. Then one of the things under controlling I said was to make things appear light. The other is on the reverse of it, to make it appear heavy, serious and very weighty instead of light. Take for example Baba's Murli. When you listen to any sentence, any statement in Baba's Murli, if you make light of them, then you can't realize its depth. If on the other hand you think that every statement of Baba is like a precious jewel, it has much more in it. If you give more weight to what Baba has said, then you get something out of it. You get more power, you get that treasure of Baba's knowledge. So, controlling or balancing. Now, this is also included in that. That, for example, is Sangam Yug. Some people say, if it is Sangam Yug, so what? Whatever happens to the whole of the world will happen to me also. When we explain it to people that destruction is quite at hand and that they should take to yogi way of life, they will say, oh, whatever happens to the whole world will also be a part of it. On the other hand, there are few. As Baba was saying, out of millions only, the rosary is only of a few, of 108 only. So what is the reason? Because they give so much weight to Baba's statement that this is Sangam Yug. This is the last period, last phase of our last life. That destruction is quite at hand. That we should have a yogi way of life. And they give so much weight to what we will be having in heaven or in the golden aged world. So their way of thinking is such that they put more meaning into all these statements. They therefore feel enriched, feel strengthened. They get strength out of those statements. And then they begin to make good efforts, fast, speedy efforts. Therefore, they are ahead of many others who are not making that much progress. The reason being that they make light of all these statements. So where they should make light, they make heavy. If there is small trouble, they become very heavy. And if Baba says something which they should give weight to, they feel light. So this is the reverse. That gives disappointment and dissatisfaction either way. So how much we will be gaining by making these efforts in this last phase of our last life, of this Sangam Yuga? If you just think over it, how much is this? Then Baba says you will feel so intoxicated. Oh, Baba is giving us so much. How kind is Baba to us? How gracious. If on the other hand you say you don't give that much of value to it, so if there will be health, wealth and happiness, so what? Then you don't feel that much of enthusiasm, that much of, intoxication. So this was the third one. Now the fourth one. The fourth one is chhod dena, to give up. To give up or to renounce. This is also very essential for making rapid progress. What we should renounce? You know, in the Copper Age, people have been renouncing their hearth and home and their family life and going to jungles. What they should have renounced, they didn't. And what there was no need of renouncing, they renounced. So they did the wrong thing. And therefore the end result was disappointment. They did not achieve Mukti or Jivan Mukti. Because they didn't actually know. Renunciation is always there. You tell me the life of a single person who does not renounce. Those persons who were participating in the freedom struggle of our country, they renounce certain things, the comforts of life. A scientist doing research in his laboratory, he renounces for some time the family life and is busy with his experiments. So for doing anything great or even anything ordinary, you give up something and take to another. You renounce something in order to attain another. It is a question of give and take. Giving is a part of life. But the question is what you have to give up. That you must understand. And you must give it up at the right moment. Everyone has to give up the body. But if before giving up the body, I don't give it up mentally, which is what detachment means. If I don't detach myself from the body and become dead in this from my past life, marjiva as we call it, and that I have taken a new life, and I am dead from my old. If I don't die that way, then everyone has to die one day. So I have to give it up, the attachment with the body, before actually I am finally to give up the body. So this sense has to be there, giving up, renouncing. Now many things, many statements of Baba's Murli you will find, they come under this head. For example, Baba says, Kalyugi Maryada, the iron-aged Maryada. I say I am working as a manager in a factory. If I don't take food, cooked from outside, I just take only the one which I myself prepare. What will people say? They will criticize me. Now, if I do not do the rituals which people in the bhakti cult do, then they would say I am not a bhakta, I am not a religious man, they would laugh at me. So, this kind of the worldly tradition which I have been following others like dumb-driven cattle, I have been doing. Now, give up that Kalyugi Maryada, Baba says, these iron-aged kind of things which make you not obey Baba, obey Shrimat, but you obey other people, the human beings. So, you have to give up that kind of shyness or hesitation which makes you do certain wrong things, rather than give up what Baba asks you to do. You give up Baba's orders and you obey the orders of others, which are very contradictory to it. So naturally the result will be frustration. So this giving up or renunciation. Under this comes that iron-aged Maryada, or attachments, or craftiness, or vices, or the old sanskaras, and so on. Body consciousness, all these. You know, many of the teachings of Baba, when you read the Murlis, come under this. If we are not doing it, naturally we are not satisfied with our progress. and the dissatisfaction is bound to be there. No one can help. Then when I say give up also means a different, it has also a different meaning. Sometimes it so happens you go on doing an effort endlessly. You put all your energy, you spend lot of time, but nothing happens. Sometimes Baba says, give it up. Why you waste your time? You just go on giving knowledge to somebody who is not listening to you. Baba says even a scorpion knows where to put his sting, The scorpion also has that kind of sense. Where there is soft, only that place he stings, But you as a human being do not know, you are going on doing work on somebody who is not paying any attention, who does not understand the value of these jewels. You are throwing pearls before a swan, these jewels before a monkey. So, Matha marna chhod do, Baba says, give up this wrong effort. Otherwise you are wasting time. If you don't do this, then you will face disappointment. Oh, I spend hours and hours with this man, days together, months I spend with this man, but he is like a stone, a heavy stone, he does not move at all. So this was bound to happen because you did not know the person. Baba says you must be knowledgeful, you are not knowledgeful. On the other hand, you are throwing away knowledge rather than being knowledgeful in that sense. Knowledgeful also means that you must recognize the worth of a person, the ability of a person, whether that person has any. They say you can take a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. If that horse has no thirst, how can you make it drink knowledge? So give it up. And this also means that you should loosen the grip. Give it up on certain things. And then certain other desires, for example. In many Murlis, Baba said you must give up all these desires for name and fame. And for all these worldly desires, have only this desire to become complete, perfect. Then the fifth one is to acquire, to inculcate, dharan karna, as they say. Now, when we attain knowledge, if we listen to Murli, but don't acquire knowledge from it, don't imbibe the quality in us, we are just listening only. Listening is a good action, but listening, you see, unless and until it accompanies the acquisition of knowledge, and that you imbibe the qualities in you, then only it gives you satisfaction. Otherwise, there are people who come to class daily, almost daily. They listen to Baba's Murli. Baba says they are Neminath. Neminath means they are just regular bhaktas only, not acquiring those good qualities in themselves. So, we have to pay our attention to acquiring things, inculcating in us, imbibing those virtues. If we don't absorb them, somebody takes the food, but his system does not absorb the nutritious part of it, doesn't get any energy, spends so much on nutritious things. People ask him to take such and such articles of food. He spends a lot on them, but he is not benefiting. Naturally, the result will be disappointment. So what you have to do is have that power of absorption, acquisition, inculcation of knowledge, of virtues. Then the sixth one is to feel shy, to have hesitation. That is not to do certain acts, to refrain from certain acts. I am not asking to stop them, but there are certain kinds of things, very often we remember Baba would touch his chin. He would say, children, beloved children, would you not mind doing things which are proper for royal children and refrain from doing such things which defame your Baba? My beard, he would say. He had no beard. He was clean shaved, but he would generally put his hand over here and say, would you not just think of respect, Baba's respect? The beard sometimes is considered as a sign of respect. So Baba would generally say that unless and until we have a sense of shame, we are Brahmins, we are yogis. If we just begin to abuse someone or use certain words which are not yogi-like, or indulge in certain activities, people would say these are in white saris and white dress with the badge here. They are BKs. If we don't have sense of shame, then certain things which our old sanskaras compel us to do, we cannot refrain from. So, shyness, hesitation, at times is a negative thing, is not a virtue. But at other times, it is a virtue. When we are required to have that sense of shame and not to do certain things, not to indulge into certain things, because we are yogis different from others, then we are lacking something. Then again there will be disappointment. So we have to have this kind of sankoch, as they call it, or lajja as they call it, sense of shame, as we call it. Hesitate from these, refrain from these. We give up all the bad habits, all the vices, when we have actually the sense of shame. You just try to analyze how transformation took place in your life. When you came in touch with this institution and you saw that other people are giving up these bad things, you like this society, like this, the company of these people. And when you see the other person is peaceful, not talking very loudly, and just uses very polite, very courteous words, and I on the other hand just shout, and sometimes I lose my temper, then you have a sense of shame. And then you transform yourselves. Next time I am not going to do that. So isn't it that shyness or shame or refraining from certain things is a tool for transformation, spiritual transformation? So we have to use this tool for transformation. If at times you don't have this, then the result would be disappointment. Then the other one is to make experiment, to do experiments. For example, when you have knowledge, when you give knowledge to others, others say, oh, now this was my question. Today it is solved. What you have said is very correct. I was searching this kind of knowledge. It's for the first time that you have given me so much within this limited time. Then sometimes it so happens, I also am reminded of the worth of knowledge. Otherwise I take it easy. As the time passes, when I first came to knowledge, this knowledge was very valuable to me. But now, by habit, I perhaps lost that sense of value. When others say, oh, it has tremendously changed my life, this brother, this sister gave me that knowledge. It totally gave me a new concept of the reality, of the truth. And that brought a total transformation in me. I was a short-tempered man, but this person told me that how can I just transform myself? And now I can assure you I have control over my anger. So when that person says that, then I understand that what Baba says, how much value it has from the point of view of transformation. So this is an experiment of knowledge. Similarly, experiment of peace. When I am peaceful, and this is what Baba said, that in this yogi life, in this tapasya year, you have not only to be yogi, but also you have to make prayog, to make experiments. Others should feel that you are peaceful. Others should feel that you are blissful. Others should feel that you are loveful. So that kind of experimentation on others would give you more happiness. It would be a kind of reassurance to you that you are on the proper track, that you are really making progress, that you have attained something worthy. So this will again give you further enthusiasm to take more speed. This is essential in life. Otherwise, slackness, indolence, laziness overtakes us. We take it as a routine. But when we know that this is something very powerful, very magical, very miraculous, so wonderful, people saying this, that this institution is doing so good work, so on, don't we feel happy at that time that we are in this institution? This man is new to the institution, he is praising this institution, where we already are for so many years. This happiness, Baba says, is the food for the soul. The soul feels strengthened. This also is a means of satisfaction. When you know that in your treasure there are so many kinds of diamonds and gems and jewels, isn't it a sign of attainment? So happens with this. So one of the powers is, or the ways is, to satisfaction is, you make experiments. Give it to others, the benefit to others. Then another is to postpone. Postponement of action. You are not stopping the action, but you are also not starting the action. You are also not controlling the action. You are not giving up the action. But you are postponing it. Postponing the action for some time. Take for example in this conference, Dadiji, when she spoke, when she addressed the audience on the very day of inauguration, opening day, she said, because there were many newcomers who had come for the first time. So Dadiji said, can you not observe celibacy at least for 1 year? If you had asked them to be celibate throughout their life, they would have thought it's very difficult, that they are not going to do this. But if you ask them to postpone it for a year, the coming of a new child, at least postpone it for a year. So they will say, all right, Dadiji, the head of this spiritual institution, for our own betterment, is giving us a good advice. And at least for a year we should be able to do it. Why not? Let's try. So this postponement, Baba says, you do so many things. You like to eat so many things. You fond of so many other things. But Baba says, in golden age you will have enough of them. More than enough. So in this life you have to be having very simple life. Not very gaudy life, not luxurious life, not too much of comforts in your life. You have to use your money for the service and so on. So can't you postpone it because it is only 2000 AD. How much is the time? Can't we postpone all these just for a few years, for a decade, for 10 years or so? And then we will have so much of it. So when you want to give up something, the comforts of life, the luxuries of life, and to take to simple life, if you think that you are not giving it up forever, but just postponing it for some time, then you feel it easy. The transformation comes easy. And the satisfaction therefore results from that. So this kind of postponement. But there are other things which you must not postpone. You must properly use this postponing. You always postpone. There are certain things included in your schedule. You are not able to keep your schedule. Certain things you are able to fulfill. Some appointment, some work you are able to do according to your time schedule. Others are left. You postpone them. We always use this postponement. But there are certain things which cannot be postponed. This is yogi life. This is Sangam Yoga. If you say that I will become celibate after say 10 years, if you postpone it that way, then you can't attain anything at all. Baba says you will have to shed tears of blood. So this kind of postponement, they say procrastination or postponement is the thief of time. So we will be losing time if we are postponing things that way. And there is a saying in Hindi, Kal naam kaal ka hai. If you say I will do it tomorrow, who knows whether you will be living tomorrow or not. Tomorrow you may be dead. So they say death keeps no calendar. You can't say that date tomorrow in the calendar is that you will be alive. Where is the assurance? So don't postpone these things. That I will start my tapasya work from tomorrow or from 1st of April. 1st of April, fools will only start tapasya year. Because on 1st of April, they are fools. Let me start it from today, not from tomorrow. So don't postpone good things in life. Do them immediately. Shighram tu shubham. Whatever is good, you must start immediately. Don't postpone them. So to do things immediately, not to give time gaps to postpone. Because otherwise, there are so many Murlis of Baba on albelapan, laziness, carelessness. Postponement is a sign of carelessness. It's a sign of laziness. It's a sign of indifference. It's a sign of not paying attention or importance to important things in life. That is what postponement is. Under this word postponement, so much is hidden, which is negative. So don't think it is just a small thing. I told you tomorrow I am going to take it up in right earnest, with full speed. So if today I sleep over it, then how does it matter? Because tomorrow I will make double the speed. It does matter. Because in the first instance, tomorrow may be certain adverse circumstances. You do not know. Secondly, if you are going to start with double the speed from tomorrow, and if you do something today, and then also start it with double the speed tomorrow, this today's work will be addition. So this will repeat. It will be recurring times you will be getting, because this world drama repeats. So this today, this instant, this moment has its own value. You don't understand the value of time if you postpone things. Pardon? No, that is different. He is saying that someone may be feeling tired. Though Baba says that meditation also removes our fatigue. Fatigue also sometimes is due to mental reasons. Sometimes, of course, due to physical reasons. If I am feeling sleepy because I worked hard, of course, let me take rest. I am not saying that. Because if you become sleepless, then you have to take pills. And then you may say, Jagdish Bhai gave us a class. He asked us not to postpone. So there was a breakdown in my health because I was tired and I did not care for that. Please care for that. But then, if you just meditate and feel light, I think less amount of sleep would be enough. That would do. Thank you. Then, Baba therefore has been giving us this slogan, Ab nahi to kabhi nahi, now or never. He has put so much emphasis on this. Whenever we would write a message for the people, Baba would say, but where have you put this? Now or never. We would mention, Shiv Baba says, my beloved children, you can get from me the complete inheritance of purity, peace and prosperity. Okay. Baba will say, all right. But then we have not added at the end, now or never. I don't give my inheritance all through the Kalpa. I give it only in Sangam Yuga. And if they don't come now, they cannot come. So add this sense of urgency of the time. Use these 3-4 words, now or never. So in this effort, when we make spiritual efforts, we will always remember now or never. Then another is samalena, to merge in ourselves, to accommodate in ourselves. Take for example, someone praises us, showers praise on us from the stage. Jagdish Bhai does this, Jagdish Bhai did that, so on and so forth. He has this good quality, that good quality and so on. Now, it may be genuine, it may just be a kind of a flattery. Maybe perhaps it is more flattery because I am not having those qualities. It may not be genuine. But even if it were genuine, I should not feel intoxicated. Because otherwise if someone does not do this, or if I do something good next time and somebody does not praise me for that, I feel disappointment, dissatisfaction. So you require an art of, what would you say? Samalena. How would you translate? You see. Pardon? Merge it in your mind. It should not go into your head very much, so that you get puffed up. Not that sort of feeling. But you have that equanimity. Your mind is not up and down. If somebody, talks in negative terms about you, you feel angry. And if on the other hand, he uses superlatives for you, you think that you are at the top of the world. Not that kind of feeling. But a yogi has equanimity. And this is what I mean by saying that we should have this ability, the art, samalena. Both kinds, actually. The praise as well as the opposite of it. The contempt or the censure, some kind of a sarcasm or criticism. Someone talking ill or negative about you. You don't mind, you just check yourself whether you have all these bad qualities. Like a yogi, you must eliminate them. And if you don't have, then you keep satisfied that whatever this person is saying, it is his business, dirty business. Why should I bother about it? Then another is prataksh karna, to glorify. This is always we do. Never would you find a person who is either not praising somebody, maybe dadijis, maybe other seniors, maybe someone in the class, or whosoever. Every human being in his lifetime, a number of times talk good of some people, high of some people, who according to that person are praiseworthy, adorable. So, always someone is glorifying someone. But whom to glorify? Actually, Because the other day also Baba said, no one is perfect. Remember only me. Act only on my advice. So the only one who is really adorable, who does not have even the least of negativity or incompleteness, is Shiv Baba. So therefore, even if some people try to glorify you, you should say it is all because of Shiv Baba. Really, it should come from your mind. There should be a feeling of realization. I was a worthless person, worth cowries, worth not even a pence. Baba made me worth pound, as Baba has been using this phrase very often. He made me whatever people think I have, which is a worth in me. Because it is because of Baba's grace, Baba's blessings. So at that time, I should really think of Baba, feel, my gratitude towards him, and tell people from the bottom of my heart, if the heart has a bottom, that it is really Baba's work which Baba is doing. Some people say the heart is bottomless. So glorification of Baba, one but none. That should be the motto of our life. Then another is, when we do action, there is a feeling. Action can't be done without a feeling. Always you will find every action is accompanied with, it's not mechanical action, it's a human action. And there is no human being who does not have any emotions, any feelings. Our action is never divorced from our feelings. It always is accompanied with some feelings, positive or negative, good or bad. Feelings of elation or feeling of disappointment. Some kind of feeling is always there. So sometimes it so happens that you feel that you are being compelled to do it. You are doing it per force. Somebody is putting pressure on you. You are under someone's pressure. So therefore you don't have your own pleasure, but pressure. So that thing becomes not a means of pleasure, but a means of pressure. So when you do something, suppose the teacher in the class says, dear brother, can you do this Baba's service? Now if I say no, she may not like it. But I feel that I don't want to do it. Maybe that I am not in a mood to do it, or whatever be the other reasons. I do it out of compulsion, with that kind of feeling. So that work does not have that much of value. Alright, even if you are doing it, once you have accepted to do it with pleasure. Think it is Baba's work. After all, you are doing it, but its value will become less by half if you have that feeling of compulsion. If on the other hand you think that you are participating in a good cause, doing some service to mankind, that it is really your privilege. Somebody had faith in you and asked you to do it. That it's a pleasure for you. Why not? I will do it. You see, since you asked me to do it. Oh, keep on asking me this kind of thing. This life is for service. So when you do it with that feeling, then you will have satisfaction. If on the other hand you do it but under compulsion, under pressure, then you lose that pleasure. And also the reward for that action, you lose that much of it. But sometimes you have to think that there is compulsion. Sometimes a person goes to attend another marriage party. Baba says you have to go it because you live in a family. Your brother is getting married. If you don't go, they say that Brahma Kumari is giving wrong teachings. So you, per force, under compulsion of circumstances, because of your physical relationship, according to drama, willy-nilly, you have to go. You attend. So don't do it with pleasure. At that time, don't have a sense of pleasure. At that time, think that you are under compulsion to do it. If on that occasion you think, it's a pleasure because I get so many sweets to eat, and it's a happy gala occasion. You see, wear good dress, this necktie and this and that, and people think that here come a gentleman, they welcome you and all that. So at that time even if you just smile and all that, you act in the drama, but in your mind you feel, what have I to do? Remember Baba all the more and think, Baba, it is only because of your service, your teachings, but under compulsion I am here. And then the opposite of it is to do with pleasure. Previously I was saying with under compulsion, not to do under compulsion and to do under compulsion. Now I am taking the next one, to do with pleasure. Whenever is the yajna service, for example, as I mentioned earlier, and whatever else, spiritual efforts, for example, what we are doing, this yogi way of life, the kind of dress, the kind of food, so many things. You might have had different kind of, habits earlier, which you are now changing. Don't feel that you are under compulsion you are doing it. Not only yajna service, but all these, what you are doing now. Have a sense of happiness. And Baba says, nothing like happiness. No food, no diet like happiness. Happiness is the greatest diet. So whatever you do, have that enthusiasm, have that happiness. Then the other is to do with concentration. Whatever you do it heart and soul. Put your all into it. Don't do it in a haphazard way or half-hearted manner. Leave half things undone. Do only half of the things. Give up things unfinished. Or in a very shabby manner. Excellence, perfection should be your goal. Whatever you do it nicely. And put the whole of yourself in it. All your energy, all your attention. And most of all, your concentration. Because if your mind is not put into it, then you are not making full efforts. Not only you have to be knowledgeful, peaceful, blissful, but attentionful. Pay your full attention. It should be concentration. So ekagrata, concentration is something very important. Whatever you do at that time, your mind should not wander away, it should not be scattered. It should be focused on what you are doing. It is the yogi way of life. So then you get the full result of it. And the result would be satisfaction. If you are not putting the whole attention into it, the result would be only half or less than half. And how can you have full satisfaction? You can't. And Baba says, when you have this full concentration, then only you will be able to destroy your past karmic account. This will be such a blaze, such a kind of a deep burning fire, which will end all your past karmic account, your vices, whatever is left of them. So this is very important in yogi way of life. Then the other is intention. Always you will find that whatever you do, you have a motive, you have an intention. Somebody may not have actually murdered, but he may have had the intention to murder. The court takes notice of this and gives punishment to the person. You are not successful in actually murdering this person, but you got this weapon, you made the whole plot, and you were involved in the whole scheme. You paid money to the murderers. You were a part of the whole thing, You had the intention to murder, but maybe there was some adverse circumstances. You had to cancel your plot, and you could not put it to completion. But if the intention is there, you have to be given some punishment. Similarly, even if you are not able to do something, but you have goodwill, good wishes, good intentions. Say, for example, you give some money for a good cause, for Baba's work. What is the intention? Is the intention that the teacher should say that this person is a very cooperative soul? You want to be adored in the presence of all? If this is the intention, then the reward for it will be much less. Your intention should be, that should come out of a feeling of generosity for good cause. I am also a part of the society. If the society becomes good, I also get the benefit. I can't be completely happy unless the whole society is happy. So I am duty bound to make little sacrifices, even if I call it sacrifice. Otherwise it's not a sacrifice, because I get benefit out of it today or tomorrow. So if my intention is that I am doing it for Baba's work, for the well-being of the whole mankind, and it's my duty to do it, so on and so forth, that is the proper noble intention. If on the other hand my intention is, if I do service, people will say he is a very serviceable soul, so on and so forth, that intention is not that good quality. So is the case with all our actions. All actions carry with them some kind of a motive, some kind of intention. We have to check up our intention, otherwise the results will not be full. Then is the sthiti. Whenever you do some action, you have a mental stage. What is your stage? when you are doing that action. At that point of time, when you are giving knowledge, for example, you are giving 1 week course to some soul. What is your state? Are you yourself soul conscious? Are you linked to Baba? Are you having good wishes and goodwill toward that soul? Are you really loveful to that person? If that is your state, then you are really doing your job. If on the other hand your stage is empty, you are neither linked to Baba, nor you are having soul conscious stage, nor you have goodwill toward that being, you are just doing it because it is your routine duty as in charge of the class or as someone given the charge of attending people who come as visitors for attaining knowledge. If you are just doing it because you have to do it, then your stage is not that of a yogi or of a spiritualized person, then the satisfaction will not be the result of it. So therefore, the 16th, the last one which I mentioned, which is not the least important but the most one, is your sthiti, your stage. Now within the 5 minutes which are left, I will just be dealing with some of the factors that cause dissatisfaction. I had mentioned certain circumstances. So when I said knowledgeful, have all this knowledge. Because to apply knowledge is also a knowledge. You have all the knowledge, okay. But how and when to apply what kind of knowledge is another knowledge. This is what I have given you in these 16 points, which means the practical application of knowledge. This becomes then an art, or it gives you power, then knowledge becomes a power. Like when we take food properly and the system absorbs it, then we feel energy and stamina. Similarly, you have the knowledge in you, but when you use it in this way and absorb it, apply it, then it becomes a power. Now I will take up some of the circumstances, adverse circumstances which I had mentioned. I would not be able to take up the factors which arise from the self, but within this brief period of time, let me take up only the circumstances. The first one, for example, was health. Someone is ill, not able to do service. Now Baba has given so many points on this. The other day also when Dadi Nirmal Shanta was beating Bab Dada because she is to be operated upon, and therefore she was seeking Baba's advice and permission. So Baba was saying, when you go to the hospital, think that it is the service center. And when you are on the stretcher or on the bed, you think that you are on the stage. You know, the teacher sits here in the morning at the Amrit Vela and gives drishti. So at that time, she thinks she is on that gaddi, on that stage. So Baba said, don't think that it is the sick bed for the sick, that you are a patient. But on the other hand, think that you are on stage giving drishti, doing Baba's glorification, work of that type. So, and Baba said, those souls who do not come to Baba's knowledge, when you go as a patient, they will come. They will become cooperative souls first, and then they become the yogis. First they become Sayogi, and then they become yogis. So you are really going on service. For some souls who have to come because of your illness, you are being in that hospital under their care, they will be the surgeons operating on you, but then they will feel how elevated you are, and then they come close to Baba's knowledge. So think that you are going for Baba's service, not for because you are just to be operated upon. Similarly, when someone is in bed, even in the house or at the center, Baba says you think that you now have more time to practice meditation. Just recently when both the Dadis did not come to this place, where they are in their rooms, Baba said most of the time people came to visit them, to meet them, discuss with them, and they did not have much free time for just being concentrated in Baba's remembrance. And so they have got this opportunity. So this ill health is not ill health, it is an opportunity for self-improvement, for keeping silent, for going deeper into meditation, for having that power of mind, as Baba was saying. So think of that. And then Baba has been saying that you are settling your karmic accounts. Think of that. So on and so forth. So Baba has given so much. I have recounted only some of the points. If you think of those points, then you will not feel disappointed or dissatisfied that you are not able to do much because you don't have good health. The second is of age, for example. I said someone has infirmity or is of old age. Thinks that if he were young, he would be able to do service like Brother Ram Prakash, like other young people, but that he is an old person and can't do much. But Baba says old is gold. Shiv Baba also came into the body of an old person. Old person is an experienced person. And when an old person speaks from the experience, say it is by maturity I am speaking. I am not a child. I have seen the whole world. And I am saying it only after that. So when you say certain things, they will have credibility. So now why do you feel that you are old? So it has its own merits. One may be very small child, but innocence and that child age, we all say we are Baba's children. That in itself has its own merits. So we have to think in that term, then these are not the problems which should give us some kind of a disappointment. On the other hand, we become all the more happy. The other was the monetary status, that I don't have much money. I am not a multimillionaire. So I can't build up this. I want to build up a big center or do other kinds of service. But what can I do? I have so many thoughts, so many desires, good desires for Baba's service. But I don't have money. Baba says, I am Gharib Niwas. I love the poor. Even in the Bible it is mentioned, blessed are the poor. So if I am a poor person, my mind is not attached to so many worldly things. I am not money minded. I am not always counting money. I have this many notes and what more I am going to get. On the other hand, my mind is like a clean slate. I can just link it to Baba. And then Baba says, even if you give, a small money, that is equal to much higher in terms of money given by a rich man. Because if a multimillionaire gives millions of rupees, and if a poor person who has only, say, a few thousand in his bank, if he gives 1,000 out of it, it is equal. Because of sacrifice, because of intention, and all that. Similarly, the family members. Baba says these are the tests. They are putting you under test. If they were not criticizing you, if they were cooperating with you, then you would not be so much watchful of your own self. You would not be checking yourself. So if they do this, then you should on the other hand be more watchful. Think of your own state. Check your state. Similarly other things. Om Shanti. Thank you so much. Om Shanti. This forenoon I was asked to share my understanding with you of the process of transformation, self-transformation, with special reference to our deep-rooted sanskaras. The sanskaras which we find are difficult to transform or change. What is the method? What is the mechanism? How to achieve this task? Because this university is giving the spiritual education with one of the major aims being that we have to become divine or spiritualized or purified, which is what transformation is. So I thought that we need to understand in the first instance not only what transformation in real term is, so that we may be able to take notice of the fact whether transformation is really taking place and at what levels. And we may also understand what are the factors which facilitate this task and what are the factors which oppose, which work as resistance, so that we devise some ways whereby we can overcome that resistance and go ahead. Now, with this aim, in order that I may first of all be clear in my own mind. All of us are changing. The process of transformation through Baba's Murlis, through following of his Shrimat, through trying our efforts to become like Baba. We are all changing. The process of transformation is no doubt taking place, sometimes visibly and sometimes subliminally. We may not be aware of it. But this is what brings to us the happiness and brings us to this institution. So there is no doubt that the process is taking place. It may be taking place speedily or to our satisfaction, or we may think that we are not making good progress in this direction. But what are the factors that are working? If we are aware of them, then we may be able to make use of them at will. We may try to employ them to make this process speedier. So I jotted down some of the factors which to my mind are important. But before that, I thought that we should first of all know as to how the sanskaras are influencing our whole self. When, for example, I tell a person that by coming to this university, I have been able to know in the first instance what my real identity is, so that I say that I am a soul, a self-illuminous point, a point of light, sanskaras included. Now, how are the sanskaras playing their part? To what extent? In what ways? At what levels? How they are influencing me? In what ways? So, I thought that first of all I start with this. How the sanskaras influence, at what levels they influence. Now, in the first instance, it came to my mind that they influence our interests, our motivation, our choice. This is how the whole thing begins. If our sanskaras are good, we are interested in good things. We want to become good. We want to become divinized. We want to become spiritual. They help us in this direction. They motivate us. There may be many choices before us and we choose to become spiritualized, to be purified. So, one of the major areas which is being influenced by sanskaras is our interest. There is no human being without any interest. Only a dead log of wood may be without any interest. Living beings always have some interest. When you ask a person to come to a function this evening, the person says, I am not interested. You see. Or if he is interested, you need not persuade him much, he would certainly come. So what brings him to your function, to your program? His interest. In the story of Mahabharata, there is a character known as Duryodhana, one of the major actors in that drama, the story. You know, very much this knowledge dwells on Mahabharata. We are Pandavas, we are in Pandav Bhavan. And the opposite of the Pandavas was the Kauravas, that violent army, they say. In that story there is a character Duryodhana, who is the major devil among them all. You know, in a drama there is a hero and there is a devil. He is the devil, Duryodhana. And at one of the points in that story of Mahabharata, Duryodhana says, I know what is morality, what is not morality, what is immorality, what is amorality. It's not that I don't know, but I am not interested in morality. My problem is, I am not having any kind of inclination to be moral, to be that way. People are giving him discourses, his masters, his teachers. Duryodhana, you should not act this way. You are doing something wrong. He says, I know. It's not that I don't know. I am not ignorant. But I don't know what is the reason. There is something in me which does not motivate me that way. I am not interested. That is my problem. So unless and until we first of all understand the problem or the question, we cannot solve it. First of all, we must understand the question, the problem. Whenever a person nowadays does a research, he has first of all to confront himself what the problem is for which he is going to research. And in what way it will benefit. His research will be of use in which field? In what way? Because he will be spending human energy and money and so on. In what way it will be of benefit? So one of the reasons for changing our sanskaras is that unless and until we change our bad sanskaras into good, we will not be interested in things which will elevate us, which will ennoble us, which will give us bliss, happiness, peace. And when some people say we are not interested, that in itself shows that they are being influenced by their sanskaras. There is something which has happened in their life in the past, which has given them some deep impression in their mind. Religion is a bad thing. Religious priests, teachers, preachers are not good people. They are hypocrites. There is something, some idea in the mind which does not make that person interested in what you are saying. So one of the things we find the sanskaras influence in almost the whole of our life, every person in fact, is the interest, the motivation. Motivation is the major factor for action. Without motivation there cannot be action. You cannot separate these two. There cannot be any action without any motive or motivation. And you cannot change your behavior, your actions, your thought, your speech, unless and until you first change this, which it is the resource. It is from here that it is coming out. You must strike at the root, first of all. So the sanskaras are first of all influencing our motivation, our interest, our choice, and what I may say, our will. Every soul has a will. This is a sign of the soul. If there is consciousness, one of the major characteristics of consciousness is it has a will. Some people say we have a free will, others say no, there is deterministic world, we don't have a free will. Okay, but that's a separate controversy, but there is no denying the fact that each one of us has a will. Without will we could not act. And it is here that the sanskaras influence us. Now, when we want to do any action, we have first to will to do action. If we are unwilling, we are not like stones that somebody will pick us up and throw away or do with us. We as human beings, as conscient persons, have to act on our own. And it is the will which will enable us to become. So if we are not willing to become something, how can we become something? So this is something which is working as a resistance. Like they say in physics, everything lies to stay in a state unless and until it is moved by an external factor, by an external force. Now this is the first force which must move, so that other things begin to move. And we cannot therefore wish to become what we wish to become. It is because first of all we don't wish to become. They say you can make a horse to drink water, you can take a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. Similarly, you cannot give spiritual, because I am discussing it with two ideas in my mind. First is to bring transformation in ourselves. The other is to bring transformation in others. Because each one of us is supposed to do service to others. What do we mean by service? Service is mainly transformation. From Kalyug to Satyug, from Iron Age to Golden Age, from Tamopradhan to Satopradhan, from evil to virtue. So if that is what transformation is, and we are hands of Baba, we are supposed to do this kind of service, therefore we also have to be aware why something is not working. We are trying to transform some person, but no transformation is taking place despite best of our efforts and the efforts of that person. There must be something wrong. So maybe that it is because of this. The person is not inclined, has no wish, no desire. He has no motive. You know, we have a sculptor here outside, and what we find is that there are senses shown as horses, and on the horses is riding a person, and the person is driving those senses. We say this is the consciousness, the conscient person, the soul, and we say that it is the mind which uses all these senses, and we have to have the bridles so that we keep them under our control. So the man is riding the horses, or you can say the mind is riding the horses. But on the mind, this sanskara is riding that person. On the back of the horses is the mind, and on the back of the mind is the sanskara. That we perhaps forget. The sanskara it is which is controlling the mind, which again is controlling the senses. If you want the senses to be on the proper path, you cannot, unless and until the person who is riding, the force which is riding on the mind, that in itself also has been changed. It has become sublime. So that is where the transformation is necessary. When we say, I don't like this, I like this, our likes and dislikes, this is what I am saying by our interest. Very often we will say, I don't like to do this, or I would say, I would like to have this. What does it mean? It is actually my sanskara, which is expressing itself in the form of likes and dislikes. Now because of this, these different interests, motivations, choices, will, or likes and dislikes, we are working as a split personality. We are very often working as two persons in one body. Part of our mind sometimes likes something and the other part of it does not like. People say there are perhaps two halves of the brain, the right brain, the left brain. Right brain is saying something, left brain, the left hemisphere is saying another thing. The psychologists, the psychiatrists, they may say that I have a split personality. But actually what is happening is that this sanskara is splitting me into two halves. Maybe one half is perhaps sometimes more powerful, more forceful than the other half. It may be dominating. They say the left is perhaps dominating half part of the brain, but whatever. Now this is what gives us the split personality. And I want to say that in this respect, taken in this light, these sanskaras are like our psychological genes. They are like our moral and spiritual genes. Like they say, our genetic inheritance determines the colors of the pupils of our eye, our skin, our hair, our figures, our features, our physiology, our physical constitution, and all what goes with it. I would say that these sanskaras are they are working like genes. In the sense, in the first instance, creating our interests, likes, dislikes, hatreds, and inclinations, and so on. Physiologists say that in every human cell or in every living cell, there is energy being produced. They call it that part as the mitochondria, which produces the energy so that you are physically vibrant, you can work. Now, the sanskaras also do this, like chromosomes, like also the mitochondria. Either they are giving you the energy for certain kinds of action, or they become the depression, the depletion. They are either inhibiting you, or they are accelerating you, facilitating you, changing you. So, unless and until some people feel that there is low energy in them, no stamina, that what happens with AIDS? They have low, immunity, sort of thing. That kind of syndrome. Same helps when this happens. You may try your best to persuade a person that Kali Yuga is ending, Sat Yuga is coming. Dear brother, dear sister, now work for a change, try to change your nature and so on. But nothing is happening, nothing is moving. No effect on the person, it is because not interested. Or you can say they are like the visa granting embassies. You could not come to India unless and until you got the visa. First thing, the first requirement was that you get a visa. Then you could enter the land called Bharat or India. Similarly, unless and until the interest is there, you cannot be a spiritual person, you cannot be a yogi, you cannot transform itself. So like changing your likes and dislikes or choices or will is like obtaining the visa. for your spiritual transformation. So, the process of transformation will not take place. Your journey will not start on your path towards this goal of transformation unless and until you first of all obtain the visa or the ticket, you can say. Why I am giving all these metaphors and these similarities and parallels? Because we must first of all understand the importance of it. Unless and until we understand the importance or the urgency of the task, how important it is, we are non-serious. We don't work for it, make sincere efforts for it. Then how can we achieve it? So we must first of all understand we must have a clear picture as to what it is. Some people say we are on the horns of a dilemma. This is what creates the dilemma. Because you are interested, you are not interested. Sometimes you like, sometimes you don't like. You are not able to make up your mind and decide what to do, what not to do. To be or not to be, they say, is the question. And this arises from this. And when I say that it gives you a split personality or a dual personality, I think this is mainly responsible for hypocrisy. Almost all of the humankind is hypocrite, to an extent. We are all wearing masks, because there are certain things which we find social approval. There are others which don't find any social approval. And all of us have some negative sanskaras. We want to hide them, so that people are not aware that we are bad inside, that we have a dark side of us. And therefore outwardly we would try to show the opposite. Because we know that if we are wearing a sorrow face, people will come and say, oh, what happened? Why you feel depressed today? So therefore outwardly we say, Om Shanti. Inwardly there may be a struggle going on, but I just say Om Shanti just to hide, so that I don't want to reveal it, you see. Why? Because this rift is going on, my sanskaras are pulling me in one direction, my wishes, my other things, my motivation, other kind of motivation wants me to be happy. I want to be happy. But there is something which is pulling me in the opposite direction. Inside a struggle is going on. A Mahabharata is taking place inside, in the mind, in the Kurukshetra of our mind. And the Arjuna is giving up his bows and arrows and says, I will not fight. That kind of thing is going on sometimes because of this. And many Murlis of Baba deal with albelapan, carelessness. Carelessness is our major enemy. Baba says no one is your enemy, but then he says carelessness is your enemy number one. Because you cannot make your efforts unless and until you are careful, you feel concerned, you are serious, you think this is something which must be done. So carelessness is what kills our energy, stamina, our enthusiasm, our effort, our sincere efforts. And I think it is lack of interest, lack of will, lack of motivation which leads us to carelessness. Carelessness is the outer symptom, but underneath it the disease is the lack of interest. You don't feel hungry, you don't feel thirsty, how can you eat? You don't want any food for thought, any spiritual food, because you are not feeling for it. So if we just remove the influence of sanskaras from our interest, first of all, then you find that our efforts for self-transformation will be proportionately speedier. The more you are deeply interested, the more you are motivated, the more you like spirituality, the more is in you the enthusiasm. And therefore, to that extent, to that degree, are your efforts powerful. And therefore, more speedily you reach your goal. Therefore, have in mind, just watch, just be introvert and see whether your interests have now become completely freed from your body conscious sanskaras. Are you interested in something which was when you were interested when you were in body conscious stage? Or that interest has totally been wiped off, washed off from your mind. Now the second thing which develops from this motivation or likes and dislikes or interests is tendencies. Now when I was talking of interest, they are at the conscious level. I am interested, I am not interested. But tendencies are a natural thing, something of which you may not be even aware. You may not be even conscious. They are also similar to what likes and dislikes are. Yes, towards certain things you don't have tendency. Towards other things you have tendency or inclination. But you may be aware of it, you may not be aware of it. It becomes like reflex, mental action. So, either your efforts are hindered or they are accelerated, depending upon what kind of tendencies you have. Some people would begin to come to our classes, then suddenly they would disappear from the classes for some days, maybe for some months. Then again they would come. It is because they have two kinds of tendencies and they are not aware. So the first thing is that we must try to judge, try to see, try to be aware of what kind of tendencies we have and determine it for once for all. When Baba says, are you Nishchay Buddhi? Have you complete faith? Now your faith will not waver if your tendencies do not waver, if your tendencies have changed, if they have now become firm. So it is at this level that our sanskaras influence, and we must remove influence of our sanskaras from our tendencies. We should no longer have any negative tendency, but we should build up positive tendencies, constructive tendencies, not destructive tendencies, not inimical tendencies, but friendly tendencies, divine tendencies, not evil tendencies. Then another level at which the sanskaras play are our thoughts. They may be negative, they may be positive. At the unaware level, they influence our thoughts. They can be our psychological barriers, or they can be our accelerators of our efforts. If our thoughts, which are being influenced by sanskaras, if the sanskaras are negative, then there may be psychological barriers. There are things which are very clear, but we don't understand. Why don't we understand? I say, I have explained this to you, still you don't understand? And he says, no, I don't understand. What is it? Is his brain made up of some different material? You see. Or his soul is not a point of light but something different? You see. What is the reason this person does not understand? It is because of the psychological barriers. The sanskaras are playing different part, acting in a different way in different persons. So, you have to understand, otherwise you will also feel frustrated. Why is this person not understanding despite my best efforts? It's not understanding because of the sanskaras. So, what kind of sanskara is playing role in the case of this person? You must identify it. And later on I come to discuss as to how you can, use different factors for changing different sanskaras. So unless and until you first of all become aware, the thing is very clear, but this person is not understanding. It is because of the sanskara. One may be a pessimist, one may be an optimist in thoughts. It is because of the sanskara. So let us understand that the sanskaras at the thought level are the determinants of our actions. Because our actions are as our thoughts are. And our thoughts are as our sanskaras are. Partly, not wholly. To an extent, to some degree, our thoughts are determined. The quality of our thoughts, the content of our thought is determined by our sanskaras. And the thoughts determine our actions. So, how can we change our behavior and action unless and until we change the sanskaras, the thoughts? And how can we completely transform the thoughts unless and until we transform the negative influence on them because of the sanskaras? So, since actions determine our future, therefore sanskaras are partly determining our future via the thoughts, through the thoughts. By influencing our thoughts, either we are being lucky, making our fortune, or we are not making fortune. Why we are called by Baba as fortunate children? That we are lucky stars. We are fortunate. There is no one so fortunate as we are. It is because we have changed our thoughts. Therefore, we are sure that we will be lucky. We will be fortunate. Why? Because our actions determine our future. Since our thoughts are now becoming pure, our actions will be pure. And if our actions are pure, our future will naturally be bright. So therefore, Baba calls us lucky stars. You are fortunate children. You have come here to make your fortune. But each one of us is making the fortune number-wise. Why? Because some of them are changing their sanskaras, others are not changing their sanskaras. And by not changing their sanskaras, they are not changing their thoughts. And by not changing their thoughts, they are not changing their actions. And by not changing their actions, they are not changing their misfortune, not becoming completely fortunate. That is the genesis of the whole thing. And the thoughts are not simply only mechanical. The thoughts may work like thorns or they work like flowers. Every thought is either like a thorn or like a flower. You cannot tell me of any thought which is neutral. A thought would either be like a thorn giving you inconvenience, discomfort, a painful feeling, some kind of a hurt, feeling of hurt, some kind of a ill feeling, or it would be working as something, having a good or soothing effect on your mind. So every thought is either like a gem or it is like a piece of stone, like a kidney stone, which is painful. So if the nature of thought is like this, then it depends upon how our sanskaras are affecting us. Therefore, in many Murlis, Baba says, children, are you becoming flowers from thorns? Why does he say flowers from thorns? Because either your thoughts are like thorns or they are like actions. They are pricking on your side, in your heart. Every thought is like this. Either it is like a fire, which is giving you a burning feeling, or it is like water, which is giving you a soothing feeling. It is either like elixir or nectar, which is giving you energy, or it is like a poison. Thoughts cannot be neutral. They are either like a poison or like a nectar or elixir. Now choose whatever you want to choose. Who is a sensible person who would like to drink poison rather than nectar? If you have decided that no longer you will have the tendency to get poison, but you will have elixir or nectar, then you must purify your thoughts. And in order to purify your thoughts, you must purify your sanskaras. Because as I said, on the horse is the soul, on the sense organs which are like horses, there is the rider. And on that rider is this, another rider, you see, which is bridling it, the sanskara. The thoughts would either be creator or destroyer. Either they are creating your future or destroying your future. You are either making your fortune or marring your fortune. Now choose what you would. Think what you want to become. Don't think, therefore Baba says, there are some waste thoughts and there are some thoughts of fulfillment. So either they are like a treasure, they are like gems, valuable treasure, or they are destroying you. Thoughts are destroying you. Thoughts are destroying you. Thoughts are destroying you. Do we want thoughts to destroy us? If somebody comes and enters the hall with a gun pointing towards me, I will immediately run from this side to hide myself, because his gun is pointing at my forehead, not at yours, you see. So I don't want to be killed, but don't I know my thoughts are either killing me or they are either making my life worth living or making a hell of my life. So such is the nature of thoughts. Don't think they are ordinary things. They are powerful things, positively or negatively. And the sanskaras are influencing them. So you must change the sanskaras. Then the fourth thing, the sanskaras influence are our judgments. Sometimes we don't even use our sense or power of judgment, our faculty or ability of judgment. We are impulsive. One of the influences of the sanskaras may be that we are impulsive. We don't use our judgment at all. The other may be lack of clarity. This is how our sanskaras influence. we don't have clarity in our mind. What is right, what is wrong? They may cause confusion, our sanskaras. Many people will be confused. After listening to every Murli, they will say, this is not clear to me. That thing is not clear to me. There is a blurring of the mind. Like a blurred image, they have an image of everything. Or they give the prejudices, so that we can't make clear judgment. It is because our mind is prejudiced. Many people are rational, logical. They know the principles of logic, but they can't judge. Judgment-wise, they are blind. It is because their mind is prejudiced. They don't see the reason. Another thing, the other way in which our sanskaras influence us or our judgment is conditioning, or it may be indoctrination. So let us understand that judgment is like the balance. And if the balance is not working properly, how can we have all the balances which Baba asks us to have? Of love and law. Now here we should have love or law. If I am not able to judge, how can I have the balance? The whole balance will be tilted. Because the balancing machine, which can tell me the weight of a particular idea, ideas also have weights. People don't have yet found out the measurements of ideas, but the ideas also have weights. Don't they say it is a weighty idea? There is some weight in what you say. But how much weight it is, how much kilograms, they never say. But the ideas or the thoughts do have weights, you see. So, what I was saying was, if the balance is not, is that balance, the judgment is lost, then the balances are lost. And if the balances are lost, then everything is lost. There will be moral accidents. If our judgment is influenced by our sanskaras, there will be moral accidents. Like someone is going on the road, on the highway, at a speed, and another car from the opposite side is coming. He is not able to judge properly how much distance between the two when they will be running parallel to each other. And other things. If he does not have the proper judgment, there may be an accident, you see. Similarly, what does this person require? If I am not able to deal properly with a person, there may be clash of ideas, clash of personalities, accident so far our relationships are concerned. Very often at the interpersonal level there are accidents, emotional accidents. I may be speaking something which I should not speak, but I am doing it because I lack judgment. My judgment is blurred because of certain reasons which I mentioned. So, the judgment, in order that it may be clear, it may be perfect, has to be freed from the influence of the negative sanskaras, because it is influencing it. So up to now I have told you about 4 factors. The 5th one is our attitudes. These are being influenced by our sanskaras and also our outlook. You can say our spirit of being is being influenced by our sanskaras. They work like colored glasses. Why our attitudes are what they are? Partly because of our sanskaras. Like someone wears blue, green, light blue, light green glasses, and things like of the same, look to be of the same shade. So our attitudes are being colored by those colored glasses, namely the sanskaras. We cannot see the truth, the real thing in life, unless our attitudes are changed. A person may be good, but I may be influenced by jealousy. I do not see this person as good. I am taking notice of what is bad in this person. I would say, why you are praising this person? You don't know how bad he is. You see. Why I am saying? Because my attitude toward that person is this. Why my attitude is like this? Because of jealousy. He is my rival. You know. I want to outbeat him, to outgrow him. And because of that, I want to downrate him, degrade him in the eyes of others. My speech is like this because my thoughts are like this. My thoughts are like this because my attitude is like this. My attitude is like this because I am wearing glasses, colored glasses. And those colored glasses have been given to me by the optician, namely my sanskaras. You see. Those costly glasses, precious glasses I am wearing, keeping safely so that they may not break away. I have to use them. And they are influencing my attitudes. So we are seeing things as we wish to see them, rather than what they are. We are not seeing as they are, but we are seeing them as we wish to see them. You see. It is because of our attitudes. So these attitudes and these negative sanskaras are working like the cataract in our eyes. You know, the disease called cataract. Our eyes are open. They seem to be normal. A person is standing in front of me. Who are you? I am not able to recognize. It is because of the cataract. A person has a good potentiality. He can be a good helper in Baba's service. But I don't want to see him in that way. Because otherwise he gets prominence. Perhaps more than I have. And because of this heart burning, I can't see him. I don't recognize him. I say, but who said he has this potentiality? You see. How come, how you say he has this? Who noticed it? When did he play a role like that? I say this, give my opinion like this, it is because I don't see. Why I don't see? You know, whenever we talk to somebody, we say something, and after saying something we say, you see? You see? Didn't I tell you it will happen like this? You see? Every time I say, you see, because sometimes we do not see. You see? What we should see, we do not see. Why we do not see? Therefore we ask people. Why does, when Baba gave Murli, and after every, you see, I also say, you see. So Baba says, children, you understand? Children, you understand? Acha bache samjhe? Do you understand? Because really we don't understand. We say we understand. If we really understood, then we would not be here. We would have attained Karmatit stage. You see. Since long he has been telling us. But there is a mental blockage which does not make us understand. Similarly, we have eyes to see. But those eyes cannot see because of the cataract. Because of the color, which is given by our conditioning, by our indoctrination, by our bias, by our prejudices, by the way we have been thinking. And all this gives us not the reality, not the truth. We are not able to recognize it, not realize it, not understand it. So, if we have the proper attitude, then we have the proper insight. Because mind is what gives us the insight. And also the foresight. And also the hindsight. Why I am not able to see things as they were, as they would be, and as they really are? Because I lack either insight, or foresight, or hindsight. You are driving your car, but if you don't have a mirror to see who is coming from behind, then also you are lacking in something important. We must have all these three sides. The hindsight, the foresight, and the insight. We have to become Trikaldarshi in this way also. The past, the present, and the future. The future is the foresight, the present is the insight, and the past is the hindsight. You will become Trikaldarshi if first of all your attitude is proper. And it is being influenced by the negative sanskaras, therefore wash off those sanskaras. Now the sixth, being influenced by our sanskaras, is our interpretation, our understanding. Whatever you say, everyone is interpreting in his own way, understanding in his own particular way, depending upon the sanskaras. So much are our thoughts being influenced by our sanskaras that understanding of the same sentence, the same words, structured in a particular same way, are being understood differently by different people, being interpreted differently by different people. What makes the difference is our sanskaras. So why purity is required? Because we can really see things, understand things, feel things clearly and interpret them in a proper way. Take the case of the repetition of world cycle. Some people say, or the world drama, that this world drama acts in a preordained, predetermined or in whatever way. Some people say, if we have to come to the class, if it is in the drama, we will come. Why you worry? You see. We ask a person, we are not seeing you in the class for so many days, why are you not coming? Brother, you should come. He says, but it seems it is not in the drama. You see. So he is interpreting drama in a different way. And on the other hand, another person comes daily to the class, he thinks that drama repeats. And if I come regularly, then next kalpa also I will come regularly, after next regularly, after next regularly, and so on. He sees in that right. And that gives him a... Now this same thing, the repetition of drama, the predetermination, is building different attitudes, giving us different, because it is giving different interpretations. The same thing. You see. Therefore, we have to change this negative influence on our interpretations, our understanding. Whatever you read in Murli, try to read in a particular way, in the way Baba says it, not you understand it. You should understand the way Baba wants you to understand it. How Baba wants you to understand it. Then only you can say, Samjha. When Baba says, Acha bacche samjhe. It means the way he wants you to understand. Have you understood? Yes, literally you have understood, there is no doubt. Because you know the dictionary meaning of the words of what Baba has said. But have you really understood the way Baba wants you to understand? That is the question when Baba says, dear children, do you understand? When he wants to ask this. And you know that misunderstanding, when I was talking of understanding and interpretation, misinterpretation and misunderstanding, it is the god and goddess of war. All the quarrels in this world is because of misunderstanding, misinterpretation. No one, when someone do not understand each other properly or misinterpret someone, they may properly interpret the wording, but they may not properly interpret the feeling behind it. Suppose I say, hey you, now someone says, hold your tongue, why you talk like this? You see. Now I am saying in a friendly way, you see, in a happy spirit, just in that sense, and he thinks that I am being arrogant, not behaving properly, you see. Maybe he is not in a proper mood today. Earlier also I was saying like this, but he never minded. He never felt. And today he is saying, why you talk like this? You see, you should be respectful to everyone. Everyone has a dignity. You see, saying like this. So he understands the meaning of the words, but not the spirit behind it. The feeling in which somebody is saying something. The right understanding of the thing. Understanding works like a bridge between people. And misunderstanding causes all the trouble. It is the root cause of the major war. When you read history, people give so many factors which led to a particular war. Economic, political, social, cultural, militaristic, so on and so forth. But the basic thing underlying them all, you would find, which is being missed, is misunderstanding. There was some misunderstanding at some point between some people. Misunderstanding between personalities, clash of personalities who were at the helm of the affairs. And because of misunderstanding, misinterpreting. And this not proper understanding or misunderstanding is the mother of suspicion, which has led to cold war and hot war. You see, so many nuclear weapons were made at such huge a cost to mankind, which degraded the standard of living of billions of people in the world because of suspicion. Suspicion arising from misunderstanding, misinterpreting. And so much happened in this world. There was so much tension, so much of enmity, so much of bitter feelings, hatred because of this. Much of the negativity is therefore due to this. And this can be removed only when the sanskaras are changed. Like we say, purity is the mother of peace. Now this misunderstanding is the mother of suspicion, I was saying. Then another thing which the sanskaras influence, are our goals. What are our goals? They say all our life, all our actions, all our personality, all our behavior is goal-oriented. There is not a single human being who does not have a goal. Short-term goal, long-term goal. It may be a bad goal or a good goal. But everyone does have a goal. Some kind of an aim of life. Some kind of an object which one wants to realize in one's life. Otherwise actions are not, just all the actions are haphazard, unless until some person is mentally ill. You see. Every sensible person is working towards a particular goal, towards a particular end, aim. And if we have a goal which is what body conscious people will have, another goal which soul conscious people will have, what is making the difference is our sanskaras. Our sanskaras which make us body conscious, they give us that kind of goal, eat, drink and be merry. Drink a lot of wine. And who knows tomorrow will come, we'll survive or not. Today perhaps is the last day, tomorrow may be the doomsday. Who knows? So we think that way in a particular, having a particular kind of goal or lifestyle, depending upon the influence of our sanskaras. Then is our approach. The eighth is our approach. Even if we have common goals, two persons may have the same goal, same objective, but their approach, their strategy, their how they decide to attain that goal, that may be different. Again, this our approach, very approach is influenced by our sanskaras. I have to be quick because I want to finish. I'll try if I can. And then our methods and means. They are also being influenced, our modus operandi is also being influenced by our sanskaras. If we use good means or bad means, there are some people who say that means do not matter. We should have good goals, high aims. And in order to attain them, sometimes we have to adopt wrong means, doesn't matter. Because our goals are good, so far as they go. Others say, no, in order to attain good ends, we must have good means, like Mahatma Gandhi used to say. Means are as important as our goals. Now this again depends upon our sanskaras, how we want to do. Similarly, our lifestyle, our behavior. 10th factor is our lifestyle, where they are influencing us. Then 11th is our behavior, that is being influenced. Then our emotions and feelings, they are being influenced. Then our value system, the 14th is our value system. Whether we are materialistic or we are socialistic or we are moralistic or we are spiritualistic, what we are, all our value system. When Karl Marx gave his dialectical materialism or his dialectical interpretation of history, his communistic economic system, he also had a system of ethics, but that depended upon his own way of thinking, it was different. So this is also being influenced by our sanskaras. Then our relationships, whether we are humane or we are selfish, self-centered, whatever. Our relationship with others are also influenced by our sanskaras and also our dreams. So much is the influence of our sanskaras that many of them who do not find expression in our daily life when we are awake, at our conscious level, they appear, they manifest at the dream level. That in itself shows what kind of sanskaras we have. As we change, our dreams will change. Dreams are a sign whether we are changing, whether our sanskaras are being transformed. Do we see some kind of a violence, some kind of a hatred, some kind of a jealousy, or some other kind of a bad thing in our dreams? Then it shows those are still in us. Our sanskaras have not totally been purified. If on the other hand we have divine dreams, pure dreams, angelic dreams, that shows that our process of transformation is coming to its close, to its culmination. We are now being purified so much so that even dreams also have not a touch of negativity, of evil, of bad things. What are our thoughts, what are our actions, what kind of a person I am, its reflection is always there in our dreams. Now these are the 16 areas which are being influenced, as I said, by our sanskaras. Now what is the method of transformation? I come to this. Baba has been dwelling on this very often in the Murlis, and in one of the Murlis he said that we cannot transform ourselves, there cannot be any change, our sanskaras cannot change, unless and until we have first of all the realization. A bad thing is bad thing. This is first of all we must realize, and how bad it is, I must realize. When I realize it, then starts the process of transformation. So realization is the first. And I find from Baba's Murlis that there should be realization of 6 things in order that there may be transformation. When I say realization, what do I mean by realization? Realization of 6 things. One is loss and gain. By changing, what will be the benefit? By not changing the sanskara, how much will be the loss? If I become golden aged and go to golden age, how much will be the benefit? And if I don't change, what will be the loss? Whatever be the sanskara, if I don't change that sanskara, suppose someone has anger. By being angry, how he spoils his relations, how there is bitterness, there is enmity, there is bad feeling, how he cannot have meditation, so on and so forth. Any kind of sanskara, what is the loss if that sanskara is not changed? And if it is changed, what is the gain? So if you understand it very clearly, then it means you have realized the benefit of changing it. And when it is perfectly realized, then you will find it is so easy to give it up. The whole thing becomes easy when you understand how important, how urgent, how useful it would be to change. The other is the time, realization of time. Because this change in sanskaras has to be effected, has to be accomplished within a particular time frame. The time given to us is not unlimited. In Bhakti Marg, people say the whole process of transformation takes place in a number of lives. It cannot be in one life. But here Baba says in this last phase of the last life, at the end of this kalpa, before the world destruction takes place, within this constraint of time, you have to change. You have the sanskaras of past 63 lives. And all the sanskaras have to be changed within this period of time. This is the time constraint. So, if we just understand the enormity of the work, how much change has to be effected, to be accomplished, and how much time is left, then only we will speed up our efforts. Then only we can reach our goal of transformation. So, realization of the constraint of time. Therefore, Baba says time is very valuable. Time is frittering away. Children, time is slipping away. Children, very little time is left. Children, destruction is just facing us. We are near it. In so many words, in different ways, he gives us this awareness that time left is very little. And the process to be done is much more as compared to the time left. Therefore, the speed is to be done. And this realization has to be dawned. Then the other is necessity or urgency. As I said, loss or gain gives us a feeling of necessity. But apart from that, we cannot have a golden aged world. Our life dream cannot be fulfilled. After all, we cannot have happiness and peace. And in so many ways, it is necessary, it is urgent that we must do it. We have to understand it from that perspective. Then another is to realize our identity. We are children of God. How should be children of God acting? We are not animals. If Darwin says that we have some kind of aggression, he would say it is normal. Normal because we are descendants of apes, descendants of beasts. And he would say that this animalistic tendency is natural. This is what our identity is according to him. Man is a social animal, political animal, so on and so forth. But Baba says, no, you are not animals, you are divine. children of God, Lord Almighty, children of one who is the perfect, children of one who is Almighty and who is ocean of peace, ocean of bliss, ocean of love. So as His worthy children, how should be you? He is therefore giving us so many titles, which remind us of our identity. If our identity of being simply a point of light, namely a soul, were enough, the first lesson would be enough. Within the 7 days course, if we only knew our identity that I am a soul, not a body, the whole course will be over in 1 day. But no, Baba has been giving us this lesson after lesson. And in every lesson He gives us a new identity. Or you can say a new dimension of our identity, a new aspect of our identity, aspect of our personality, a new perspective of our existence. Therefore He gives us new title everywhere. When you find Baba finishes the Avyakt Murli, at the end of all Avyakt Murli He says, Meethe meethe, pyare pyare, sikhi lade bachon prit, to my sweet beloved children. And after saying sweet beloved children, He gives number of epithets, number of praising words. You can say number of titles. That my children are like this, like this, like this, like this. That gives your identity. So unless and until we know our identity, we don't feel inspired. What we are supposed to do. And we don't know our identity, then we cannot work. Therefore is the need of understanding our real identity. Not only understanding, but realizing our identity. Because our identity gives us a proper direction to our actions. And then repetition of drama. We must remember, if we put in our efforts this kalpa, we will repeat this kalpa after kalpa. So they have a recurring value. They have enormous value, infinite value. Our actions are not only for this life alone, they are for life after life, life after life. They will repeat endlessly, time without number. So there is enormous importance of our actions, because if we understand, realize this point properly, namely the repetition of word cycle, Baba does not give us any superfluous, any redundant, meaningless knowledge. Every point of knowledge which Baba has given us is very significant. And much more is this point of repetition. Children, I come, kalpa after kalpa. Last kalpa also I gave you this knowledge. You came to this knowledge. This time also you have come. It is sure you will go to golden age. Why? Because your drama will repeat. If drama does not repeat, you are not going to become a golden age deity, because last time also you didn't do this. But He says you did it, therefore you have come. And since you have come, you will go to golden age. Therefore He says, I assure you, I will carry you with me. I will not leave you behind. This is my promise. And why? Because this repeats. Therefore He knows it. He is sure of it. And therefore He wants to assure us. And we should therefore feel that if we do this action this time, we are assuring this action for times out of number. So how much is the value of our action? It's not a simple action. It is raised to the power infinity. Like any digit, any arithmetical digit, algebraic digit, number, raised to the power of infinity, how much it becomes. So our every action is raised to the power of infinity, when we take this concept of repetition in our view. Then is our place in the scheme of things. Who are we? Of course, this is a part of identity. But in this identity is our role, our place. Children, you are master creators. Children, you are lawmakers. Children, you are the pillars of golden age. So on and so forth, he tells us. Now, if we are to play this important role, if such is our place in the scheme of things, in this drama of life, in this world drama, what are we supposed to do? But are our actions, are our sanskaras according to what our role is to be? If our sanskaras are a hindrance and an obstacle, we must throw them away. Because this is the role which fascinates us, which inspires us. We have to play. It's an honor, it's a privilege. It's a great luck. We are lucky, we are fortunate that this important thing has been given to us. to create the golden age. We never thought people would say that we will go to paradise. Whenever anybody dies, he says such and such left for paradise or heavenly abode. How do they know? Whether a person went or not. But we are going, we know, because we have the explanation, we have the understanding, and we are doing our actions accordingly. But not only that, we are going to paradise, we are the creators of the paradise. Many others will go because we are creating it. So if such is the honorable role, then so should be our sanskaras. Naturally, it involves on us to change our sanskaras, because that is what will be that will be a hindrance in the creation of what we visualize, what our vision is, what we want to achieve. Now, one of the factors I was saying which forms the part of the method of transformation is realization. And then I said realization of these 6 things. 1, loss and gain, then identity, necessity and urgency, our place, repetition in drama and time. Then another thing is, Baba said, not only this realization, the second is dridhta, determination. Not only realization, but determination. You must have a strong will. Where there is will, there is way. You must have a strong will. Children, you must determine. At the beginning of the tapasya year also, he said, children, you must have a dridhta. I asked Mama once, Mama, there are 36 divine qualities, major qualities, major virtues, divine qualities. Which one is the chief among them? The prime, the most important, you may say. Mama said, but everyone is most important. If we don't have humility, humility is important. We must have sweetness, sweetness is important. We must have contentment, and must have introvertness. We must have purity. Every quality, every virtue is important. But she said, out of these 36, 2 are the most important. I said, here, this is what I want. Mama, tell me what are those 2? You see. She smiled, and then she said, you can say that these divine qualities are like the bridge. She gave this kind of a comparison of qualities to a bridge. For going across, for crossing this river of existence, worldly existence, on one side is the iron age, on the other side is the golden age. We require a bridge to cross. And these divine qualities are like the bridge, she said. And this bridge is there are 2 security officers, 2 watch persons, who are 2 guards, you can say, armed guards, who are protecting this bridge. They have been given the duty, because if the enemy just destroys your bridge, so what do the military people do? They have some targets when they attack a country. Their dams, and their bridges, so on. Their military establishments, airports, so on, radio, TV stations. They have some priorities. What should be their primal targets? Bridges being one of them. Now in this case, the enemy, the evil forces, want to destroy your bridge. Maybe of humility or contentment or whatever. They want to destroy this. And these 2 virtues are the protectors, security officers, or guard persons, you can say. Who are those 2? Who are those 2? Those 2 virtues. Mama said one is determination. Determination. Dridhta. Unless until you are determined to achieve all these virtues, you cannot achieve them. So the first thing is you must feel determined. Yes, you are going to have all these virtues to 16 degrees. If your determination, your will becomes weak, then the bridge becomes weak. If your determination is destroyed, the bridge is destroyed. One security officer is gone. So this is the determination is one of the most important. And the second she says, watch yourself. Keep the chart, as Baba says. Examine yourself. Just to see whether you are progressing or not progressing. So these are the 2 watch persons, the determination and checking, you can say. Self-checking. We cannot keep our chart unless and until we do the self-checking, which is self-introspection. We cannot do that unless and until we are introvert. So, very often Baba has been laying emphasis on our chart. So Mama said, determination, whether you are making progress or not, check it. Whether your bridge is alright or not, you must check it. When we pass when we go to the airport, before we board, there is security checking. You see, they see whether we are carrying some weapon, something which is dangerous. Because things like that have been happening. So there is security check. Go in for security check. However honorable a person you may be, you must go in for security check. You see. Security is one of the important things. Similarly, for this bridge, security is important, and that security can be confirmed by checking whether your progress is alright, you are having strength, moving from strength to strength, and so on. So these two are, she said, important. And therefore Baba gave the second point for transformation after realization is determination. Then there are other points. One is the Shrimat. Unless and until we follow Shrimat, which is very, very important, most important, that gives us what change means, where we have to change, how we have to change, what change has to be affected. And then constancy, effort first of all. Now actually all these factors need to be dealt with separately at length. What is effort, what is Shrimat, so on. But many classes have been given on these, therefore I am not dwelling at length on these. But I was saying one is Shrimat, the other is effort, without just dwelling in detail about what kind of efforts, what are really the efforts. Then constancy, because if you just make effort, then you give it up, then make an effort, then give it up, it weakens, it loses its strength. So you must make it a constant effort. Then it accelerates, it gets speed. And follow Bap Dada, become Bap Saman. In your efforts, you must keep the image of Baba before you and try to follow him in your life. That brings transformation. And tapasya, most of all, which is the most important, tapasya. How it changes our sanskaras, again, needs to be dealt at length. Another is, keep yourself busy with positive things, with service, churning of Murli's points, and other things, positive things. Be creative, so that the negative sanskaras would not find any chance to express, to become manifest, and thereby they will lose their strength. They will die out, phase out. They will weaken. That is one of the ways you don't attend to them. Then you have to get inspiration. Inspiration is one of them. When you listen to others' experiences, what efforts they are making, how they are changing. When you have such kind of classes where people give you their story of the thing as to how they affected the change in their lives. So you get another idea. It's inspiring. But apart from this, Baba has been mentioning two others, which are not very good means, but sometimes they bring change in us. One is the circumstances. Sometimes the circumstances are such that we are compelled to change. We feel we must change, otherwise we cannot pass out of the circumstances. But Baba says, if circumstances change you, if you do not change at your own will, by your own efforts, then this gives you less marks. Because this you did not do voluntarily. You were compelled, you were forced by the circumstances. But since you have changed, you get the credit, because you changed ultimately. But you change under compulsion, So you do not get those high class marks as you would change by your own efforts, by understanding it, realizing it. So sometimes the circumstances are such. You must behave, you must show love, you must be sweet. You don't want to be sweet on other occasions. People have been telling you to be sweet. But here is a circumstance, so that if you are not sweet, then your own life is in danger. Or you may spoil your own efforts. You can't achieve what you want to achieve. So you are trying to be sweet. And by trying to be sweet a number of times, you become sweet in the process. You see. So, but that is due to the circumstances. Majburi ka naam Mahatma Gandhi hai, sometimes they say. And another thing they say is ठोकर. ठोकर. Baba says ठोकर से कुछ बच्चे ठीक होंगे. By accident. Sometimes we learn by accident. A driver does not learn when he is given coaching in a driving school. Sometimes he does an accident. And after that he becomes wiser. So in our life also sometimes there are accidents. And after accident we understand the importance of something. We realize. So that also is a means which brings transformation. But it is not a good means. Therefore these two means, circumstances and ठोकर, Baba says. Accidents. By meeting such kind of critical things, stages, there may be some change, but it is not that, it does not give you that credit because you changed after losing something. Someone's leg is fractured because of an accident and now he is a cautious driver. Of course he has learnt to be cautious and to keep the speed within limits, but he has lost his leg, Already there has been an accident. So it's not creditable. Now, we find that there are three means of transformation. These are the factors which we can make use in transformation. And one of these, I would say, facilitatory, which facilitate or accelerate, facilitate as a matter of fact, which facilitate our transformation. These are the positive factors. The others are the inhibitory factors. They inhibit, they stop our negative sanskaras. So one is the inhibitory, the other is the facilitatory. And the third is the transformatory. So I would like just to mention those to you without giving details of them. And I would be able only to talk of the facilitative factors. One is love. There are 17 or 16 factors which bring transformation. One is love. The other is sympathy. The third is vairagya. Pardon? First is love. Why love? When Baba says, you are my sweet, my loving children, we love Baba. Therefore we obey Baba. Baba says, Preet buddhi and vipreet buddhi. Those children who love Baba and those children whose intellect is against Baba, opposing Baba. So when you love Baba, the process of transformation takes place. The more you love, the more rapid is your transformation. Baba says the proof of love is becoming Baap Saman. If you really love Baba, then you should become Baap Saman. Otherwise your love is not that deep, that intense. So I was saying that love is one of the process, the factors of change. The more the love you develop for goodness, for virtue, for truth, for spirituality, for Baba, for all these things, the more is transformation. This is what I mean by love. But I said I am not explaining them because I have to close by, pardon? Then you will understand it in your own way. Okay, then today I just deal only. Okay, then I deal only first of all with love. You see. One is that actually the process of transformation is the transformation of love. The transformation is no transformation unless the emotion of love is changed. Because this love is becoming ignoble because of sex lust. People call it a love story, a love drama. Without knowing this is not love, this is sex lust. This love has become deteriorated, degenerated, debased, evil. Love is a divine virtue. Love is something pure. Love is something good. Even selfishness is love. But it is left for the self. So you can't change the sanskara of selfishness unless and until you change your love, the element, the emotion of love. If this love becomes directed towards Baba, towards service, towards sacrifice, towards doing something great, to being creator, so on. If this sentiment or emotion of love is sublimated, then there is transformation. This is what is transformation is. Sigmund Freud said that everything is due to cupidity, libido, he said. The sex urge. Everything is followed by it. He made sex urge as the central point, forgetting actually that this is what is happening in the Iron Age because of body consciousness. The actual thing is the love. Since that love has been colored by body consciousness, it has taken the form of libido. And this libido is now what is motivating people to bad actions. He has tried to explain all human behavior, including the dreams, in terms of libido. The sex urge, the sexual energy, you may say. But actually it is degenerate love. So this transformation of love has to take place, and this can be transformed only when you direct it to God, to Shiv Baba. And how can you direct it to God, to Shiv Baba? By transforming all your relationships. Because love finds its manifestation in the form of relationships between brother and sister, between mother and child, between friend and friend, between a husband and wife. So love finds manifestation in these forms. Unless and until you think that all your spiritual relationships are with Baba now. Therefore Baba says, I am your child, I am your father, I am your friend, I am your companion, I am your mother, so on. If first of all you transform your love by directing it, by linking it to Baba, then all kinds of love is transformed. If even one kind of love is not directed towards Baba, that part of it remains unchanged, untransformed. You can change yourself totally when you manifest all your love through these all relationships with Baba. Then love becomes pure, transformed. When this becomes transformed, then you are, because all these complexes, all these syndromes, which even Sigmund Freud discusses, so many, and all these states of mind, melancholy, depression, so on, which the psychiatrists deal with, they are because of our love having been suppressed, depressed, compressed, or whatever. You see, it has become. Some people are drug addicts, others are criminals, others are having other kind of abnormal behavior, deviant behavior, because of this degeneration of love. So change your love, you are a changed person. Transform this love, you are a transformed person. And that can be done by linking your love with Shiv Baba. This is what yoga is. What is yoga? Yoga is the direction of your love or linking of your love with the Supreme Soul. If you do that meditation, it is tapasya. And by means of this tapasya takes place the transformation. We will deal with the rest, maybe if I find a time for the next class. Thank you. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Yesterday, I was discussing the process of transformation, and I said that it starts from realization. The deeper our realization and the more firm our determination, the speedier, quicker and easier is our transformation. And I said there are certain factors after determination which help us. Some of them I called facilitatory, the others inhibitory. There are two ways of transforming. One is that you stop the negative thinking. The other is that you start the positive side. Now, when you take up the positive side of doing things, it is facilitatory. There are certain points in our consciousness. If we touch them, they become activated and they serve as fountainheads of energy. They open the floodgates to our process of transformation. Whatever transformation is taking place, you will find it is because one of those spots, one of those points has been touched by any one of the points of Baba's Murli. So I was taking some of those points, and one of them which I mentioned briefly was love. Baba has said in many Murlis that when you first came to this spiritual institution, this university, or to this knowledge, it was love which first of all attracted you. that established some kind of a rapport between you and Baba. You first came closer mentally. So that gave you some kind of a receptivity. Your mind was then prepared to accept the teachings of Baba, to start your process of transformation. And Baba dwelt at length on this in many Murlis, that if someone is not getting transformation, what is needed is to bring him closer, mentally to open up, so that he can accept it. His resistance is no more there. So this is what is required. Love is the lever, it is the tool of transformation, the greatest tool of transformation. You may give many discourses, but the transformation may not take place. But your one soft touch, your feather touch of love may touch the mind so much, it may open up the person for transformation. So this, I was saying, is very essential. And I would say, Baba in many Murlis mentions that if you become molded, when you mold yourself, you become gold. But before molding, you have to melt. And it is love which melts. First of all, you have to melt a person in the furnace of love. It's not furnace in that sense, but because melting, the process of melting requires some kind of heat. Therefore I am saying this, some kind of warmth. That warmth of our behavior, our mental, spiritual warmth, will melt the person. And then, when that hard crust settled on the soul is broken, then the knowledge will pierce into the soul. Then transformation will take place. So first of all, in order to mold it into gold, you have first of all to melt it. And love is the thing which will do it. And Baba has been saying that love leads you to sacrifice. Even in worldly love, when someone loves a person, one is prepared to make every sacrifice, any sacrifice. You must have heard people saying, my dear, my darling, I can bring even the moon for you, if you ask for it. Now how can this man who cannot cross a hurdle of 10 feet can bring the moon? But it is just a way of saying that one whom you love, you can do anything, good or damn thing, for the person. So when you love Baba, then you are prepared to make any sacrifice. We find from the transformation of our sisters and brothers, that when Baba loved them so much, when they were touched by Baba's love, without expecting anything in return, Baba is loving us. He wants to give. There is no question of his taking anything from us. And when our mind really realizes he loves us so much for our own benefit, for our goodness, no one ever has given us so much deep love, intense love, which Baba is giving us, Bab Dada is giving us. Then, when in that spirit of love, when Baba says, children, wouldn't you do this? You love me. Then if I ask you to give up this, wouldn't you give this up? We at that very moment say, yes, Baba, why not? We will give it up. When you say. So, this giving up of sex, lust, anger, greed, all this process has been going on because Baba has given us love and he wants nothing in return. Baba says, I don't demand anything from you which is of value to you, but something which is valueless for you. Not only valueless, but something which is harmful to you. I ask you only to give up your thorns and get from me a cartload of flowers in turn. So it is the cheapest bargain, the best ever which we could make, which we ever could dream of. Therefore, when Baba says this with love, we say, certainly Baba will give this. So, this thing is very essential. And when Baba says, you are on the throne of my heart, we say to Baba in response, Baba, you are on the throne of our heart. When Baba is on the throne of our heart, there cannot be two kings on the same throne. Either the Maya will be in our heart as it has been for centuries, for decades, for millennia, 2 millennia and more, or Baba can be there, either Rama or Ravana, not both of them. Ravana must be destroyed when Rama takes the throne. So when we surrender our throne to Baba, Baba, you are now the ruler of my throne of my heart, and naturally we make the Maya leave that throne. It abdicates itself. So this is the process of transformation. You know perhaps the story of King Janak and Ashtavakra. King Janak was very much searching for higher spiritual experience. And in the first instance, he wanted self-control, control of mind. So it is said that he held a conference to which he invited great religious spiritual scholars. And he asked them, can any one of you in this court, in my presence, give me a method whereby I can control my mind? And that control of mind should take place within a very short span of time. And what was that short span of time? There were no clocks during that period. He said, suppose a person is riding a horseback. Now he puts his one foot in the strap, and then he puts the other one across the back of the horse. Now within this much time, just putting the 2 feet in the strap and sitting on the back of the horse, within this much time, can any one of you give me the ability to control my mind? He was asking everyone. Just at that point of time, entered someone whose body had bends at 8 places. Therefore, his name was Ashtavakra. Ashtavakra means whose body has twists and bends at 8 places. So he looked very ugly. He could not stand straight on his legs, could not walk. He was walking like an animal and just almost dragging himself on the ground to reach King Janak and to take a place and to accept the challenge. Just at that point of time, everyone laughed because he was so ugly, and his skin, his features were all twisted, many of them, at many places. So they laughed. Now he said, King Janak, I can accept your challenge. I will tell you the method whereby to control the mind and to transform yourself within the span of time which you have laid the condition for. And he also made a comment on the other religious scholars who were in that conference. He said, look, they are laughing. You ask them why they are laughing. They cannot give you that method. They are laughing because they see the twists and bends in my body. They are body conscious. They are cobblers. They are the sellers of skins. In our country, in our vernacular, they say a chamar hai. Chamar. Chamar means anyone, if someone is selling skins, whenever he sees a cow or a calf or a camel, he sees the skin. He values it in terms of skin. If I take the skin of this animal when it is dead and sell it, how much it is worth? So he is not seeing the animal, he is seeing the skin in terms of that value. So they are seeing only my skin, my body. They are body conscious people. So how can they enable you to be the ruler, the controller of your mind? These are chamars, he said. You see, one of the lowest castes considered to be the untouchable people. He said they are utterly body conscious. So how come you have invited these people and do you think that they can give you what you are demanding? I can give you. Then he said he had given the condition that if someone can enable him to control the mind, he would give him the whole kingdom. He said, O king, I don't want the whole kingdom. I just one thing from you. Because when you said you will give yourself and give your kingdom and serve the person who enables you to have control of mind, fulfill one condition. He said, what is that? I am prepared to do anything, give anything, but I am after a method which gives me self-control. He said, give me your mind. Can you give me your mind? You see, can you just give me your mind for 2 minutes? It was a difficult, very ticklish question. He said, after a brief pause, yes, I will give you my mind. Then he said, are you thinking at this moment? What are you thinking? The king confessed whatever thoughts were in his mind. He said, now you cannot think on your own because you have given your mind to me. Now you have to think what I say, what I ask you to think. Because your mind now no longer belongs to you. You are not the master of your mind in the sense, it is not your belonging. It now belongs to me because you have given it to me. So now you have to think only the thoughts which I ask to think. It is my instrument, no longer yours. So what you have to think? Think, I am a soul. I am a soul. I am light. I am soul. I am eternal. I am immortal. Have only these thoughts. And when he thought, he asked him, what is your experience now? Oh yes, it is self-control. Now that was the way, within that limited span of time, he was able to control. He gave him this method. So Baba says, you are Ashtavakra. This body is deformed because it is the end of the Kalpa. And compare your present body to the one which you had in the golden age. So we cannot sit straight, we cannot see straight, we cannot walk straight, you see. So we have many bends and twists. And we are Ashtavakra. It is said that Ashtavakra was the child of Shiva. It's a long story about his birth. So Baba says that he compares us to Ashtavakra. And to those who want the self-control, to King Janak, who want to become Videha, that is, without having the feeling of body, who want to withdraw from the body, to have a feeling of bodilessness. So Baba says, give this method to others. So when you give your mind to Baba, why you give? Because you love him. You say, Baba, I give my heart to you. Whenever many sisters and brothers from foreign countries send greetings to Baba on various occasions, the shape is of heart. Baba, I love you. And here they bring all the gifts, the cake and everything like the sign of heart, saying that we love you. It's a sign of love. So when you have given your mind to Baba, the symbolical meaning is that now your mind is no longer yours. So you cannot think as you used to. The negative thoughts, the bad thoughts, the evil thoughts. Now, since Maya has been dethroned and Baba has been enthroned, he has taken his place. So your thoughts cannot be the same. Otherwise you have not given your heart. You only making a show of it, not really given it. So Baba very often asked, you really love me? Children, do you really love me? We say, yes, Baba. So then he says, then why you have these kinds of thoughts? Why you say, Baba, we forget you? If you really, you shake your head in 180 degree, and then you say, yes, I love you, but still you love other people. There are so many images. After having given up the idol worship, there are so many idols in the temple of your mind. You are still worshipping. You are still idol worshippers. Baba says, have only me, my image. Then only you will be created in my image. So that is the way. The process of transformation starts with love. And when Baba says, beloved children, sweet children, and we say, Baba, sweet Baba, beloved Baba, you see. You may not even speak. You may only say, it means love. So when you love Baba as father, as mother, as teacher, as preceptor, that is why you celebrated the Valentine Day. What was it for? Because you said Baba is our beloved. We love Baba. So you celebrated Valentine Day. And Baba gave so fascinating, so precious Murli on that day. What does it mean? How we should have love. Whatever the circumstances, any love story tells us that the lover crosses all the hurdles ultimately to meet the beloved. Any story, any poem shows this, that anyone who loves really is victorious because one has got that will, strong will to conquer all the obstacles in the way to attain the beloved. So Baba said that day when we celebrated that Valentine Day, I was here at that time, that then you cannot make any lame excuses that it was because of this reason, that reason or the other reason. Nothing can stand in your way. Your love will shine. And when Baba says, children, my sweet children, I will take you on my shoulders. I will take you on my eyelashes. I will take you across this whirl of the ocean of vices and sorrows. And how he says, what are his gestures when he says, look into his eyes. listen to his words carefully, and feel the vibrations which he gives at that time. He reassures us again and again. Don't worry, whatever you might have done in your past lives, I take all the responsibility on me. Is there anyone who can accept our whole responsibility of our so many lives? When he assures us in such words, then our mind is overwhelmed with the feelings. Here is the one who really loves us, and we want to make sacrifice. Like the moth on the flame, we want to sacrifice ourselves. And then the transformation does not appear to us to be difficult. So love is the real thing. It is the real magic which can transform us. The rod of magic which Moses had to transform people. This is the rod actually. So therefore I was saying that Baba very often asks us, when we say we love Baba, love in all these relationships. Friend, philosopher, guide, teacher, preceptor, mother, father, and all. Love in all these relationships. The more our relationship is intense, intimate, loveful with Baba, all these relationships, the multidimensional transformation, the all complete transformation then takes place without much efforts. And Baba says, Muhabbat. Love is a good word, but Muhabbat has a special connotation. Muhabbat, when you have love, so that with the feeling of sacrifice, overwhelmed with love, your mind is overflowing with love. There is not even a point, a drop, which can accommodate the drop of love for someone else. That overwhelming love, the cup of your love is overflowing with the love for Baba. When that much Muhabbat is there, that love is there, then Baba says the transformation will really be very, 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 very easy. Then the other thing which touches us, touches our mind, which Baba makes use of for our transformation. The other lever of transformation, the other factor which brings transformation, the other point where there is the source of energy which spurts out when Baba touches it with certain points in Murli is sympathy. Just as we have love, it is natural in us. The only thing is love is to be transformed. It is to be redirected. It is to be sublimated. When you do this process of sublimation, transformation follows. Similarly, the other sentiment in us is, which is natural to every human being, is of sympathy. You always have sympathy for one or the other. There is no human being who is like a stone, who hasn't got any sympathy for any being, on any occasion, under any circumstances. Everyone does have a chord of sympathy. That is to be stirred. Baba touches that chord of sympathy in so many ways by giving so many points in Murlis. For example, sometimes he says, children, don't you listen to the wails and weepings, the cries of the bhaktas. They are crying, they are peaceless. You are the gods and goddesses who are worshipped in temples, and they are praying to you for peace, begging for it, with a begging bowl in their hand. Give us peace. O Devi, O Shakti, give us peace. Or any one of other images of yours, they go to temples, wake up the whole night, praying, crying, spending so much of time and energy. So, don't you feel sympathy for them? Can you sleep? Children, can you really sleep? Sakar Baba used to say, I cannot sleep, because their cries and wails come to my ears. I feel I am called upon to do something. So I cannot sleep. One of the sisters in our center in Shakti Nagar, Sister Chakradhari, who is now in Russia, she once came here to meet Bab Dada in Madhuban. That was way back in the 50s. And she met Baba in the morning to say good morning. Baba said, children, did you have good sleep? She said, yes, Baba. In order to please Baba, because one who is the host always feels concerned for the comfortable sleep of the guests. And since Baba had asked, there were others also with her, Baba asked, did you enjoy a good sleep? She said, yes, Baba. Baba said, but could you sleep? How could you sleep? Children, how can you sleep? You see, she did not expect this kind of thing. You see, Baba said, you children, can you really sleep? So much people in the world, my children, are crying. Can a mother sleep? When she listened to the wails and weepings, the sound of weeping, the crying of the child, she cannot sleep. Even a small movement of the child in the bed would waken up. The mother feels concern for the well-being of the child. She may be sitting in one room. The cry is coming from the third, fourth or fifth room. She can recognize the cry of the child. This is my child. There may be another child crying, but this is not my child. This is the other lady's child. But this child is mine. She does not just put on the shoes or the socks. She just runs to where the child is. Even when there is fire, she may like to save the child rather than herself. And you are the world mothers. And can't you sleep when your children are weeping? They are crying. And you can give them something only. You can give them peace only when you yourself are peaceful. And how can you be peaceful unless and until you are free from the negative thoughts? So first of all, you must free yourself from the negative thoughts, because you are called upon to share your peace with others. You are the lucky ones, the fortunate ones who are able to meet Bab Dada, to have his inheritance, to recognize him. When you get so much from him, are you selfish? Why don't you share it with others? And have you lost your sensibilities? Are your sensibilities dead? Can't you listen? Are you deaf? Can't you listen to those bhaktas who are crying and say, Devi, Shakti, Durga, Shitala, Santoshi Ma, so on and so forth? Give me peace. Please give me peace. Real peace. Just even for a split second, give me real peace. So much disturbed they are, so that they want to commit suicide. And you are here eating tolis and sleeping. You see. You see. It is because I don't mean to say that from tomorrow morning when you go out of the class, you should not accept toli, otherwise he will blame me, you see. Accept your toli, that is your birthright. But have sympathy for those people who are crying for it. Because toli will give you energy. You feel more peaceful when you get toli. I know that. So you can share more peace after getting toli, but if you like, you can share toli also with them. Okay. So Baba says, you are spending much of the time and energy on yourself. You are not able to stand on your own legs. Always you say, Baba, we have this problem, that problem, or the other problem. So how will you serve others? You must be ready. In no time, don't spend much time on yourself, because you have to do much service. There are millions whom the message has even not yet reached. They do not know Baba has come. Baba says, they are all my children. And when a father has a festivity in his house, he invites all the children. It's a good occasion, a festivity in the house. All of you, please come. Come one, come all, welcome. And if he does not send invitation to any one of the children, they complain. They say, Father, perhaps you no longer love us. No, child, I love you. Then why did you not invite? I invited you, but perhaps the mail did not reach you. You see. But perhaps you sent late. You were late in loving us. You see. But in this case, the message has even not reached millions of people. So Baba says, it's not that I would be going and reaching all the people and giving the message. It's for you, children. So you must give the message. So how can you just do this unless and until you are moved? Your mind is moved. You have that kind of softness of mind, sensitivity. You feel concern for your brothers. That question was, am I the keeper of my brother? Yes, Baba says you are certainly the keepers of your brother. You must give the message to them. And that can be done only when sympathy is there. And when that chord of sympathy is activated, that is touched, then you feel that you must change yourself. It's no longer that you should waste time on yourself. Then there is another way of rousing sympathy in our mind. When I, for example, came first in the institution, one of the very first letters which I got from Baba, Baba said, child, would you not help Baba? in the task of creating the golden aged world. I said, I am a small child, fit for nothing. I don't know anything at all. And he is almighty. And even if it is Brahma Baba who is writing this letter to me, he is the first among the human creation. And just see his humility. He is asking me to help him, to cooperate with him. It's an honor, it's a privilege, actually. But this one thing, by saying just this one sentence, writing this one sentence in his letter, he touched my chord of sympathy. Certainly, Baba. So I slept at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock after midnight. Because at that time there were only 4 or 5 brothers, dedicated brothers in this institution. Very little number of sisters and brothers who were working whole time for the cause of this institution. Lot of work to do. But this one sentence which touched my center of sympathy. Yes, it is for a noble cause. Baba is asking me to help him. Actually, he is helping me. But it is a way of saying, would you not help me? And he wrote in Hindi, is बूढ़े बाबा को मदद नहीं करेंगे? Wouldn't you help this old man, this old father? You see. So that image I could never forget. Every time the thought will be, बूढ़े बाबा को मदद नहीं करेंगे, बूढ़े बाबा को मदद नहीं करेंगे, बूढ़े बाबा को मदद नहीं करेंगे, बूढ़े बाबा को मदद नहीं करेंगे. You see. Wouldn't you help this old father? You see. Wouldn't you help this old father? I could not sleep. I would wake up. Wouldn't you help this old father? You see. Yes, Baba, certainly I would help this old father. Just this one sentence brought me to this. Because I had a tendency to serve others. My life is not for me only. I should not be selfish. I should do something good. I should feel concern for others. And he touched. Baba knows everyone. He touched my this center. And all that energy came up to help. And then Baba says, you are my hands and my arms. My hands and my arms. Now if as hands and arms we are not efficient, not worthy, not good, then what is our worth? What are we? What for? This again is touching that center of sympathy. That you have to help me. Arms are for helping, for aiding. And for that purpose, we again are roused to help in this task. Then Baba again says, he gives us a title. You are Dani and Mahadani and Vardani. You give gifts. You bless others. And this again therefore touches that center of sympathy. So, one I said is love. The other, which is the center, by touching which, by rousing which. Like they say, there are chakras in Kundalini, you know. This center, that center, you have to awaken these centers. Perhaps some of you might be knowing what they say. Those who are after awakening Kundalini, they say there are many psychic centers, many plexes. You have to awaken them. And ultimately your Brahmarandra, your highest, your top is awakened. So that you get so many spiritual powers. Actually these are the chakras. I gave you one chakra, the other chakra. They tell of 8 chakras, I am telling you of 16 chakras. Your Kundalini will awaken much more than what their Kundalini is awakening. So another one is self-respect. Self-respect. No one can be transformed unless and until his self-respect is roused. It is awakened. It brings lot of change in a person very quickly, very easily. If you just awaken in him the sense of self-respect. Because people have lost confidence in themselves. They think they are worth nothing, fit for nothing. They have no value because they don't recognize themselves. Many people saying that since the fall of Adam, we have inherited that sin. We are all sinners. There is so much of load of sins on our head. So, with that kind of a feeling of guilt, of shame, they think we are fallen beings. So, then what do we mean to say? That we have to go on falling further. Or who will awaken us? But Baba awakens. His way of transforming is very different. It's not that you just go to the church and confess, my Lord, you see, I am a fallen being. Not this kind of confession, you see. Just prostrate yourself on the ground and with a shakiness in your throat you just begin to confess. That is not enough. You must change. Where your self-respect? If really you are ashamed of what you have done, then get up. Do something great and good. As was the morning song, be good. Bano mahan karo kalyan. Be good. Do something good. Great. You can do it. You have that potential. You are the children of the divine. Why don't you realize this? This is the first thing you must realize. Otherwise, just by confessing every time and again, I am a fallen being in so many ways, by music, by playing the guitar and so on and so forth. You see, as we have all this paraphernalia of worship, it is not leading us any further. We are where we are stuck up, where we are. So, self-respect. And Baba says you are Brahmins, the topmost class. Those who are mouth-born children of Brahma, brain children of Brahma, created by Shiv Baba, the highest. Who is your seed? What cannot you do? You are Master Almighty. Recognize yourself. As Vivekananda said, arise, awake. So you have to arise, awake. But he simply said arise, awake. How to arise, how to awake? How can we become awake? Because when we realize who we are. So therefore Baba first of all touches this center of self-respect. Everyone in fact has self-respect. I have not seen even the meanest of the mean who does not have a little bit of self-respect. He would only be a dead corpse who does not have self-respect. Because there is at least an iota of self-respect in every human being, because all of us are after all descended not from apes, but from God. And since we have descended from God, therefore self-respect is there. The only thing is it is to be awakened. I have seen so many laborers who are paid only a pittance. When you talk to them in a rough language, they say, Babuji, dear sir, I have sold my time, not my self-respect. Here is the work I don't want to do. Pay me or don't pay me, I am going away. After all, when I come to you for work, because you are paying me, I have sold my time, my energy. For 8 hours you have to pay me this much. But I have not sold my self-respect, mind you. I have seen even such people who wearing very dirty, shabby clothes and charging very little for their hard labor and talking these words. Even any person, any beggar also. If you just address a beggar in a different way, he says, Babuji, bolo to theek tarah se. Dear sir, if you don't give me any coin, at least speak nicely. You see. Even he says that. You may not put anything in my bowl, I don't mind it. But don't hurt me. What do you mean by hurting? There is a center of self-respect. I have an individual dignity. That is my human right, the first human right, which is now being recognized by all the people in the world. Every individual is a dignified human being. You must treat him like that. It is not like a carrot or a brinjal you are treating. It is a human being. Where is the human dignity? Why? Because all are descended from God. They don't know where from comes the human dignity. So that self-respect is there. It is to be awakened. And Baba says it in so many words. And one of the ways Baba says is, you are Brahmins, the highest. You are mouth-born. The Brahmin is very, very different from a Shudra. People are talking about the caste system in altogether a body-conscious way. They say he is a low-born, therefore Shudra. Anyone who is born to a scavenger, for example, they think he is a Shudra. Baba says no. That is not the way. That is not the basis of classification. Anyone who is the meanest, who does sins, whose thinking is negative, who is the vilest, who is totally in the grip of the evil, he is Shudra. But you are the high-born. Brahmin is called high-born because Shiv Baba is the highest and Brahma Baba is the next. So you are born through the mouth of Brahma. Shiv Baba gave you the birth. Therefore you are Brahmins. It is not like Brahmins to do like this. You should act like a Brahmin. So when you recognize your this identity, you have a self-respect. What should be my actions like? You are going in a train, you are working in some office, you are meeting some people, talking to them. You are aware. You belong to someone who is the highest. How should your speech be? What should your words be? How should you address people? When an ambassador meets another ambassador, he says, Your Excellency. He speaks like that. When someone meets a king, he says, Your Highness, Your Majesty. So our way of speech should be royal. Because we belong to the highest, the noblest that can be ever. So that gives us that kind of a feeling of self-respect, who we are. Baba says, you are my ambassadors, you are my messengers. You are the would-be princes and princesses. How should your behavior be? On the other hand, we previously did not know this. We thought we are ordinary people. We are nowhere. We are not worthy of being counted. Because our views, our opinion, our action doesn't matter. It has no value. You see, we have only the subsistence value. We have only the existence value. We exist simply, that's all. And Baba says, anyone who is royal, you are royal. Purity is royalty. Since you are pure, you are royal. Since you are royal, you should be pure. He takes it both ways. And a royal person, suppose a prince is going along the road for a morning walk. Something is lying on the road. It is shining like a piece of gold. Will he pick it up? No. He is royal. He has treasures full of gold. He is supposed to be not looking for these bits and pieces. His mind should be above all these things. So should your mind be, because you are royal. A Brahmin does not touch anything which is lying on the dirty ground, however precious it may be, because after that he becomes spoiled, he becomes polluted. Thus goes the tradition, thus goes the saying, the belief. So you cannot allow the negative thoughts, the bad thoughts to enter your mind and to touch you. They say Brahman believed in untouchability, that Shudra cannot touch a Brahmin. Now Baba says this kind of untouchability, that a bad thought cannot touch your soul. A bad thought is the Shudra. You as a soul are the Brahmin. Your bad thought should not, your bad sanskara should not touch, your bad habit should not touch yourself, your soul, which is now Brahmin because you are reborn. You have taken a new birth. And you are twice born, as they say. Brahmin is said to be twice born. One, you had physical birth, now you have the spiritual birth. You are twice born. And after becoming twice born, you should be in your proper shine, proper shape, proper purity, proper format. And you must not allow any bad, evil thought to touch your soul. That is what is meant by saying that the Shudra should not touch the Brahmin. If Brahmin is touched by a Shudra, it is said even if the shadow fell on a Brahmin, Brahmin would go and take showers, take bath, change his clothes. Now this is what is meant here is that if any negative thought has touched your mind, read some Murli. Try to purify yourself. Sit in meditation. This is the shower, this is the bath which we should take. To purify, to cleanse ourselves again and to be purified again. But people have interpreted everything, all these things in gross terms. Then, in another way, Baba says, you are a lion. You are a lion. You should not behave like a lamb. Because when some people are afraid of doing something, of saying something in straightforward ways, Baba says, oh, why are you afraid? You are a lion. You are, as Shaktis, riding on a lioness or a lion. Shiv Shakti. You are Shiv Shakti. And Durga and Kali and all these are shown by the artists or the sculptors to be riding on the back of a lion, to symbolize, to connote this fact that they have the courage, the boldness, the power, the spirituality, that kind of valor in them. So that is what you are supposed to have. Why you behave like dumb-driven cattle? Some of them saying, I want to come to the class daily, but My husband does not allow me. I want to come to the class daily, but my father does not permit me. I saw a lady who just bolted the door from outside for her husband. The husband could not come out. I thought that the wife is the husband and the husband is the wife. You see. Actually, opposite of it. What does husband mean when you say it is animal husbandry, for example? What does husband mean? Actually, in this male-dominated world, a husband was supposed to dominate the female. In our country, when Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister, there was a saying that Indira Gandhi is the only male in the cabinet, you see. All others are the females. Because she behaved like that, you see. So I am not talking from that background. What I am saying is that we should have the self-respect. After all, what we decide, what we understand, what we value, who can prevent us from this? Whether it be a vagary of nature, or it may be any obstacle put by any human being, or by any of our own inner thoughts, nothing can stand in our way. We must go to the class. No one can hold us back from getting that treasure of gems which we find in Murli daily. Similarly, in other efforts, whatever effort we want to do, some people would say, we want to give up the non-vegetarian food, we want to give up drinking of alcohol, but what can we do? In our family, the wife prepares the non-vegetarian food, so we have to eat, you see. So are you a drum-driven cattle? Somebody just thrust down your throat? Why you open your mouth? If you don't have that much of power to eat whatever you like to eat, why you are living after all? I can't understand. You are living under somebody like a donkey is ridden by somebody, you see. Someone is riding on the back of the donkey. If that is my kind of life, I would like to die rather than live a donkey life, you see. Live like a lion if you want to live. Otherwise, don't be a donkey, you see. Some people say we should have tolerance, but donkey has a lot of tolerance, I suppose. Not this kind of tolerance, which is of a donkey. We should have tolerance. Tolerance is a virtue. But not the tolerance of a donkey. You may kick a donkey, you may whip a donkey, but it moves on. It obeys you. That kind of donkey-like tolerance is not the tolerance. It's not a virtue, it is a vice, I suppose. It is a seventh vice. 6 vices we already know, this is the 7th. Then, in order to rouse our self-respect, Baba says, you are the ones who are being worshipped in temples. This Lakshmi and Narayana, this Rama, these Shaktis. It is actually you. It is your past which is being worshipped. You are so great, you don't realize who you are in this ordinary body because this is the last of your life. But this was your Adi Swarup, your beginning. You once upon a time were like this, gods and goddesses, which are being worshipped in temples. In the names of the deities, people are getting something. They are having their livelihood. To them, they feel peace even in temples. So if you are not peaceful, you say, Baba, my mind is not stabilized. Again and again I lose peace of my mind. So people go and try to get peace from your idols, from your images in the temples. And you who are a living deity, a living god or goddess, you say, I am peaceless. What to say about this? It should not happen. Then another thing Baba says, you are very well known but unknown warriors. Unknown but very well known warriors. Just know yourself. Because you are unknown, because outwardly you have no weapons. You are not wearing any warrior-like dress. No guns you have. Not in a military jacket. But with medals and all those things, as a military person, Navy, Air Force, Army, different kind of costumes they have, the dresses. So, people do not know that you are a non-violent soldier of the highest kind of army, which is going to be victorious. But you are mentioned in all the scriptures as Shaktis who killed the devils, as Pandavas who defeated the Kauravas. There are no other warriors which have been mentioned in the scriptures. You have been mentioned in all the scriptures. And you are that. So you can change your sanskaras, transform your habits, You can win a victory over the evil because you did it before. And there is a mention everywhere that you achieved this before. You are therefore unknown and very well known warriors. If you talk to somebody and say, Major General Sir, now he thinks, when you say Major General Sir, he stands alert because that moves his spirit. Yes, I am an army man. Whenever an army man speaks, he says, I am a disciplined person because I am an army man. He has that awareness of having been a retired general in the army. So how he is supposed to behave. So what we are, as army under the command of Shiv Baba, who is our commander, what are we supposed to do? To defeat the forces at their ground, the forces of negativity, the forces of evil, provided we recognize. And sometimes Baba compares Brahmins to top knot, the highest. That is your real, you don't see here. I only touched here. I did not mean to show you that I have a top knot. Sometimes some hair are loose from here because they are not stuck up at their proper places. And some people I hear mentioning saying Jagdish Bhai still has a top knot. Not that, you see. But Brahmin class is top knot. Baba says you are top knot. Then again he says you are my really special children. Aap mere vishesh bacche hain. My special children. It's a great tribute which Baba pays to us. Shiv Baba, who recognizes, if he, the highest, speaks these words to us, for us, you are my special children. Baba cannot be untrue. Baba does not just say something which is just to please us, without any meaning, in a non-serious way, in a joking way. Not that. When Baba says you are my special children, let me realize my speciality. I am very, very special. And very often he says, out of tens of millions, I selected you. Out of tens of millions. That way you are special. So my acts, my speech, my thought, my habits, my sanskaras should therefore be special. By saying this, what he means to say is to awaken my self-respect. In some of the Murlis he says, I see you double crowned. I can see your future very clearly. You are my double crowned, double sovereign children. Now, Baba says, he is who knows the future. He is Trikaldarshi. I may not be able to see because my insight, foresight is not that much developed. But Baba knows everything. The past, the present and the future is very clear to him. And he says you are double crowned. Then as a double crowned child of Baba, how should my manners, my etiquette, my behavior, my thought, my speech, my lifestyle, my way of living be? Double crown. He also says you are angels. Angels. Very often when we used to read the fairy tales or the angel tales, we thought that we are human beings in flesh and bones, and there are another kind of a species, another kind of beings, another kind of life who can fly. But when Baba says you are the angels, so should we be, our lifestyle be like angels. Our speech, our actions should be according to that. And sometimes in some Murlis Baba says, know your position. Set yourself in your seat. Know your position. And all opposition will end. He just compares the position and opposition. The forces of nature opposing you, people opposing you, your own sanskaras opposing you. But all this opposition will cease the moment when you realize your position. And what is that position? I am a child of God. Who is the knowledge? Who is the ocean of knowledge, of peace, of bliss, of love? Who is almighty? That is my position. Let me position myself, and the opposition from the sanskaras will cease. All hostility, all resistance from the sanskaras would immediately stop. That is the way of transforming ourselves. So self-respect is another factor. Then another center which Baba touches through his Murlis is Vairagya, dispassion, Vairagya. Sometimes in the Murlis it is English translation, it is translated as disinterestedness. But I would say not disinterestedness. We are interested in the world. It's not that we are disinterested in this world. But we have dispassion, which is what Baba says is vairagya. Now, when we have vairagya, Baba says, then you will have tyag. Vairagya, that dispassion, not feeling so much attracted by worldly things. You are not moved, not tempted, not allured, not attracted, not pulled by the worldly things and persons. That is what vairagya is. And this vairagya automatically leads you to tyag. Baba says unlimited vairagya. Behad ka vairagya. Not vairagya in a limited sense. Not that you feel disinterested or you have dispassion for only certain people, but for the whole world. You are not attracted. It no longer fascinates you. It no longer charms your mind. You are no longer pulled by the worldly objects. Your senses are not attracted by the worldly objects. That kind of vairagya. He therefore wants to awaken that feeling of vairagya in us. Now how he does that? One of the ways of doing this is, Baba says, it is whatever is there in this iron-aged world. It is moth-eaten. It is moth-eaten. It is rotten. It is rusty. It is degenerate. Why you are after this? So, if there is wheat, there is barley, there is rice, there is anything which is moth-eaten, eaten by the worms, it is not fit for eating, not fit for consumption. If you have a furniture which is eaten by the worms, by the termites or whatsoever, the insects which eat them, then you throw them away. It is no use. It is bad. Baba says all this world, iron-aged world, is now in that condition, that degenerate condition. Moth-eaten, rusty, rubbish, wastage. So you as royal being should not feel attracted towards it. Just compare it to golden age. How were the things there? And this what attracts you is really only a kind of an illusion or delusion. You do not know what is under it. As if somebody puts the rubbish, the garbage in a beautiful looking plastic bag. The outward bag is very attractive, very good. But when you open it, you find it's bad, rubbish, garbage inside. So what do you feel? You feel not attracted. You feel some kind of abhorrence for it. So does Baba say this is the present fate, the present state of the world. So you must have vairagya. The human beings, for example, for whom you have attraction, or the moha, as Baba says, attachment. There is not a single person who is completely healthy. Not a single person who never had any kind of a hurt, or who does not have any kind of a sign of suffering on the skin, on the body, here, there or anywhere. No one is full in the sense we have the gods and goddesses whom disease never touches, sorrow never touches. Sorrow is one of the mental disease, and no one's face is completely happy. There are some curves on the face. The artists know it better when they want to show that this person is sad, or has sorrow, or is displeased, or is depressed. They show various kinds of curves. Every human being has one or the other kind of a curve to show that if not today, then sometime in the past, this person has passed through trauma. Either fear or sorrow or depression or tension. Our faces have not that beauty, that original beauty, the beauty of a person who never had these kind of negative feelings. That original healthy body cannot be there. For one reason, because it is born out of sex lust. For the other, that our parents also, we inherited the genes from them, and they also were suffering. And therefore, in our life, we also, because of our negative actions, have been suffering. And this body and mind, they interact. So how can there be any healthy persons? And with the mental negativity in all of them, all the human beings, if we are attracted to them, they are the moth-eaten, the rusty, the garbage, the rubbish. And only the outward appearance is like that. All that glitters is not gold. We must keep in our mind. So Baba says you must have vairag for all this. For all this. Behad ka vairag. Unlimited. Not this, that or the other thing, but all this. Another thing Baba says is whatever is visible will be ultimately destroyed. It's going to be destroyed. So something when you are seeing it is going to be destroyed, it is going to slip out of your hand anyway. Whatever you are having is not going to last for your coming generations or for yourself for much longer. And very soon it will lose its value. As you find the rupee is losing its value, the ruble is losing its value. And very soon you will find the economic conditions of the powerful, the mighty countries. The economic condition you would find like in America, the dollar, the pound, the yen, all will be devalued. A time is coming because our economic system is such. Each one is dependent upon the other. As long as they are importing the raw material from the third world countries, all their industries are working full time, maybe overtime, because they get those things. And when these third world countries get the technological know-how and the means to produce goods, why should they give them the raw material when they can have it in their own? Why not sell the finished goods themselves, you see? So they are all dependent. And a day is going to come when all the economy everywhere is going to fail. Your rupee will not be worth anything. Now the rupee in India, as compared to its base value in 60s, is only 8 or 9 paisas. You see, 1/13th. And the inflation is so much, every year a chunk of your rupee is finished. 15%, 16%, 80%, 18% inflation. And in some countries, 100% inflation. The coin is losing its luster, its value. Similarly, the human beings having so many modern diseases, person is looking very beautiful, but you do not know that he has a stomach ulcer inside. Outwardly the face is shining, very brilliant. The figure is majestic. But underneath it is a disease. Some cancerous growth has taken place. Everyone is diseased. Only our eyes, because they are not microscopic sight, we cannot see. Our eyes are not working like the scanning machines or sonographic machines or like X-rays. Therefore we do not know because of our ignorance. But why should we have attraction for these? Therefore Baba says you must have dispassion, vairag. Then another thing is Baba says you are already under the burden of your karmic account. And you have bondages. So many bondages. Bondages of gurus, bondages of scriptures. So many bondages, he has given a big list of it. But by just getting attached to them, feeling a pull towards them, feeling an attraction towards them, feeling fascinated, charmed with them, you are further developing your bondages. If you don't have vairag, therefore, you must have vairag. So he touches this center and tries to arouse this feeling of detachment, getting detached from them. And once this vairag is there, after vairag is tyag, you give up the evils. You give up the attachment. And when you become nashto moha, your attachment is gone, then the basis of all the evils is gone. Then the transformation takes place at full speed. Sometimes Baba says, ye to kabar dakhil hai. They are as good as dead. Their legs are in grave. Perhaps they are 3/4 in grave. But the English proverb says his legs are in grave. An old man, they say his legs are in grave. But now so far as this world is concerned, I think up to here it is in grave. Only the face is outside. That's all. So you love a dead person. You are kissing a dead person, a corpse. You are trying to have this. In some of the Murlis, Baba says, त्याग से भाग्य बनता है. If you just have vairagya, you have tyag. That is renunciation, the spirit of giving up. When you have that spirit of renunciation, that is tyag, that is what makes your fortune. It is not that you lose anything, but on the other hand, you gain so much. Some people think by doing tyag we lose everything. Actually, it is not that. When you do the tyag, you have the spirit. Not that sthul tyag, not that gross form of renunciation. That the object is very much in your mind. Only outwardly you have renounced it. Not that kind of renunciation. Mental renunciation. You have no attachment, no attraction for the thing. You no longer feel charmed by it. That kind of attitude of renunciation is a real renunciation. You are not pulled by it. It is not working like a noose in your neck or your nose. You are not being pulled by it. So when that kind of renunciation is there, you are really building your fortune. Christ, for example, did some tyag. So many churches have been built up in his memory. People cover them with the gold plates. They offer there so much money to these places. Similarly in temples, similarly to the holy people. Because, why they do it? Because they did tyag. So when you do tyag, you will have bhag. Bhag means good fortune, luck. Then Baba says, it is like an insurance. When you give the premium, then your risk is covered. Then you are paid afterwards manifold, many number of times. So when you just do tyag, then you are ensuring, when you put something in bank, you get always the interest, compound interest or simple interest. Similarly, when you just do this renunciation, this tyag, when you use this for the well-being, for the benefit of others, it is not that you are losing something, it is a wastage on your part. On the other hand, you are ensuring it for your next lives, number of lives. And Baba's beautiful phrase, very beautiful phrase. Baba says, giving is having. It seems to be a paradox. Giving is having. This 3-word phrase, giving is having. This golden age civilization is based on this formula. Giving is having. Everyone wants to give. One feels happy in giving. In the present civilization, people feel happy in grabbing, in having. In greed they feel happy, fulfilled. And in the golden age civilization and in the Sangam Yugi civilization, which is the foundation for the golden age, giving is having. You give. Everyone wants to give out of love. When Baba explained how, what kind of economy or marketing system we will have in golden age, Baba said people will not sell things there. Nowadays people are talking of market friendly or market economy, open markets, privatization, this kind of thing, this kind of economic system. But in golden age, suppose I had wheat from my farms. So in my shop there is wheat. Now this person had cloth from the cotton because he has got some weaving machines. So that cloth is prepared. So in his shop there is store of wheat. Another person, he had gold ornaments, so on. This person comes to my shop, takes as much wheat as he likes. It is not that there is barter system in exactly according to that amount he has to pay me in kind, if not in cash. Take it, because the world is a family. From the family member you don't say put something in my pocket because it is so many rupees, so many pesos, Take it. I go to the other, I take cloth. The other one goes to the gold shop, takes the gold. Because we are not greedy, we want as much as we want. So everyone is giving and feeling happy in giving. And in giving he is also having. So giving is having. That is the basis of the new civilization, new society, new culture. When you have that spirit, you don't, then only you can give up greed, lust for things, exploitation, injustice. So many kinds of negativity you can finish at one stroke If you believe in this, giving is heavy. Then again Baba says, De daan to chhute grahan. If you just give something in charity, because people have been saying it in so many ways. When the sun or the moon, there is what they call, what you call grahan? Eclipse. When any one of them is eclipsed, the Brahmins or other people come to houses and they say, Mataji, because Mataji has a soft mind rather than Pitaji. The mothers, the ladies are soft-minded, therefore he addresses Mataji, oh dear mother. He does not say dear father or brother because they are a little hard to tackle. Some people worship Radhe, not Krishna. So someone, whenever you would talk to him, he would say, Radhe, Radhe. I would say, I have come to invite you on behalf of the institution. He would say, Radhe, Radhe. It means, okay, yes, fine. Then I would say, our institution is known as Brahma Kumari's World Spiritual University. Radhe, Radhe, he would say. Okay, go ahead. Then I would say, in our institution, these kinds of teachings are imparted. Radhe, Radhe, he would say. Now, why you worship Radhe? Why not Krishna? You see, he says Radhe is after all a lady. I can tackle her easier. And if she is pleased, she can get something from Krishna for me. In order to approach Krishna, like you approach the private secretary of a boss, So it was a good reply, he said. I liked it. He said, sometimes you go to the mother to get something from the father, Father is not paying you the money. He says, you are wasting money, I don't want to give you. You don't know how to earn. I have to do so much work and then I earn money. You are frittering it away. He goes to the mother and begins to weep. The mother goes and puts, hand in the pocket of the father and gives it to the child very easily. So therefore this person had that strategy of getting something from God, not from Krishna directly, but via or through Radhe, So when I was saying it is eclipsed, what they think is that if you give something, then that eclipse will be over. It will not eclipse. The eclipse will not have any kind of a effect on you. Therefore Baba says, De daan to chhute grahan. This is how it will finish. That is another way of getting things. And Baba says, when you donate, when you give this sex, lust, anger, greed, attachment, then the eclipse of the soul will be finished, will be over. And your soul will have its original shine. And this giving or renouncing or tyag, Baba also says in another beautiful word, namely surrender. Unless or until you surrender yourself, before we come to this knowledge, before we surrender ourselves to Baba, we have laid down all our arms and weapons before Maya. We have surrendered to Maya because we are working according to the dictates and commands of Maya. But this is the first sign of transformation when mentally, this is really the transformation and the mental renunciation in the form of surrender. Those who believe that the self is God, they have not this method open to them of self-transformation. Those who are monists by philosophy, by thought, Am Brahmasmi, I am God, Shivoham, I am Shiva. To whom then you will surrender? If you are God, will you surrender to yourself? If you are Brahm or the ultimate or the supreme, to whom you will surrender? And unless or until you surrender, you cannot be free from anxiety and worry and negativity. There must be someone to whom you must be open to correction. Someone before whom you say, I surrender my intellect to you. Tell me, what am I to do? Read the whole of the Gita and read the final verses. Arjuna at that point of time, after putting so many questions, he says, my Lord, now all my doubts have gone. All my questions have been solved. My attachment is finished. He says, Nashto Moha. Smritir Labda. Now I realize, I remember who I am. And Gat Sandeha. All my doubts have been finished. Then he says, karishyase vachanam tav. Now I will do as you bid. I surrender myself to you. This is the fruit of knowledge. This shows your ripening stage. This really shows that you have understood. Who is teaching you? Unless you surrender yourself to him. They say there are two ways of surrender. They generally give the example of the young one of a cat and also the young one of a monkey. The young one of a monkey, what it does, it is like this. It hangs underneath the belly of the mother monkey, the young one. But it has to do this much of effort of holding on to the body of the mother. So when the she-mother, that monkey jumps from one branch to the other branch, if that loses the grip of the mother, would fall on the ground and would die. So it has surrendered to the mother, is depending upon the mother. But this surrender has one thing, namely that it has to stick on to. This little bit effort it has to do. But in the case of the cat, the kitten, the young one of a cat, the cat is carrying the kitten into the mouth, from one place to the other. The kitten does not hold the cat around its belly. It has not even to do that effort. It completely surrenders to the cat, to the mother. Lift me anywhere you like, in any way you like. The cat, between the two jaws, takes that kitten and takes it wherever it likes. It may jump from one place to the other, from one house to the other, one house top to the other house top, or from one place to the other. The kitten does not mind it, whatever the mother does. It is completely surrendered. This is the real surrender. That Baba jahan bithaye, wahan baithun. Jahan uthaye, wahan uthun. Jo kahein, wo karu. Wherever you ask me to sit, I sit. Whatever you ask me to do, I do. Whatever you ask me to obey, I certainly obey. This kind of a spirit of total surrender, not surrender. Add this adjective, this qualifying word, total surrender. Many of us have surrendered, no doubt. But the surrender is not yet total. We have not shown the white flag. We have surrendered, but the guns are still with us. Before the opposite army completely surrenders, totally surrenders, it shows the white flag. No more fighting. Okay. Surrender. They put their hands up. Surrender. So the enemy thinks, all right, now it is surrendered. They take charge of them. But still the gun is lying. The pistol is hanging. So the complete surrender will be when that pistol, that gun, that uniform, that is surrendered. Total cartridges, that gunshots, everything is surrendered. Similarly, if we have surrendered, but not total surrender, we have kept something with us, then it's not complete surrender. Like that kitten, that young one of a cat. That kind of surrender should be there. Then it is complete surrender. Now, I have dealt with only 4. But as I said, there are 16. You see. And it's already going to be, so I think I stop here. Maybe next time I take the rest. We sit in meditation for some time. Thank you. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. I was discussing the theme of the process of transformation with specific reference to the eradication of deep-rooted sanskaras. And I was mentioning the facilitatory factors which enable us to bring in our practical life the transformation of sanskaras. And I had mentioned 4 of them. Now I will take up the 5th. Yesterday I was discussing the 4th one, namely Vairagya, the dispassion. And today the 5th one I am taking up is the victory. Baba says, you are my victorious children. Vijay Vats. This is one of the desires of every human being. Whatever we want to do, we want to attain success and we want to score victory. Whether we are playing a game, whether we are appearing in an examination or in any other effort in life, we want not to be a failure, but to come out victorious. This is natural to everyone. But in Bhakti Marg, we have a defeatist mentality. We think we are unequal to Maya, we cannot fight the evil forces all by ourselves. We are weak, and God, by His grace, by His kindness, He alone can liberate us. So we have lost confidence in ourselves of coming out victorious so far as Maya is concerned. But the very first thing which Baba does is, he says, a cycle ago you had one victory. You are my victorious children. And that again reassures us. From that we get the energy. Is that so? If we had done it before, Baba says you have to do nothing new. What you did a cycle ago, that you have to repeat. And what you did earlier, it should not be difficult for you. Because times out of number you have done it. The only thing is that you have to realize that you can do it. Therefore, he says, you are my Vijay Vats, my victorious children. Time and again he wants to remind us, we are the victorious children. Victory is writ large on our foreheads. He says, I have given you this mark on your forehead. Vijay ka tilak har ek ke mathe par hai. Baba says, this sign of victory is writ on your forehead. This sacred mark is there, provided you realize. So this is very essential for transformation, because they say if you have lost your heart, if you have lost your mind, lost your spirit, you have lost the battle. Any country who has ever come out victorious from a war has been the one who had a feeling that they would come out victorious. Those who had lost the spirit, they had lost the battle before it began. So if in our life we want to come out victorious, the first thing is to have a firm conviction. Oh yes, sure, we will win. And then half the battle has already been won. Therefore Baba tells us, feel like that. That certainly Maya may be very strong. The negativity of our sanskaras may be very great. Sometimes we feel, oh, it is not for me. I can't be a full caste, full-fledged Brahmin. I can't be among the double sovereign kings and queens in golden age. I am made differently. There may be others who can completely eradicate the negativity from their mind, but not me, because they do not know how much negative I am. So, with that kind of feeling, we make half-hearted efforts. But the very first requirement for self-transformation, make full-fledged efforts. Whatever you want to do, do it with heart and soul. Just put your all energy into transformation. If you do it half-heartedly, things cannot be done that way. It's a great task which you have to do, because that negativity is very strongly entrenched in you. It is very deeply settled. The roots have gone so deep. If you want to eradicate, and your first sign of weakness is that you feel that you can't do it, you cannot do it. You can do it only when you think, because Baba said, I am Vijay Vats, I am a victorious child. Victory is written on your forehead. Baba said, I have given this tilak on you. You see, I will certainly win a victory. If that feeling is there, that 100% conviction is there, faith in me is there, and that victorious child of Baba, then only I can come out successfully from this struggle. So that is the first. Therefore, when Baba says, Aham Chaturbhuj Tattvam, this is what Baba said. When Sakar Brahma Baba had the first vision, it was of Vishnu with 4 arms. Baba said, Shiv Baba said to Brahma Baba, the voice said, when Baba went to a room and there was light and the Supreme Soul appeared, there was a whispering sound. A voice said, you are to create a new world. And on another occasion that vision of Vishnu Chaturbhuj, Vishnu the four-armed was given. And in one of the arms is the mace. The mace is the symbol of victory. When in our country two wrestlers fight, the victorious one at the end is given that mace, which is a symbol of victory. So when we have lotus, the conch, the discus, and also the mace, that mace is the symbol of victory. So one of the foremost visions which Shiv Baba gave to Brahma Baba symbolized this victory by this symbol called mace. And now Baba is giving it in a different way, saying, I have given you this tilak. Here is the soul. And on the soul Baba gives this mark. You are my victorious children. Believe it. It will become. What you believe would become. If you don't believe, it won't become. Certain sisters and brothers meet Bab Dada. Bab Dada gives them a vardhan. But if they don't believe, how can they get it? You are what your belief is. What is human being? What is your personality? Your personality is integration of all your beliefs. Your behavior is your beliefs in practice. Your thoughts are what you believe. So unless and until you believe what Baba is saying, and you believe your future, you believe your potential, you believe that you have these powers, nothing can move. You cannot move even a straw from here to there unless and until you believe that you can do this. If you just sit with your hand on hand, can I do it? Will it happen? It will never happen. Unless and until you think, oh yes, why not? Me. Baba therefore says, Jo ote so Arjun. In many Murlis, Baba says, Jo ote so Arjun. One who takes up the challenge, who accepts the gauntlet, he says, yes, me, I will do it. Baba, I am here, I take this initiative. I accept this challenge. He alone can do it. He is Arjuna. Of all the Pandavas, why the name of Arjuna is mentioned? And when was Arjuna victorious? You find, if you take any book of Gita, the very first picture shows that Arjuna is sitting like this, which is the sign of disappointment, depression. The Gita begins from depression, you see. That is the start. And the bow, which should be here, and the arrow on the string of the bow, instead of being at that place, the bow is lying down. The arrow is also lying down. And he is sitting like this. A warrior who should be fighting, he is sitting like this. And he says, I cannot fight. I would not fight. And later on he says, I will fight. I will kill all these enemies. People think that he killed the Kauravas. But Baba says, no, the enemy is within you. No human being is your enemy. Baba gives us a beautiful dictum, a beautiful proverb, a beautiful saying. He says, the soul is its own best friend and the soul is its own worst enemy. You don't have any enemy. Sometimes it so happens some people behave with us in a way that we don't like. Some people react to us in a way which is not in good taste. And we develop inimical feelings towards them. Some people don't promote us in life. They don't have good wishes towards us. Or there may be any other kind of a negative behavior on their part towards us. Their relationship with us may not be friendly. So we think they are our enemies. No, go deeper into it. A yogi always goes deeper into things. Why this man is behaving like this? Either it is your past karma. You did something to this soul. Ultimately, it is your own actions which are responsible. Don't put the blame on others. One of the major causes of the trouble is that we always blame others. They say somebody was shooting, putting his gun on somebody's shoulder. He put his gun on, say, let us suppose on my shoulder, and just aiming at the target. Now if it hits the target, he would say, just see how good is, what would you say, short man I am, and marksman. And if he has not been able to hit the target, he would say, Jagdish Bhai moved his soldier. He moved his shoulder and therefore I was not able to hit because the gun moved. So he would never say that I am not a good marksman. He would say, since he moved his shoulder, therefore I was not able to do it. Now who is going to prove whether I moved my shoulder or this man is not a good marksman? always putting blames on others. But Baba says, no, you are your own worst enemy. If you have negative tendencies, negative divine qualities, the virtues, the purity, you are your friend better than your own qualities. If anyone helps you, he or she also can help you on the basis of your karma. And your karmas have your roots in your qualities. So qualities are your best friends, or if you have the negative ones, they are your worst enemy. And therefore, if you think, they say there are always two kinds of response to a situation. Either it is fight or flight. When there is a problem before you, either you fly away, run away from there, or you begin to face it. There are two kinds of response. Now Baba says, if you just don't fight to Maya, and you become subjugated to Maya, you will always be suffering. If not today, tomorrow you have to wage a fight. Without fighting and defeating Maya and having a victory over it, you cannot have happiness. And happiness is what you have decided to achieve. If you have really made up your mind that you want happiness in your life, no sorrow, no suffering, no disease, no death, no pain, no bad feeling, if that is what your decision is, then it is possible only when you defeat Maya. And for defeating Maya, you have to fight. And for fighting, you must first of all have the feeling that you will come out victorious. What do the wrestlers do? They, in order to build up their muscles, they sit before a mirror. Just see in the mirror and they think, yes, my muscles are getting stronger. He, by power of suggestion, wants to think, yes, he thinks there is a wrestler with whom he has to enter into a bout, and he would, because of his muscles, throw him on the ground. If he does not have that kind of feeling, if he shivers in his shoes before he enters into the arena, and is shaky before even the other one has entered into it, then he cannot win. The first thing is, he must have this, yes, I can, there is potential. Why? Because Baba said it. Baba knows. He is knowledgeful. When you say he is ocean of knowledge, he is Trikaldarshi, what do you mean? It means what he tells about you also is correct. So you have to believe in it. Therefore, the first requirement is that you have the feeling, I am a victorious child of Baba. Fight I must. When people say, but why does he behave with me like this? Baba says he will behave like this. Because such situations will come. If such situations do not come, then what do you mean by victory? If only you are the wrestler and there is no one facing you in the arena, then whom you are going to defeat? You must have a heavyweight to heavyweight, a lightweight to lightweight. If you are getting more heavyweight, you will have Maya also more heavyweight. You see. So you have to enter into that boxing ring and give the defeat. Unless you knock the adversary down, how are you going to win? How there will be clapping? How everyone will say, yes, yes, he has won the victory. So don't grumble, don't grim. Don't say, why all these problems, why all these difficulties, why people behave with me like this. I have been tolerant times out of number, but they behave with me very badly. They don't give respect to me. These situations will come. Because you were born to face these problems. If you want to win the title Vigna Vinashak, the troubleshooter, the one who can, finish all the difficulties, then you have to face them. You must fight them. So you are, Baba says, non-violent fighters. And not only fighters, thinking we do not know whether we will be winning the victory or we will be the losers. Baba says, definitely God is on your side. And the victory is there where God is on the side. The last shloka, the last verse of Gita, where the Gita finishes, says, Sanjay says, I heard this beautiful discourse between Krishna and Arjuna, it says. Though actually it should be Shiva and ourselves. But this is what it says. I heard this discourse between Bhagwan and Arjuna, and now I am sure that the victory is on side of Arjuna because God is on his side. This is the conclusion of the Gita. You just read this last one. Before that he says, I am Gat Sandeha, all my doubts are gone. All my attachment is gone. All my questions have been solved. Now I know I am a soul. Now I remember I played this part times out of number. Now I will do what you ask me to do. And after Arjuna has said this, then Sanjay makes the final comment and he says, Arjuna will be victorious now. Why? Because God is on his side. God is not on the side of his adversaries. Because God is almighty. Since God is on our side, even if we have some weaknesses, we cannot fight Maya. Baba will be helping us in the way that he will be guiding us. He will be giving us some kind of a nice advice. This is what all the Mahabharata says. And by means of that, we are certainly going to be victorious. That feeling should be there. Then in many Murlis, Baba says, don't be afraid of Maya. Maya is only a paper tiger. It's a paper tiger. From this distance it appears, oh, that tiger is coming. But that is not the real tiger. That is the paper tiger. Why you are afraid? So if you think Maya is very powerful, time and again you feel disturbed. You feel that you cannot win a victory. But Baba says, consider it as a paper tiger. In many Murlis, Baba gives us the title Maharathi. You are Maharathis. Great warriors. Not only warriors, great warriors. You can win not only small battles, but great wars. Not against one evil. Sometimes we say, we have this circumstances, that one, the other one, and still the other one. If there were only one problem, we should be able to solve it, but we are surrounded by problems on all the sides. Because you are a Maharathi. A Maharathi is supposed to be surrounded by enemies from this side, from that side, from this side, from back side. And he has to fight them all together, all at once, single-handed, with the powerful guidance, command and advice of his commander, namely God. So Baba says, you are not only a soldier, but a Maharathi. And sometimes Baba says, it appears to be like a hill. Whenever there are problems, you think it's a big hill, you cannot cross it. It's like Himalaya standing in your way. How can you achieve your goal? How can you reach your destination? It's a great obstacle which you cannot override it. But Baba says, they are not that kind of a mountain. They are mountains made of cotton. They are mountains of molehill. They are not mountains of that kind. So if you just take it in that light, which in other words means, if you just in the mirror of your mind think that your power has become manifold because God is there. Now there may be, one may be only cipher, 0. But if 0 is before 1 or before 2, then it becomes 10 or 20. So if we have a small value, but if we are attached to someone who has the highest value, then our value increases by that amount. Since Baba is with us, so our value gets so much enhanced. It is because we are with Baba. Baba is with us. So if you think like that, then you will certainly be victorious. So you can change your sanskaras wholeheartedly at a high speed if you have this firm faith and this remembrance that you are victorious child of Baba. And this is another center of energy where Baba touches us. Then the sixth one is sovereignty. Everyone wants sovereignty. We don't want someone to dominate us. We want to be masters of ourselves. If some people try to subdue us, to dominate us, to subjugate us, we say, what do you mean? I have my own life, let me live peacefully. Why you always try to overawe me? You are trying to rule over me. I am not your slave. Let me free. So everyone wants the sovereignty. And Baba therefore stirs that card in us which is symbolic of this. And Baba says you are the double sovereigns, the would be double sovereigns. You have the double crowned sovereigns. Each child would be the sovereign. Sovereignty is one of the important things which people are discussing in this world. Who will be the sovereign? And the sovereign nations they want to become, every one of them. Why there is disintegration in USSR? Each republic wants to be a sovereign. It does not want to be ruled by anyone. The Baltic states, each one of them wants to get out from the USSR and each one to have a separate sovereign identity. Similarly, so many other people have tendency. The Sikhs in India, they want to be a sovereign nation. The Kashmiris in the north of India want to be a sovereign nation. Every human being has a bit of this kind of a feeling that it does not want to be ruled by others. And we all of us have this. And Baba says, if you want to be sovereign, you can be. And that kind of sovereignty which he promises us is very, very different from people are dreaming of. They are trying to attain only for a couple of years. And at the point of guns, by fighting violent wars, and which is full of sorrow and suffering, leading them to bloodshed among themselves. Again, it brings in disintegration. There is so much of hatred and violence in these kinds of sovereignties, which are not sovereignties as a matter of fact, because they are divided, not the whole lot. There is violation of air space, of the land space, and so on. What is this sovereignty? We have to protect our sovereignty at such huge a cost. It engages so much of our attention and energy. But Baba wants to give you another kind of sovereignty, double crown sovereignty. Because this sovereignty, which is the rule of the thumb, is not the real sovereignty. The sovereignty is where purity is. They say Christ is the sovereign who rules the mind of millions without any crown on his head. But Baba wants to give you the crown of gold as well as the crown of light. Therefore he says both are necessary, and that kind of sovereignty I want to give you. And this sovereignty can be attained only by those who purify their sanskaras, change their sanskaras. Because first of all you must have the crown of light. Then you have that crown of gold whereby you have this kind of sovereignty. And Baba therefore says, you are princes and princesses. I see you in that light. And therefore your activity should be according to that vision. Then in order to have that kind of sovereignty, in order to bring in transformation in ourselves, Baba says you can be the sovereigns of golden age, provided you first of all rule over your senses. And we say, yes, we want to have sovereignty and we want to rule our senses. Then transformation begins to take place. Then Baba says, you can have that sovereignty, you can become a bigger sovereign. It depends upon the more the number of gems of godly knowledge you have, the more will be the diamonds in your crown. The bigger will be your sovereignty, and you will be more and more high a king if you have more and more spiritual and godly knowledge. Therefore, study this knowledge attentively. Try to have the gems of godly knowledge more and more in your mind. So when we have these gems of knowledge, naturally the thorns or the pebbles of the negative, the old sanskaras are replaced by the gems of knowledge. Because knowledge is light. When you get this knowledge, then the darkness vanishes. When you get these gems, they replace those negative tendencies. Then again Baba says you can have this sovereignty by means of the power of purity. Some people win the kingdom by the power of the sword, by the power of weapons. There have been many kings who won a victory against the neighbor and conquered their territories by the gun power, by the militaristic power. But this kind of sovereignty can be had only by the power of knowledge and by the power of yoga. Since we decide to become sovereigns, therefore we want to have that knowledge and to have yoga power and purity. And in order to have this, naturally we change our sanskaras, the transformation takes place. And then Baba qualifies these sovereignty in order to motivate us to have that sovereignty. He qualifies it with certain adjectives. In Hindi, Baba says, this sovereignty will be atal, akhand, nirvigna, ati sukhkari. These are the four qualifying words, phrases which he uses. Atal. Atal means nobody can shake it. It's not that there is an adversary, like we have a prime minister. He is the head of a minority party, and every day he has, the fear that some party may gain power and dislodge them from the seats they are occupying, the ministerial seats which they are occupying. President Bush again is trying to fight an election and come out victorious. Only for a few number of years he becomes the president, and then again he has to wage an electoral battle in order to come out victorious again. So there are other people who want to challenge him in that electoral fight and to defeat him. by means of votes. But in our case, the sovereignty which we attain, no one can dislodge. We don't have the fear of any enemy, someone who is our opponent, who wants to take away our chair. And we don't have sleepless nights always thinking, well, how can we have the majority? And how can we have a lasting period of rule? Baba says this is self-rule. This sovereignty is self-rule. The other people also use the self-rule, this kind of a phrase. But actually that is not self-rule. This rule of the self over the sense organs, over the mind, is actually what self-rule is. And by means of this, the sovereignty which you gain, one of the qualities of that sovereignty is it is utter. It is stable, unshaky. You have no opponent, no enemy, no fear of getting dislodged. Then the other is akhand. Akhand means it is limitless. There are no divisions. That India is a country which has this territory, then begins the territory of Pakistan, then of Bangladesh, and so on. This is your airspace, that is their airspace. This is your part of the sea, ocean, and that is their part of the ocean. Your ships can enter there subject to certain conditions, so on and so forth. But not in this case. Your sovereignty will be akhand, limitless, on the waters, on the air, on the flora and fauna, on the land, everywhere. It will be unchallenged. It will be accepted by all. So that kind of sovereignty you will have. Atal, akhand, and then he says nirvigna, where there is no fury of nature, no destruction, no calamity, no catastrophe, no any kind of mishap. Nothing untoward is happening. No unparliamentary act, no rebellion from the people. So it is nirvigna, without any obstacle. And then he says, ati sukhkari, it will be full of happiness. There will not be even a touch of sorrow or suffering in this. So in order to have this kind of a sovereignty, if we have to have a little effort of transforming our sanskaras, why not do it? Because we will be so much losers if we don't change our negative sanskaras. This therefore gives us an impetus. Like when you go to a university, you have a prospectus. If you study this up to this standard, then you will qualify for such and such job. You will have such and such prospects in your future life. You study secretarial course, you study computer, means of communication, keeping the files, and some other things, and you can become secretary to a big industrial boss, for example, a highly paid executive, or so on and so forth. You are enchanted by these prospects, and you say, yes, we spent 1 year and studied wholeheartedly because we want this job, you see. But nothing is comparable to this kind of sovereignty, which has 100% purity, peace and prosperity, and security, and health, wealth and happiness. What else do you want? And what price you have to pay? The price you have to pay is only what the bad you have. You have only to give it up to the rubbish thing to which you are clinging. That's all. And what you will be getting is amazing, surprising, uncountable, immeasurable, unmentionable, in the sense that nobody can make a list of it. So, when we see what we will be gaining, then we make the efforts. Here is the impetus to bring in the transformation. Then, sometimes Baba says, take the case of the political party in your country, Congress, for example, All India Congress. What did Mahatma Gandhi do, Jawaharlal Nehru do, and others do? For gaining the freedom, for establishing the sovereignty, they made some sacrifices. They gave up their lucrative legal practice, their hearth and home, and some of them were suffering in jails for some time, suffering even humiliation from the foreign power. What for? Why all this? In order to gain the sovereignty. So Baba says, my dear children, can't you sacrifice your attachment, your arrogance, or all this negativity for establishing this kingdom? So a new kingdom is being established. Now Mahatma Gandhi established that Ram Raj he wanted to establish, but actually it has become Ravan Raj. This is what he is mentioning in the Murli every time. Now I want to fulfill that dream of establishing Ram Raj, the kingdom of heaven, the kingdom of paradise. And can't you make these small sacrifices for establishing that kingdom? So this again motivates us for the sake of getting that sovereignty for us, for our mother country, for our society, for the whole civilization. And therefore we want to make sacrifices. And this motivates us to bring transformation in the self. Then the seventh is the power. Everyone wants some power. There is no human being who does not want this, that or the other kind of power. Some are power hungry, others don't show any thirst or hunger for power, but they have the desire to have some kind of power, to come closer to the centers of power, or to have power in their own hands. And very often people have been mentioning some kind of power, which we must take the philosophy of Nietzsche, for example. He says that man is after power. Many psychologists, they say, like Sigmund Freud says that libido is the center of all our activities, the axle of all our activities. There are others who say all our activities are motivated by the instinct to have power, to gain power in this life. They say even sex is for having power, for having domination of the male over the female, you see. Or it may be the other way around. As I was saying, some females are better than males insofar as domination is concerned. It depends upon the personality. But there is always some kind of a desire to have power. And Baba says, children have these 8 powers. He therefore gives us a better substitute. Yes, power is necessary. Without power, what is the charm in life? Without power, if you have weakness, then again you are lacking something important in your life. Power, okay, yes. But these 8 powers, and I would like to add to those 8 powers. I find that sometimes we don't have those 8 powers because there are other 4 powers which we lack. If we lack in those 4 powers, these 8 powers also cannot be attained. One is the power to forget and the power to remember. Now, why we can't tolerate sometimes? It is because somebody has done something wrong to us and we cannot forget. Therefore, we cannot tolerate. Not only at that very moment, but even later on. If we cannot forget, that intolerance in us lingers on in our mind. It's very difficult to forget somebody who has insulted us in the presence of so many people, who has hurt us really, to the core of our mind. Somebody who has really been very rough to us, behaved very rowdily towards us, or who harms our interest. We cannot sleep. We have to take some sedatives, certain things which can bring us into sleep, you see. It's very difficult. But if we have this kind of power to forget, you see, in order to have that power of tolerance, this power is essential, to forget. And also the power to remember. You have a gun in your hand, and the enemy, the thief or the dacoit, the robber has entered your house. You require the gun, you kept the gun for this purpose. You took the license because you thought that if someone who has a violent tendency enters your house, you must have a security weapon. You have this. But where you placed it, you don't remember. You see. Or if the weapon is there, where are the cartridges, you don't remember. You see. Then, what is the use? You have all the points of knowledge which can enable you to win a victory over vices, over Maya. But which point to use when the situation comes if you don't remember? You see. You lose the battle. So that remembrance of Shiv Baba, of soul, that I am a soul, and so many other beautiful points which Baba has given us, if just at the moment when we require it the most, if that is then only that we forget, and other times we do remember very easily. So the power to remember, the power to forget, they are important powers. I think we should add to those 8 powers, these 2 powers also. Then Another is the power to give and the power to forgive. Forgive. You can forget also only when you forgive. If you don't forgive, you can't forget. And if you can't forget, you cannot tolerate. And if you can't tolerate, then you lose. Because then there is one important thing which you don't have. The patience, the sweetness, the peace of mind. You lose so many precious things. You lose your purity, your divinity, your spirituality, your balance of mind, the moment you are not tolerant. And you are not tolerant because somebody has hurt you, and you are unable to forget it. And you are unable to forget it because you can't forgive him. So this again is a power. You must be able to forgive. Because it will be a great loss. If you are not going to forgive him, alright, then what are you going to do? To kill this man? What are you going to do? Just as they say, honesty is the best policy. Otherwise, you will be involved in one problem and the other afterwards. You will be involved in complex problems. If you don't adopt this policy, honesty is not only a virtue, but it is a policy in life. If you want to lead a happy life, a life above these bad things of the world, then you must be through and through an honest person. A person with tested and testified integrity. That is one of the foremost virtues. First of all, you must be honest to yourself, honest to your Creator, to God, honest to your family, your fellow beings, your neighbors, other human beings, honest to the society. Honesty has so many dimensions. If you are honest, other virtues also begin to come in you. And this should be the policy of leading a happy and a good life. Not only a virtue. A virtue may be a small thing, but a policy is a greater thing and virtue comes in it. It is included. Similarly, I say, forgiving is a policy. By forgiving, you can make that person again your friend. You can win him. If you don't forgive him, he will be lifelong your enemy. Alright, today he has behaved like this, tomorrow he will behave more bitterly, because he remains to be your enemy. By forgiving, you can smile, you can behave with him nicely, you can be humble to him, and the voice will be from within him. He is being nice to me, and I am treating him badly. I am a bad man. I should change myself. So a voice will come up in his conscience. So there is expectation, there is hope that he would change. So isn't this a policy of forgiving? Moreover, if you forgive him, what will happen? You have your peace of mind. Your mind is one piece. Otherwise, there will be hatred. You will be planning, scheming to take the revenge. You will have enmity, jealousy, so on, so forth. So, is it a policy? Because it does not give you happiness in life. Can there be any worse policy than this? This is not a policy at all. A policy is something which takes you to success. Anything which takes you to defeat, to sorrow, to suffering, to sadness. And that is a damn policy, not a policy. You see. So, forgive, forget, and not only forgive, also give. If he did not give you love, if he did not give you respect, which is what you mean by saying that he insulted you, or he behaved roughly with you, you give love to him. You give respect to him. If you do not give love and respect to him, you do the same thing what he is doing. So if he is to blame, you also are to blame. The only difference is that he was rough, rude and insulting only 2 minutes ago, and you become like that 2 minutes only afterwards. Difference only time, 2 minutes gap, that's all. But on the equal footing, maybe you become more repulsive. So I could say that giving can also be called a spirit of giving, tendency. But I want to call this as power. Why? Because there are people whom you would not think that they are worthy of being loved. Because they insulted you so much. They harmed you so much. They have been so much negative towards you. So you think that they are not worth being given love. It would be waste of your love, waste of your energy, waste of your attention. But to give love even to such people requires power. It's difficult to be nice to people who really harm you, who really want to hurt you, and to be revengeful to you, and have all this negative behavior towards you. So unless or until you have that power, there are some people who are liars. They speak lies. Some of them are impulsive liars. They just because of some impulse speak lie. Later on they repent. Oh, why did they say this? Sometimes in order to protect their honor, to save themselves from a difficult situation, they tell a lie. But by nature they are not liars. They think they did a wrong thing. Why did they tell a lie? But it was only an impulse which made them tell lie. Otherwise they would say, we would never think like this. There was some bad thing in our mind. It came to our surface. We did it. But there are some compulsive liars. They always speak lies. They cannot speak the truth. Like Duryodhana, I was telling you, he could not do a good action. Whatever action he was doing was full of mischief, evil. He was the veritable devil, the embodiment of negative, total negative. So similarly, there may be some compulsive liars. They feel compelled to lie. There is something negative in them. They must speak lies. They can throughout their life never tell the truth. But they would always say, I tell you truth. Always they say, I am telling you the truth. After every 3 or 4 sentences, they would say, you believe me, I tell you the truth. You see, I don't know whether in order to counterbalance what is happening, their own mind is revolting. It is saying from within, you are not telling the truth. But in order to silence that voice within, they want to speak because their ears will also listen. They say, I am telling you the truth. I am telling you the truth. But are you really telling the truth when you do not know the truth? You see, some of them are compulsive liars, what I am saying. So comparing that quality, I want to say we should be compulsive givers and forgivers. Our mind should always be full of these two tendencies. Whatever one does, forget about it. Forgive him. Give him love. Give him sympathy. Now, one of the 8 powers is cooperation. What is cooperation? Giving a helping hand. This is also giving. Unless or until you have the tendency to give, how can you give cooperation? Cooperation is one of the things, one of the acts of giving. Of love, for example. Love is an act of giving. So we should be compulsive givers. Much of the trouble in the world is that we have expectations. We are demanding people. We are grabbing. We want things from the people rather than to share it with them, to give them. But I am saying that these 2 powers must be added. Giving and forgiving. And forgetting and remembering. Add these 4 powers to those 8, then it would be better. Therefore wants us to have these powers, because the sovereignty which I mentioned earlier can be had only by means of these powers. Then Baba says, Pavitrata bal hai. Purity is power. Purity is not only a virtue. It is power. Anyone who has observed purity for a number of years, all his thoughts would be fruitful. He cannot have a single thought which will go waste. Such is the power of purity. So purity, Baba says, is power. If you want power, have purity, because there is no power bigger than purity. Spirituality is power. Baba therefore expresses this in this term. Spirituality is power. Religion is power. Religion has its command over the minds of millions. It is influencing millions. So there is power in religion. Now what is religion? As a matter of fact, religion is not reading scriptures or performing rituals. Religion is actually a religious experience. The experience which comes by control of mind, by linking ourselves to God. That experience is something which does not come through the senses, through the sense objects. Therefore, in order to distinguish it from those kinds of experiences which come through the sense objects, we give it another name. Its name is religious experience or a spiritual experience. A religious experience or a spiritual experience is a direct experience, not through the senses. but from soul to soul, from mind to mind, or from the supreme soul to the soul. So that experience is power. And then Baba also says, knowledge is might, knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Why do we say the technological know-how is a power, technical power, power of the scientific power? It is actually the power of knowledge. So knowledge is power. People nowadays talk of economic power, political power, social power. And in political field they say power corrupts a man and absolute power corrupts him absolutely. Now that is a corruptive power. But Baba is giving us those kinds of power which are reformatory in their nature, transformatory, which bring purity, which bring sublimity. It is a power which removes the corruption rather than the power which corrupts. So they are having power, only limited power for some time, for a short period, and which has a corruptive influence. Whereas Baba is asking us to have those powers which have the reformatory impact, the transformatory influence, which give us a nice or a better, a higher experience. They are therefore talking of levers of power. Some of them are king makers, the political maneuvers, whose opinion determines who will be the prime minister and so on. Baba says you are the king makers. When you give knowledge, you ask a person to be pure, you ask a person to be yogi. By means of that, that person becomes a sovereign. So what you are doing, what we call service here. What is service? Service is making people sovereign, making kings and queens, prince and princesses. Baba says you are studying here. It is a college of the future princes and princesses. Now you are in the ordinary form, but in the future you will be prince and princesses. So you are the king makers. Can there be any power greater than this? A king has more power or a king maker has more power? Who has more power? If you are the king maker, the giver of the crown, then your power is higher. And not only that, king makers, but Baba says we are becoming from beggar to prince. In many Murli he says, children, we are becoming from beggar to prince. Now everyone is begging for peace, begging for happiness, begging for tranquility, begging for purity. Everyone is begging for something or the other. But by giving this knowledge, you are making them prince and princesses. From beggar to prince, this is the highest, the greatest power. Mao Zedong, whom nowadays perhaps they have changed his name, Mao Zedong or something. They have made it softer in pronunciation. He used to say that power comes from the barrel of a gun. And also people talk of balance of power. All the people, either economic power, political power, social power. But Baba says, just see what they are talking about. The real power comes from the spirituality, from the purity, from the sublimity, from the yoga. Yoga is the highest power. So we are trying to have that kind of a power. And when I was saying that to all those 8 powers or 8 Shaktis, we should add 4, namely to forget and to give and to forgive and to remember. Add another, the power of contentment. It's very difficult to be contented. We are to find only a rare person who is totally contented, and for quite a period of time. Today this person may be contented, he say, I am very happy. Tomorrow if you meet him, he would say, I try. Sometimes I am happy, sometimes I am not. You see. So, it requires a lot of power to feel, I am blessed. By attaining Shiv Baba, I have attained everything. I got everything. You just do a random survey. You just stand on the street and whosoever passes the street, you say, gentlemen, can I ask you a question? He will say, yes. What is that? Are you contented? No, I am not contented. Then ask another man. Everyone would say that he or she is not contented. To be contented, therefore, is a great achievement, and nothing can be achieved without a power. Every work requires energy. In physics, when we study force, energy or power, it is for doing some action. It is required. So if you want to attain at contentment, which is the highest attainment, because you will be contented only when you have attained everything. Without that, how can you be contented? If something is yet to be attained, you would say, I am not totally contented. If you say I am contented, but then you would add this word, not totally. Yes, I am contented, but not totally contented, because some of the contents are missing. They have yet to be attained. You don't have all the contents. And for that, the power is required. The power, all these powers, power of knowledge, power of purity, power of yoga, as I was saying, power of spirituality, this power of religious experience. When you have these powers, all these powers combined together make the power of contentment. They give you the power of, the net result, the total result out of these powers is, you are fulfilled. Yes, now I have no desire. Have you yet seen a person who has absolutely no desire? You see, it is possible only when a person has a feeling of fulfillment, that everything has been achieved. And if we have that feeling even now, before we have achieved everything, if there is the hope, the conviction that everything will be achieved, then also we can be near about contented, near about totally contented. 100% we may be contented when we have achieved everything. But when we have the assurance, 100% assurance, we will achieve everything, there is no doubt about it, then also we may feel like totally contented. And how can we feel that? Only when we think that we have attained Baba. And Baba has promised that He would give us our inheritance. We are His children. He has come to give us His inheritance. If we have that full faith, then we can have that near about total contentment. And this therefore is also a power. The behavior of a contented man is different. A contented person is a self-controlled person. His mind does not waver. He is not shaky. He is stabilized in his mind. Because he is not ambitious. There are no desires which are ruling his mind. He is not after things. Not thirsty or hungry of things. So naturally, such a person will be calm and quiet and fulfilled. There will be the vibrations of peace from him. Peace will be raining from his face, from his eyes. Smile will always be there on his face. Contentment. Therefore, this also is a power. Let us attain that kind of power. So Baba therefore asks us to attain these powers. The more we are trying to attain these powers, the transformation of sanskaras will change. Now, as I was saying, these are the facilitatory. I would come later on to the other side, to the inhibitory. Because when you bring in light, the darkness automatically goes. You need not just take a broomstick and try to wipe out the darkness from your room. That is not the way. The way is to switch on the light and the darkness is gone out. Similarly, when you bring in these things, what I have been mentioning, you bring in the powers, you bring in the love, you bring in that vairagya, the negative sanskaras will automatically go. Then the eighth one is freedom. Everyone wants freedom. Especially this is the slogan of the West. Freedom. Liberty. Liberty, fraternity and equality. Liberty comes first of all. The Statue of Liberty in America they have built. It is a tourist attraction. Liberty. All the movements, the French Revolution and so on. What for? Freedom. We want freedom. They say we should have freedom of speech, freedom of action, freedom of belief, freedom of thought, so on and so forth. Freedom. Everyone wants freedom. Who is this man? He is a freedom fighter. Freedom. Now, what is actual freedom? Baba says, I give you freedom. The real freedom. Now, how many kinds of freedom Baba gives us? Freedom from worry and anxiety. If you have the freedom of expression, but the mind is worried, so what is your expression? Your expression will be the expression of worries. It will make other people also worried. When you go on speaking about worries, the other man gets worried that you are worried. The father is worried because the child is worried. The husband is worried because the wife is worried. You see. A friend is worried because his friend is worried. You see. So all are buried under worries. But if you want freedom, the real freedom is that you must be free from worries, from anxieties. Also freedom from curries, I will come to that later. Freedom from our weaknesses. There is not a single individual who does not have one or the other kind of weakness. Freedom from weaknesses. What a great freedom it is. Baba says, I will remove all your weaknesses, fill you with power, energy, and with all the best. Freedom from slavery to senses. Another kind of freedom. Freedom from gurus, into whose shackles we are. Now, like Karl Marx said, laborers of the world unite. You are going to lose nothing but chains, he said. But what they lost is their own, that federation, instead of the chains. But Baba frees us from the chains of gurus, chains of our karmas. So many kinds of chains. This is the real freedom. Rousseau, a French philosopher, said, man was born free, but he finds himself everywhere in chains. Man was born free. But was man really born free? Everyone was born with a karmic account. Everyone had attachment with one or the other because of the karma. So, how could we say that everyone was born free? Because he didn't know that there is rebirth or reincarnation. There has been a past life because of which there are some chains in which each one of us is already bound. So, but he also talked about freedom. Everyone talks about freedom. But Baba is giving us this real freedom. Then again, freedom from various kinds of moods. You will hardly find a person who is free from all negative moods. There are 16 moods, major moods, But you are under the influence of one or the other mood. Hardly there is a blissful mood, constant. So freedom from the negative moods. Freedom from disease, absolute freedom from disease, which is what health is. Freedom from death. No one has freedom from death. They say death is as sure. In fact, anything which is sure, they say it is as sure as death. Death is sure. So we have no freedom. But freedom from death, freedom from sorrow, freedom from addictions, freedom from the worries of nature. Nature will become our servant. Baba says, Prakriti aapki dasi banegi. That will become your servant, maid servant. So, how can we have freedom unless our thoughts are free? Free from negativity. Now, whatever we think under the influence of Maya. Even our thoughts are not free. They are colored. They are polluted. We have mental pollution because of the negative thoughts. So when our thoughts are not free, how can our actions, our speech and their result be free? So the first freedom is the freedom from the negative thinking. The waste thoughts, the weak thoughts, the bad thoughts, the evil thoughts, the thoughts which have the vices in them. So that is the first freedom which brings in its trail all the other kinds of freedom. And Baba says you have to work for that freedom. When you become attentive to attaining that kind of freedom, then the sanskaras naturally, automatically change. Now another one is faithfulness. All of us are faithful to one or the other. The husband says, I am faithful to my wife. Or my wife is not faithful to me. Whatever, they talk of faithfulness. The servant to the master, the people to their king. Always in terms of faithfulness in our relationships is necessary. Faithful. We always write at the end of our letter, yours faithfully. Whether we have faith or not, but it has become a formality. Yours faithfully. So, faithfulness. And if we work for these kinds of faithfulness, which I am just going to mention, our sanskaras begin to change. Baba also says, you are my faithful children. Do you have faith in me? Now, these are the kinds of faith. One is faith in Baba, which brings transformation in us. In knowledge, That is what Baba says. Then in our future, if we don't have faith in our future, then also we cannot make progress. Faith in our divine potential, that we have that potential in us whereby we can transform and become really great. Faith in the law of karma. Sometimes we suffer, we say this person has been unjust to me, unkind to me. But hardly do we remember that it is the law of karma which is operating. It may be because of our past karmic account that this man is behaving like this. At that time we don't have faith in karma. Though at the rest of the time we profess our faith in karma, but when we are on the side of the suffering, when we suffer that lot, at that time we forget the law of karma. Our faith becomes weak. We say, but we did nothing wrong. Why this was done to us? We forget that if we did nothing wrong now, we must have done something wrong in the past. Without having done something wrong, without the cause being there, how can the effect be there? That is the law of karma. So to have faith in the law of karma. Then to have faith in Baba's promises. First I was talking about knowledge in general, having faith in all the knowledge. It is a cycle, it repeats after 5,000 years, that I am a soul, that we come from Paramdham. Faith in all this knowledge. And then faith particularly in the law of action. That is also a part of knowledge, but particularly in that. Because we are very much influenced when we forget about that law of action. And faith about Baba's promise. Children, don't worry. I will take you to Paramdham. Give you karmatit avastha. Jivan Mukt Avastha. I will give you my inheritance of purity, peace and prosperity. So his promise is naturally going to be fulfilled, provided we have the faith in it. That kind of faith. So I have talked about the 9 points and the rest I take in the evening. Thank you. Om Shanti. I was talking about the process of transformation, and I said that it starts first of all with realization and then determination and then efforts. I also mentioned other factors, but under this head, namely effort, I was mentioning what are the facilitatory factors. After having discussed realization and determination, I was continuing with the discussion of the facilitatory factors which make our efforts for transformation fruitful. What I was trying to point out was that there are certain points in our consciousness, if they are touched, if those centers are activated, then our process of transformation becomes speedier, quicker, it takes place. And I had mentioned about 9 or 10 of them. Now I will continue further. I had discussed faithfulness, and I had said that we should have faith in Baba, his knowledge and so on. I was saying that we should have faith in so many things, and we should also have faith in goodness. Sometimes it so happens that when there are difficult circumstances and we find that the world is adopting vilest of ways, evil ways, we think to deal with a situation, good means cannot be fruitful, cannot be successful. Therefore we want to take the worldly ways, as other people do. But Baba says, being Brahmins and Yogis, our every action should be different from others. It should have spirituality, it should have divinity. And sometimes we cease to be divine and want to deal with situations in a Laukic way, not spiritual way, because our faith in goodness weakens. We should have deep faith in goodness. We should never give up goodness, being good towards others and doing good towards others and being good ourselves. It is ultimately the truth and the goodness which comes out victorious. Let us understand that Lokik means are not leading finally to victory. The success achieved through the worldly ways, when I say the worldly ways, I mean those ways which have the touch of body consciousness or any one of the 6 evils. They cannot lead us to perfection, to complete happiness. They can never solve all our problems. People have been trying to solve problems by various ways, and what we find is that when they begin to solve a problem, even if that problem is partially solved, it gives rise to other many problems. So instead of solving one problem, they give birth to other problems. That is the very nature of the Lokik ways. If you try to solve anything, giving up divinity, giving up goodness, thinking that this is the speedier way, the shortcut, or it will give you easy success, without goodness it cannot be. You cannot have complete satisfaction. So we adopt those kind of manners and ways only when we lose our faith in goodness. Sometimes we cease to become good when we see others are not good. They are not playing the fair game with us. We think that everything is fair in love and war, as they say. So we can take any means, any steps. That is also symbolic of a symptom of our weak faith in goodness. And we are establishing a world order where goodness and virtue are the basis. Therefore, never should our faith in goodness weaken. If anyone ceases to be good to us, that is no reason why we should not be good to that person. Because ultimately, it is for our own good that we should be good. And it is for the best of the world, betterment of the world, that we should be good. When Mahatma Gandhi died, he was killed by the bullet of an assassin, Bernard Shaw of England. He said that many comments were published in newspapers who said it on that occasion. He said it is bad to be too good. That was his typical way of saying things. He was a great writer, a great novelist, author, very famous in that field. And therefore he worded his comments like this: it is bad to be too good. Is that so? That again shows a little bit of loss of faith in goodness. And I think even if Mahatma Gandhi died, his goodness survived. So never forget that the person may die, but the idea does not die. If the idea is good, your thoughts are good, your actions are good, it is only that they will live forever. So never have your faith weakened in goodness, and in thought, speech and action. This kind of faith. Now another thing, I mentioned 9 already, now the 10th is, I have to be brief because I have to take other things also. Because otherwise it will go on endlessly. The 10th is obedience. Baba says, you are my obedient children. Obedience is a virtue which brings transformation. Unless and until you obey Baba, obey his Shrimat, obey his commandments, how can we transform ourselves? Because we do not know what is good for us, what is not good for us. It is he who enlightens us on this. And whatever he says is command, an order, a suggestion, an advice for our own betterment. And it is therefore in our own interest to obey him. It's one of the main things. And I find it is very rewarding in the sense it brings quick transformation. I have perhaps told my own story some time back that when I first came to the institution during my first visit, Baba asked that I should write a letter addressed to the President of India. And in that letter I should invite him to this institution, saying that God is doing his work. Now it was a night time and Baba asked us to show that letter in the morning. There were many others also in that class. One of them was a member of parliament. Another one was the general manager of a corporation. And another one was a superintendent in some office. There were many other people, one professor in a university. They also had said that they would write. They had raised their hands when Baba asked them. But when we went back to our rooms, it was about 10 by that time, and suddenly the light went off. And we thought that we cannot write. So we will tell Baba in the morning that we could not write because there was no light. And I said, no, I will certainly write. Because Baba is Trikaldarshi, and being Trikaldarshi, he asked us to show it in the morning. I will certainly write. They laughed at me, saying, do I have the cat's eyes that I would write in darkness? How can I do? The cat does not write. But what I mean to say is, have I that kind of a vision so that I can see in the darkness? But I was determined. This is the first commandment of Baba to me, my Sadguru, my teacher, my father, my guide, my beloved. And it will give me a habit of disobeying him for one reason or the other. Always making excuses. If I make an excuse that there was no light, then on other occasions in future, I would make another excuse. This was the reason I could not follow Baba's commandment. I must do because Baba has asked me to do. So I went on the roadside, and in the street light I was awake whole night and I wrote the letter. Because it is Baba's commandment. And it was on that next morning when Baba said, you will be the chief spokesman of the institution. You will write the literature of the institution. I did not anticipate all this. So he gave me this vardhan just by simply obeying him, this first obedience to him. So later on I found from my experiences, in many experiences in fact, how rewarding is obedience. When you obey your seniors, those who are your well-wishers, those who want to give you some good advice for your own betterment, this is something which brings transformation in us. Someone has misbehaved with us. We tell our seniors that is the case. And they say, all right, okay, you forget about it. Even if that person is done. I say, why should I forget about it? Instead of telling that person to behave in future, you are asking me to forget about it. You are being partial. This is no justice. But I don't know that in the first instance I am disobeying my seniors. If that man misbehaved with me, I am misbehaving with my seniors. So this is a misbehavior on my part also. My attitude of obedience to my seniors and to most of all to Bab Dada. If Bab Dada says something, it is the most important commandment for me. Many such occasions have come. Once Baba asked me to get something printed within 4 days. And within those 4 days, not only the thing should be printed, it should reach all service centers. Now, how can I build castles in the air? I have no press. I have to go to somebody and ask him to print it for me. And I have not yet written. And I do not know what is to be written. I have not thought about it. Within 4 days, I have to write it, to fair it, and then to go to the press. There should be typesetting, and how many pages it becomes. We have to purchase paper, get the stitching, so on. And then it should reach the service centers. How is it possible? Baba looked into my face. Baba said, every day a new newspaper comes and you can't print this small thing. You see, a big newspaper of so many pages comes and you are looking blank. You see, you are feeling perplexed. Can't you print this? And I thought, when Baba is saying, it must happen, I must go. So the first thing I did was, I went to the manager of a press, to the proprietor of a press, asked him whether he could help me. He was a hardcore communist, atheist. He did not believe in God. He said, when do you want it? I said, within 2 days. Because 2 days I wanted to keep to make packets, to write addresses, send to people so that it reaches the center. And I have not yet written. And within the 2 days I want the thing printed. How funny it is. So he asked me when I will like to have it. I said within the 2 days. He laughed at me. And he said it cannot be before 3 months. Because already he has so many orders. It was a big press. He alone could do it because he had that kind of machinery. And then I spoke to him, looked into his eyes, looked at his face. I spoke to him in a straightforward way. I said, look, people have told me that you are an atheist. You are a communist. You have your own views. But I come to you to help me on humanitarian grounds. Because I have come on the commandment of someone whom I believe is God. The very opposite of your belief. Now, even if you are a communist or an atheist, but you are a human being. I am also a human being. After all, we have some human relationships, beliefs apart. Can you keep them aside for a moment? If you were in my place and someone who is God to you, he gives you a work, what will you do? I know that you have orders for 3 months, but in this situation, as I am placed, what would you do? Then he realized. He said, okay, if that is the case, I don't believe in any God. But if there is someone who is God for you, on humanitarian grounds, I help you. Okay, where is the manuscript? But I had not written. If I had told him that I don't have the manuscript, he would have asked his peon to see me out, you see. That I am being non-serious. But I told him, you are a busy man, you busy with your own work, tell your manager that he should fulfill this assignment. So he asked his manager to take charge of the job and to get the manuscript and other things. Now the manager did not know the whole story. What is what? He asked me, where is the manuscript? I said, first of all, you ask the person who will typeset to be ready. And I have to give you the manuscript. He will not be delayed. I go on giving it to you, you see. Then I called Brother Vishwaratan to the press with a typewriter. I went on jotting down, he went on typing. We did not even revise. I went on giving to the press. The whole night we were in the press, awake, because otherwise, so we were competing with the machines. On one side are human beings, on the other side are the machines, the latest machinery. We were doing that, and ultimately we went to the railway station, met some passengers who were going to various destinations, requested them if they could deliver to our various centers, and we got the news that they were delivered. Things are already being done, but you have only to believe that when Baba says you should do it, it will be done. It is possible. He would not ask you to do impossible things. The only thing is that you have to obey. And if you obey, you get the credit. And you take the chance, you become the chancellor. And this transformation, I could give up sleep, I could be alert, I could be awake, I could be churning knowledge, I could be writing. I gave up other negative thoughts. It was a transformation process taking place. Though outwardly I was doing some service, some job, but the process of transformation also was taking place. So what I went to say was that this obedience is something which is very essential. For Baba says, come to the class daily. Now I say, what is the fun? I have taken 1 week course. I understand the elementary, the basis, the fundamentals of knowledge. I have understood what Baba wants to say. In essence, I understand everything. So what is the fun in winter, in summer, in storm, in whatever be the nature and the circumstances, daily to go to the classes? But the very first thing is, if you disobey Baba on this point, then next time you disobey him in another regard, third time you disobey him in another point, and you are gone. A day will come when you are gone. So the first thing is to obey, because whatever Baba says is for our own good, it's for our own betterment. And sometimes we don't realize when Baba says sweet children, loving, beloved children. When Baba says children, we are happy Baba says children. Even persons of 80 years, 85 years age, when everyone calls them uncle, or you see, by some other relationship, they think that Baba calls us children, so that gives them new energy, new stamina, new life. They feel very happy. So each one of us, whether one is elderly in age, or young in age, or just a child, Baba calls everyone as child irrespective of the age, physical age. But we don't realize that when Baba calls us as children we are to be obedient to our Father. As children we are to be obedient to our Father. We only understand the love aspect of it, Baba is loving us. But what should be our response to this epithet of Baba? When Baba calls us the children, it means we are supposed to obey him. Every right has a duty. It implies a duty. So if we are the right to be called children of God, then we have also the duty of obeying God as our most beloved Father. Then Baba says you are the students. The students are expected to obey the teachers. Baba says I am your Sadguru. We are expected to obey as his disciples, as his followers, because he is our Sadguru. Baba says it is a non-violent spiritual army of Shiv Shaktis, of Pandavas. Now every army has a discipline. Every soldier must be obedient. Else it cannot be a disciplined army. It cannot be victorious. There will be anarchy. So, as soldiers, spiritual soldiers of this salvation army, Baba generally calls it salvation army, which gives salvation to other souls who are getting drowned in evil, in vices. We are supposed to be obedient to our captain, to our commandment, to our major general. Then, another thing is, if we don't obey Baba, whom do we obey? After all, always there is a hierarchy. There is someone, there is another one who is above us. There is another one who is above him. There is yet another one who is above him. Even in the family, one is a senior brother, one is a senior sister, then there is the mother, then there is the father, or both of them as parents, then there are grandparents. After all, there are someone always in this order. There is some kind of a protocol. And in order that some discipline must be observed, there should be some kind of an organized system. There has to be obedience. Things have to go through proper channel, and they have to be worked out in a systematic fashion. So when that is the case, we are to be obedient. If we are not obedient to Baba, then who is our boss? To whom we are obedient? Whose orders are we going to fulfill? To whom we hold ourselves responsible? We cannot change unless and until we hold ourselves or answerable or responsible to someone. There should be someone who holds responsibility to check us up, to whom we can approach and say, well, this is our chart. What you have to say? And what is the further advice for us to follow? So, therefore, we have to be obedient. Because if we are not obedient to God, then we are obedient to Maya. Or we are obedient to our personal opinion, our own whims and fancies. As Manmat, Baba says it. Either Manmat, or Gurumat, or Shastramat, that is the opinion of Laukik Gurus, or Laukik scriptures, or Maya, or the opinion of the own mind. Because obedience has to be there. If not the obedience of God, then obedience of any one of these kinds. Maybe some other philosopher, maybe some other leader. We have to be obedient to someone after all. And since we have tried all, we have experienced life after life, where they have led us to, what is our present condition, I think this is the first lesson we should learn, that they have put us into chains. We have lost our divinity, our sublimity by following them. And therefore this is the first decision which we should make. When we begin to transform ourselves, the first decision in our mind is that we are not going now to obey all these Manmat, Manushmat, Gurumat, Shastramat, or the opinion of the leaders, but we are going to follow only one, Shiv Baba, who is the perfect one. And Baba says, I am your spiritual guide, I am your Panda. I know the path. I know the ups and downs of this spiritual effort. I can therefore guide you. Like a person who takes travelers, those who want to, the tourists, to various spots, they guide them. Here you should do this, here you should do that, because they are aware of what is happening where. Similarly, Baba says, on your path to Paramdham, on your path to paradise, on your path to spiritual progress, I am your Panda, your spiritual guide. Therefore, we have to obey him. Now this was the 10th, obedience. Even Baba says, I am your most obedient servant. How much humility Baba has. Baba says, I am your most obedient servant. In Sindhi sometimes Baba says in the Murli, Main gulam tera. Dear children, I am your most obedient servant. And in response, we say, Baba, Main gulam tera. Baba, I am your most obedient servant. What you have to say is a commandment for me, I will certainly obey it. Then the 11th is the knowledge of the identity and also the knowledge of our responsibility. Unless and until we know our identity, this is actually the first lesson which we are given in 7 days course. What is our identity? But I think that does not finish. The knowledge about our identity goes on till the end. In every Avyaktavani, Baba gives us a new dimension of our identity. Our identity in a new perspective. Therefore, he finishes every Avyaktavani by giving us some titles, some epithets, which speak of our new identity. Sometimes Baba, for example, would say, you are Adhar Murt and Uddhar Murt. You are the pillars, the foundation stones of the coming new world order. And it is on you that that new era depends. And you are also the Uddhar Murt. You are the people who are to bring transformation of the world transformation. You are to work out the transformation of all the other human souls and to lead them to salvation. That is your responsibility. That is your work. That is what Baba has assigned to you. Now, when he says you are Adhar Murt and Uddhar Murt, we are souls, all of us. But as souls, we have different responsibilities. Each one of us has different role. And there are some roles which are common to all. This, for example, is our responsibility. When we understand that the world is not destroyed because we are not ready. In one of the Murlis, Baba said, some children asked me, Baba, when will destruction take place? So I asked them, the destruction can take place, but are you ready to go in the golden age? Have you already divinized yourself completely? Have you now all the divine qualities in you? So Baba gave the example of the actors of a drama. And if they are not ready and someone pulls the curtain apart, someone is putting on the pajama and another one is putting on the sari and another one is just using the cosmetics to prepare the proper face, and someone pulls the curtain apart. What you are doing? We are not ready, they will say. So Baba says, you are not ready. Therefore, I am not pulling apart the curtain of the last scene. That destruction means the last scene of this kalpa. That will take place only when you are ready for the new episode, new start of new plot. But you are not ready. So if we realize that all this is happening because we are not ready, so we will try to speed up our process of transformation. Sometimes Baba says you are the seeds. As the seeds, so is the fruit. Each one of you is a seed. Because you are creating. You are giving this knowledge to others. And knowledge is like seeds which you are sowing in their minds. They will transform themselves, change themselves depending upon what seeds you are sowing in them, the way you are sowing in them, the quality which you are sowing in them, the divine virtues which you are sowing in their minds. So Baba says, you are the seeds. Earlier Baba used to say that you should make people apsaman, like you, yogis like you, Brahmins like you. But since we are not perfect, then Baba stopped saying this. Baba said you should make others like Baba, Bapsaman, not Apsaman. Because if you make them Apsaman, then not only will you transfer your good qualities into them, but also your bad qualities also into them. You see. So he said it is better that you keep in mind you have to make them Bapsaman, like father, not Apsaman, not like yourself. But even if we want to make them Bapsaman by our interaction, we are influencing them, no doubt. And we are sowing the seeds all the time in their minds. So if we think that we have to improve ourselves, our sanskaras, change them, so that the seeds are better, the fruit would be better. So we should look in that light and try to qualify ourselves and improve ourselves. And in many Murlis, Baba says, you should work like samples and examples. Because like a company which manufactures certain goods and puts some pieces into the showcase. Well, this is the product. These are the goods which we are producing. the best of the lot, so that someone chooses them, accepts them. As good salesmen, as good tradespersons, we have to produce the best samples, so that they become acceptable to the people. It becomes a saleable commodity. And people, when you tell them, it is God who is giving us this knowledge, how will they accept? Unless and until they find that transformation in ourselves. If we are happy, if we are contented, if we are pure, if we have balance of mind, if we don't have tension and depression, if we have peace in our life, if our behavior and manner is high class as compared to others, then people want to ask themselves, how come you have attained this stage? You are very different from others. Then we can glorify Baba and say, well, it is through his knowledge, it is what he revealed to us that enabled us to attain this stage. And then, therefore, they accept it. It is not only that by arguments, by rational approach, you can explain things to people. That remains only at the intellectual level. You have to demonstrate it from your life, from your practical acts. Actions, they say, speak louder than words. 1 ton of action, 1 ounce of practice is better than a ton of knowledge, as they say. So when, as practical yogis, we become samples and examples unto others, then only people accept it. And therefore, when we think that that is our responsibility, to demonstrate it from our practical life, then we want to transform and change our sanskaras. Then the 12th is creativity. That is an urge in almost all, not almost, but in fact all, in one form or the other. Everyone wants to create something, in thought or in deed, in action or in imagination. One may be a poet, one may be a pot maker, one may be an artist, one may be a scientist, one may be a laborer, one may be an architect. All want to create. We have that ability, that quality. We want to create. Even the small children take some sand and want to build the houses, the castles, other things, because they have that imagination. And that imagination leads us physically to create something in our mind first of all, and then to put it into some concrete shape, some concrete form. Now, that urge being there, Baba touches that center in us and says, you are master creators. Now, why to create all these small things? Create something durable, something lasting, something of value, something good for all. And that is the creation of the golden age. He says, you are master creators. You are master Brahma. You are children of Brahma. And as Brahmins, you are the master creators. So when we use our creativity in that way, then our negative things begin to get transformed. Because those thoughts are now occupied with better visions. And in order to materialize those visions, we try to act in that way. And that automatically brings positively the change in our sanskaras. In other Murlis, Baba says, make best out of the waste. Now this is another kind of creativity. What do Japanese people, for example, do? Earlier in period, the paper which we used to throw away, they would give color to it and make ties out of it, beautiful ties, and sell them. Recycle things and create new forms, new shapes, new articles, new objects, produce new goods out of things which were discarded by people, thrown by people. Nowadays people make riches from rags because they want to use even the rags, even the waste things, and they want to use it for some other purpose. That is another form of creativity. Baba says, this is what you have to do. Whatever is the worst, you have to make it the best. Then another thing which Baba says is, create your own fortune. You are the makers of your own fortune. You are trying to make some toys. Of what lasting value are they? Try to make your fortune. Try to visualize what your future is and try to give it a concrete form. And that when we begin to do that, naturally we have to change our sanskaras. It gives us a new channel, opens us a new channel for spending our energy, for using our thought, for using our creativity in that direction. Then the process of transformation takes place. Now I come to the 13th, which is perfection or excellence. Whenever we see someone doing something, we always have some suggestions for improvement. We find that it had some kind of shortcomings, some weaknesses. What does it show? It means we always are thinking of perfect things. Every one of us has some image of perfection. Someone speaks, another person speaks. We say that this speech it could be improved in this way. That one could be improved in the other way. Someone prepares chapatis. Now, when we eat chapatis, there is always some margin for improvement. Whatever we do, you arrange the sofas. Some one of you may think that we are bored by this kind of arrangement. Let us arrange it in a different way. That would be better. So always you want to change. And why you want to change? Because you have own vision or image of perfection. And that is why we have the habit of criticizing others. That is why partly we have discontentment with our own selves. Because we feel that we ourselves are not perfect. We commit some mistake and then we repent. Because we want to be perfect, we are aware that what we did was wrong, and therefore we feel sorry for it. So when perfection is our goal, therefore work for it. When you work for perfection, naturally the shortcomings, the loopholes, the weaknesses, the dark side of the personality, that would automatically change. It would be transformed. And Baba gives us some objects, some aims for perfection. In what things we should become perfect? One is that there are 36 divine qualities. Become perfect in all those divine qualities. And Baba calls this perfection by the name 16 degrees. Have 16 degrees full, all these divine qualities. How much work it is? How can we criticize others when we ourselves are not perfect? Baba says, don't complain, but try to become complete. No complaint, but become complete, Baba says. So that is for which we have to work. So one is Sarv Gun Sampann. That is, try to attain all the divine qualities in you in full strength to the highest, to the maximum degree. The other is perfection in control of mind. In the sense, there should be no negative thinking, no leakage, no wastage. Sometimes we have waste thoughts. Much of the waste thinking might have been eliminated. But still sometimes some one or two thoughts may come which have no use, which are irrelevant, which perhaps have no purpose. Uninvited guests, sometimes they enter. The thoughts also sometimes enter our mind like uninvited guests. Suddenly they appear. We open the door and we say, come and sit in. We make them sit in. Now, so happens. It is because we have not attained yet the self-control, complete self-control. Whatever we wish, that only happens. Whatever we planned, that only happens. Our thinking is not organized, systematic, integrated, completely free from all the negative and the waste thoughts. That kind of perfection requires a lot of hard work. And let us work for it. Sometimes we say, I am sorry. I did not mean it. It is just a slip of tongue. That again shows we don't have perfection. We have said something which we should not have said. Or we have said a good thing but not in proper words. Or we have used the proper words but not the proper tone. Or we have perhaps used the proper tone but not the proper gestures. So in one way or the other we are not perfect. We are to become perfect. We commit errors, we commit mistakes. People generally say man is liable to err. To err is human, they say. But we no longer think like that. We say we have to be error-free. In our golden age, our aeroplanes would be foolproof. They would never have accidents. Our all actions would be without any accidents. Either it may be in human relationship or it may be because of the gadgets which we use. So we have to become completely free from error. That is possible only when our mind is completely clear. It is perfect in all the good qualities, good things. And as I was saying, we misunderstand. very often we misinterpret. We do not properly realize. So we have to have perfection in that respect also. Even if somebody does not express himself or herself to us, we understand properly. Our mind has not become that crystal clear that we can understand who is who, what is what. So that kind of stage which we have to acquire. And then we have to maintain all the balances in our life. We have to attain that kind of perfection where Baba says you have the balance of love and law, balance of being Balak and Malak, being child and being the master. All these balances, we have to work for them. So when we devote our attention and energy to this, the process of transformation is automatically taking place. Now I come to the 14th. It is principles, morals. Everyone has an idea that he should follow some morals, some principles. When others do not follow some morals, some principles, they point out. They say, look, the way he did this thing was wrong. Principally wrong. Morally, it was wrong. Even a criminal would say, I stole a particular thing, I pilfered it. It is because the society has been unjust to me. It means he considers justice as a value. Justice as something which morally should be there. He thinks that the society is not following certain morals. So if he broke some moral, what is wrong with him? When the society itself is not following those principles. Because the society has deprived him of his due, and therefore he had to steal. He is justifying. So this means he thinks that things should be justified. He also thinks there should be fair play, there should be justice. He also thinks that everyone should be given the due or the right. Just by making this one statement, he is revealing his mind, at least he believes in these three principles. Similarly, anyone who makes any statement, if you just analyze that statement, you will find that every statement has some principles, some morals. You just make one statement. It is not without principles, not without morals. I have yet to see any statement made by any human being in any country, any part of the world, which is not pregnant with some kind of morals, some kind of principles, even if they are in a hidden form. It comes from a mind which has some kind of a thinking. That is the very difference between the matter and the soul. Soul is not only conscious, it is not only a point of consciousness, it has a moral dimension. It has some values, it has some principles. It may not be able to follow, but the core of the spirit, core of the soul has this divinity, that morality. You have to awaken it. It wants to follow some principles, but it finds difficult to follow. And now Baba gives us some morals, some principles to follow. Because there is in us the potential. There is in us an urge to follow morals and principles. We want everyone to follow morals and principles. Politicians always criticize that he is a politician without principles. Though they themselves also may not follow principles, but they have an aspiration that politics should be based on principles. People say there is degeneration in values, in morals, which means, in other words, that there should be morality. So Baba now gives us some maryadas. What are maryadas? They are the God-given laws. There is a code of conduct, a code of moral or human or spiritual values which we must follow, because each one of us wants to follow. The maryadas which others have given, all the founders of religions, all the political leaders, all the economic leaders, even economics is based on some principles. Even politics even democracy, any kind of government, any system of government has inherent in it or visualizes some kind of norms of human conduct. You may call it norms, you may call it principles, you may call it morals, you may call it values, you may call it by any other name, but it has it. Now Baba gives us a set of other principles to follow, which we call Ishwari Niyam, Niyam and Maryada, the Niyams, the laws and the Maryadas, the code of conduct. Now, the 15th is name and fame. Everyone is an individual, and as an individual, everyone has an identity, and everyone wants to maintain his identity. And as an identity, it feels that it should have some kind of recognition in the society. He should be acknowledged. People should think that he is also worth something. His contribution to the society also has got some value. We do not want that people should underrate us or should think that we are cheaper than dust. They should understand that we also can make a valuable contribution. And this actually is the urge for name and fame. And I think it is only natural. Everyone wants name and fame. But it can be either in the good sense or in the bad sense. The word name and fame in our Brahmin terminology is not considered in good light. We think we should renounce it. We should not be after name and fame. It is because our aim should not be recognition, but our aim should be hard effort. But if wins recognition, we feel satisfaction. That is not bad. If we do something in a nice way and people say we liked it, then we feel that our efforts were fruitful. We did some useful thing. We think that our adopted a proper direction. But if someone makes a negative comment, we should not feel it. We should not feel depressed. So that is what is meant by saying that we should not try to have name and fame. Because anyone who has name and fame as his goal, then he would feel depressed and feel hurt if someone says, whatever you did was rubbish. It was no use at all. It was waste of money. If I always want praise, some kind of adoration from everyone, if I depend upon it, it becomes my dependence on some kind of an intoxication. Like some people depend upon some drugs, on alcohol. Now this is an alcohol or a drug to me. People must praise me. If for 2, 3, 4, 5 days people don't praise me, I become depressed. When Baba says you should not be after name and fame. Because if that is what you are depending upon, then it is a wrong attitude towards life. But recognition, we want this university should be recognized. Baba's work should be recognized. Our conferences should be recognized. People should like it. If we don't keep in our mind that people should like it, how can we give the best performance? But our object should be to give the best performance. Not necessarily expecting always the best comments. We should be prepared even for the worst. There we should have the tolerance. There we should not have the feeling in our mind, the bitter feeling. So, if we want that we should have recognition, our actions should be appreciated, people should be feeling that what we did was worth, it did have some value, then it helps us transform ourselves. I think it helps us. It speeds up our process. But the intention should be to become good persons so that ultimately we find recognition. When Baba, for example, said at the end of Tapasya year he would give us prizes, for example, it is recognition. Because you did something, you obeyed Baba and you worked for it, you became good persons, so there is the recognition. It is not the value of the monetary value of the prize which is concerned. It is his word of appreciation. Even if he does not give you something gross and he says, children, I am happy with your effort, it is a reward. It is the prize which he has given us. But that gives us an impetus for further work. So, what I wanted to say was that we should not think that name and fame is our objective, but we should try to reform, to transform ourselves so that we ultimately win recognition. Otherwise, what do we mean when we say Ashtadevta, the 8 deities, or that there will be 108 who are victorious? Don't we want to come within that 108 in that rosary? That is recognition. So that we should work for that. Those 108 are famous. They have name and fame. Well known. Baba himself says. So therefore, that name and fame, that glorification would come ultimately, automatically come. You have not to worry for it. You have not to hunger for it, not to run after it, but you have to work for it. And that work for it is what is transformation. Otherwise, why you want to transform? Because you want to come within that rosary of 108. And then we should try to achieve that objective by glorifying Baba, not glorifying ourselves. When we renounce something, we get it in manifold ways and in abundance. As I was saying, giving is having. What we should do is not glorify ourselves, but glorify Baba, His work, His knowledge, whatever He is giving us. And in that glorification, when that golden aged world is established, we ourselves certainly get rewarded. That is the best reward. Now, the 16th is justice. Every one of us wants justice to be done to us, and so naturally we should do justice to others. Justice is something which every human being aspires. It is one of our needs. We do not need only food. We also need justice. Food is also a sign of justice. If we don't get food, if it is because there is no justice, then we cannot tolerate it. That is what people do. So, justice is a very important virtue. When we say God is knowledgeful, peaceful, blissful and so on, people very often say God is justice. And they say, if you have not done justice to me, if I did not get any justice from the highest of the court of the land, God will do the justice. Because final justice will be done in His court. He is just. So every one of us has this as one of the most brilliant values in our mind, justice. Now Baba says, do justice to yourselves. That is the first thing. When you want justice, do justice to yourselves. You are not being just to yourself first. You are depriving yourself of so many rights, so many duties, so many dues. Then sometimes we have to be three persons in one. Our mind says one thing, our intellect says another thing, our emotions say something, and our analytical faculty says another thing. Then there are two persons, as I was saying the other day. One is where the emotions are, the other is where the rationality is. Now I have to play the role of an observer. Between the mind and the intellect, I have to be a third person at the same time. Though the soul is the same, but different faculties are quarreling among themselves. Like two litigants come to a justice in a court with their own cases. Someone says, I did it because of this reason. The other one says, he did it wrong, so he must be punished. Both are presenting their case to the justice, who is an observer, who is a neutral person. He wants to see which one is according to the law, and he wants to decide. So we have ourselves to be our own judge and do justice to ourselves. Then only we don't require any outside judge. My mind is saying something, my emotions are saying something, my intellect is saying something. Now let me be neutral, the third person, the judge. The two cases are before me, and let me do justice. So when I say justice, justice in this respect also. Of course, but I am showing the neutrality. Now when the intellect is being partial, it is pleading its own case. It has its own brief to plead. It is its own advocate. And the emotions are their own advocate. Now I want to be judge listening to both the advocates to plead their case. After they have pleaded their case, now I want to be just a neutral person, impartial person, and put them in the balance and then do justice. Me only. My emotions are me. My intellect is me. But having both the sides, after having listening to both the sides, now I am playing the neutral role. I am the same person, playing different roles. The same human being is a judge in the court. But when he comes back to his house, he is the husband of his wife. He is not the judge. If there he behaves as a judge, his son would say, his son would not say, my lord. He would not just talk to him like one has to address the court. He would say, my dad has come. Papa, how are you? The friends would behave with him as a friend. At that time when he is among the friends, They won't consider him as a magistrate. Because this is not the court. It is a tennis court where they are playing. So there the attitude has to be different. There he would not say, foul, foul, put him in the jail. He would say, and now you are in the tennis court, forget about it. Not in the court. You can't do this. There when he is occupying the chair of the magistrate, he has the powers. But here when he is a friend, he does not have that power. It was the chair. It was the job, the assignment which he was doing. So you have emotions. You are being carried by the emotions. You are pleading your own case as emotions. Suppose you play the drama. One person plays the role of emotions. Another person plays the role of the reason, the judgment, the intellect, saying, no, this emotion is wrong. And the third one, it plays the judge. So you are giving personification to the ideas and then making the background of a court, and the other person is judging. So these are our various aspects of our own personality. What I was trying to say was, to do justice means to become neutral, observer. Baba says Sakshi. Unless and until you become Sakshi, Baba cannot be your Sathi. That is what Baba has been saying. Baba will be by your side when you are an observer. If you have attachment not only with your body, attachment not only with your relatives, attachment not only to the goods and chattels in your house, but attachment to your ideas, attachment to your emotions. You may have a very good idea. You are fascinated. You are being carried. You have attachment. Similarly, you may have attachment with the emotion. Now, as a judge, become detached. Try to value each one of them and just make the judgment. Then only your actions will be good. That will bring the process of transformation. Don't we say sometimes to the people, don't become emotional. Now stabilize yourself and then talk to me. What do we mean? Now instead of somebody else doing it, let me, my own self do it. That's what I mean. And when I say that justice is one of the values to which we pay attention, which we relish, which we aspire from others, which we expect, let me also be just. Let me do justice. If I do justice, why I say it is a process of transformation? I cannot have jealousy if I do justice. If I am fair to others, if they are making efforts and attaining some success, how can I become jealous? That is not justice towards them. They made some effort, they achieved. So it is justified. Why should I be jealous? So you can transform yourself, you can eliminate jealousy from yourself when you become your own judge and tell your own self, why I am being jealous? After all, every cause leads to some effect. This person has this glorification, this success because made some efforts. It is the due. The reward was due. So why should I feel jealous? By being jealous, I will not be depriving that person. I will not be gaining anything. So let me be just and fair. As I would like people to be just and fair to me, I should also do justice. So by just thinking justice, focusing on justice, jealousy would finish. Similarly, selfishness would finish. Why we are selfish? We are not just. We don't do justice to others. We want to grab everything. If I want to do justice, then I would think this is not my share. Let me be just to everyone. This belongs to somebody else. Why should I have it? So when justice is one of your qualities which you want to attain, naturally there will be transformation. You won't be selfish. Much of the problem is because of selfishness. We are self-centered people. We love ourselves rather than love others. We can't give love to others because we ourselves want the love. We are empty within us. There is a vacuum. We want to possess and possess. It is a possessive society. We don't want to give, but to possess. And in order to eliminate this negative tendency, to change our sanskaras, to become liberal, generous, donors, giving vardhan, blessing others, this quality can come, at least you should become just. Give at least the due to others. Similarly, greed, which is one of the evils, one of our sanskaras, which we want to change. Greed cannot be changed unless and until You want to have justice. How can you have greed and justice both at the same time? They are opposite, as darkness and light. So the moment you think of justice, you cannot be greedy. You must do justice. So this one single quality of justice, this opens a new channel for transformation. Like you have many TV channels giving you various kinds of information, bringing on the screen various scenes from different parts of the world. Similarly, these 16 which I gave you are the channels which open you up to various kinds of transformation. And you perhaps may not be aware at that time that the transformation is taking place, but it does take place. So these 16 which I mentioned are the facilitatory factors, the positive ones which when you employ, they begin transformation. Now I would mention the inhibitory, as I was saying. This is one part of the effort. After realization and determination, I mentioned effort. And I said effort is of three kinds. One is the facilitatory, the other is the inhibitory, and the third is, you can say, the transformatory, or you can say the acceleratory, or whatever. Now I am just going to mention the inhibitory. How to stop the negative from coming up. This is what Baba uses in many Murlis. Now, I have to be brief because I want to finish. Now, one of the things which serves as the inhibitory mechanism of transformation is the fear of punishment. Fear is a negative thing. We have to eliminate the fear. But fear can also do some good to us sometimes. It can inhibit the bad in us. Baba says, now I am the father. But if you don't obey me, if you don't transform yourself, if you don't become pure, then I will be Dharmraj, the supreme adjudicator, the supreme judge. Then I will say that give him the punishment. Again, Baba says that being yogis, being those who know the law, you have the knowledge of what you should become. If you violate those principles, you will have 10 times the more punishment than the ordinary people, because you know, you intentionally violate. And if you intentionally violate, being knowledgeable people, having been told directly by God, being aware of the law, if you violate it, then you will get many times the punishment. So it is touching the center of fear in us. Everyone has this kind of center. And Baba wants to use this center by appealing to it, by making us feel scared. And Baba says, so harsh, so severe will be the punishment. He also mentions it at quite some length. What punishment it will be? A tribunal will sit. They will judge. And Baba will say, I had warned you. The seniors will, sisters will say, I reminded you. But a number of times we asked you to change. You did not change. So now, give him the punishment. Baba has been saying like this. So, why Baba says this? To create that fear, that if we don't transform ourselves, people have been saying, spare the rod and spoil the child. But we are not adopting that kind of method. Baba is changing us by the method of love. But he is also making us aware that if we don't change, what the result will be. The punishment will be there. Because there is no law which does not prescribe some punishment. Because those who violate the law, if they don't get the punishment, then who is going to obey the law? Every law says, you must this. You must keep the left side of the road. Or in certain countries, you must drive your vehicle on the right side of the road. And if you don't do that, if policeman checks you and you are found in the wrong direction, this will be the punishment. It's human nature. Every law mentions that if someone who violates the law, what will be the punishment. So Baba gives us some maryadas, some niyams, some principles, some observances which we must practice. And if we don't practice, the highest authority having awakened and made us aware of it, if still we disobey, if we voluntarily disobey, then this will be the punishment. Baba also says, if you disobey me, if you violate this divine law, the highest law, having been reminded again and again, your intellect will be locked. Maya will lock your intellect. You won't be able to judge what is right, what is wrong. It is the severest punishment. One who has lost his judgment. It is the severest punishment. If someone has a disease, it can be cured. After suffering for a while, one may again become a little bit of normal. But if one's judgment is gone, the intellect has become stone-like. That sense of proportion, sense of discrimination, of judging between right and wrong has gone. Everything has gone. One is totally deprived of one's inheritance. Baba says, then we find that when one violates laws intentionally, one has irritative nature. One is very disrespectful. One has so many other bad things in life which show that his intellect has been locked by Maya. Now the key of the lock is in the hands of the Maya, because he has ceased to give his intellect to Baba and now is following his own manushmat, his own opinion. This is another punishment Baba makes us aware of and wants to create fear in us. This will happen. Every teacher also gives punishment to the students. Either he fines him, or he marks his absence in the register, or the student is not allowed to appear in the examination because he is short of the attendance, number of attendants, so on and so forth. Or he has violated the discipline of the university, he is extricated from the university. There is some punishment, always. So Baba also, ultimately, after being loveful, there is, after all, some kind of an order, law, which has to be obeyed. Sometimes Baba says, if after being yogis, after being Brahmins, after understanding that purity is your foundation of Brahmin life, if again you violate this purity, it is like falling from the 8th floor of the building. Such will be the fracture of the soul, not of the body. Because after having stored your energy, after having labored, having done so much of hard effort to attain chastity, purity, having become immaculate, then you violate it. Then your mind will be so much polluted. So much will be the deprivation in your mind of the happiness. You will feel exactly as somebody who has fallen from the 8th floor feels. Bleeding, fractured, grievously hurt, unable to stand on the legs now anymore. So Baba makes us aware. Children, this is the first law. Don't be body conscious. To the extent of indulging into a sexual act. As Brahmins, you should never be, even never think of it, never dream of it. This is the first foundation, the fundamental of the Brahmin life. If you violate this commandment, this will be the punishment. So he tells us what are the benefits and what is the punishment. So this one, the fear of punishment, is the one inhibitory mechanism which stops if ever we have some negative thinking. When we think what will be the punishment, then we think, and what will be the reward, then we are able to judge better sometimes. The second one is shame. Everyone has a sense of shame. There is not a single individual who does not have shame. Shame is a negative factor. But Baba uses this to transform, to change. Shame. When someone does a wrong act, people say shame, shame. See? But in what way Baba uses it? When we feel, if we do this kind of act, what will the Brahmin family say? What we did? How we will show our face? We will lose our image. How do we look into the eyes of Baba? Just stand in front of him. We will shake if we do this kind of act which Baba has forbidden. So this sense of shame prevents us from any bad act, grossly bad act. Because the sense of shame is there and Baba awakens. Baba says, Kul ki maryada. You belong to the Brahmin Kul, Brahmin clan, Brahmin dynasty. And belonging to the Brahmin dynasty, if you do something which is utterly wrong, then you should have a feeling of remorse, a feeling of shame. You will lose your image. The people before whom you have been talking so much, if they come to know that inwardly you have been so bad, that you did such bad act which could never be expected of you, so you feel shame. So before that, if the feeling of shame comes, no, I will never do this. It is shame for me if I do this. That feeling prevents you. it is inhibitory. It inhibits that bad thought, just at the source, at the root. What will the public say? He is a Brahma Kumar, a Brahma Kumari. The university talks so much of what education it is giving, how it is changing the behavior of the other people. And this person says he is a Brahma Kumar or a Brahma Kumari, and just see his behavior. So in the presence of the public, I would not like to talk in a way so that people have an occasion to comment on the whole institution. Because at this moment in the white dress I am representing them with the badge on. So it's a sense of shame which protects me from being utterly degraded. At least it checks me. Even if something slips from my mouth, I am suddenly aware, oh, I should not do further anything. It would harm the reputation of our institution. I am aware of the reputation. We have to maintain the standard after all. So it is the sense of shame which inhibits. The third is anxiety. Anxiety is a bad thing. I am telling all those things which we generally consider bad. But they play the inhibitory role. Anxiety. We should not have anxiety. On the other hand, we tell people that meditation frees our mind from anxiety. But there is some kind of anxiety which is for our good. Baba says, have no other anxiety, no other worry. But there is so much of karmic account which is to be finished. Have this anxiety. It should worry you. Not worry in the worldly sense. Don't take it in that negative grass sense. This kind of a thing. Salt may not be good to be used, but some salt in certain quantity and certain kinds of salt may be necessary for our health. So some certain things which are bad may be good in certain ways to certain extent. This Baba generally says in the Murli, हमें ओना होना चाहिए, फिक्रात होना चाहिए. Because there is so much of load we are carrying of our past sins on our head. And time left is very small, very little, very short. Therefore, we have to do hard work to finish that and to meditate intensely so as to offload that. So this kind of, it is not exactly anxiety or worry, but perhaps there is no other word in the dictionary, either in the Brahmin dictionary or in the worldly dictionary, which should replace it. So we have to understand its proper connotation when I use this word anxiety or worry. Not in the traditional sense. Pardon? Concern is also, of course, something near to that, but it does not convey that. Baba also means a touch of worry, you see. But it is not that worry which eats our vitality. That kind of thing. Then another is hatred. Hatred is also a bad thing. But it also sometimes works as an inhibitory mechanism. We become fed up with the worldly things, with rituals, with scriptures, which are like novels, with gurus. So it is not exactly hatred which we have developed for them, but it is a kind of aversion, repulsion, rejection you may say. That would be a better word. We reject them. We no longer like them. Since we don't like them, therefore we say it is hatred, but actually it is not hatred. We are no longer interested in them. That kind of attitude, which has a touch of hatred perhaps, because we no longer feel any kind of a relationship with them, anything to do with them, we have rejected them from our life. Baba says, ye sab chichi hai, chichi. Chichi means bad. When someone is polluted, we say, he is chichi. Someone is good, we say gulgul. Anyone who is fresh, who is pure, we say gulgul. Gul means actually the flower. But we also use it in metaphorical sense, gulgul, good. And the reverse of it, chichi, bad. To a child who has not yet understood the language in its all nuances, we simply say to the child, this is chichi. It means it is bad. Because the very sound shows that it is bad. Chichi, chichi. That shows it is bad. So this kind of an attitude, Baba says, it will prevent some kind of an action. These actions are chichi, so you give them up. Then another is repentance. Baba says, you must do prayaschit. Repentance gives you a feeling of remorse, a sad feeling, a feeling of guilt. But Baba says, no, let past be past. Don't live in the past. Don't go on living in the memory of what you did was wrong. Because otherwise it will lengthen its duration. That also is not good, sanskar wise. It would create another negative sanskara in you. But repentance in the sense, this again has no other better word, in the sense that you have made up your mind that never in future you will do this. Correction, of course, but repentance has a different connotation, different sense. It conveys differently. But what I was saying was a touch of remorse. It was really bad what happened. We should not have done it. It was chi-chi, you see. So we repent that it was something wrong. We realize we will not do it. Then another thing is forgetting. Some people are short of memory. Very often we forget things. Forgetting also may be good, may be bad. But in this sense, since we take the new birth, we are newly born. And just as a person who takes a new birth forgets the past relatives, past house, articles, objects, past events, after having taken a new birth, it opens a new chapter of life, new life. Similarly, we use forgetfulness as a tool to take new life. Otherwise, we have not taken the Brahmin life. A real Brahmin is one who has forgotten his past and opened a new chapter of life. The past is dead. I am a newly born. Die from the past. This kind of attitude. So forgetfulness in that sense. That is the real new birth. Then another is anger. Baba says you have to fight a war against the evil. We are at war with Maya, very often he says. We are at war with Maya. Because it makes us alert, active. Just as the people, the armies give the red alert. The full preparedness of the army when it is suspected that the enemy will attack. So they have to be fully in a state of preparedness so that they can counterattack or defend themselves. Now Baba says you are at war with Maya so that you are alert that Maya cannot take you unawares. You should watch and be prepared to give a good fight to Maya. So you are at war and no war is without anger. A little bit of touch of anger is there in every war. And here, when you consider Maya as your enemy, it is not anger in that traditional sense again, as I was saying. But you have some kind of a repugnance, some kind of a opposition, you may say. Alright, no hatred, no anger, but opposition to Maya. That spirit is there. That is why you say that Maya is your enemy and you want to fight Maya, that you are at war with Maya. So in that sense I am saying anger. We all have anger. We want to transform it. Now use that anger, make best out of the waste as I was saying. Anger is a waste thing, now we want to finish. But use a little bit of anger, a touch of anger for fighting the Maya. Ultimately you have to give that up either. But in the beginning when you are transforming yourself, you are using it. Later on you are to get above from even this. Another is death. We have to die from the past. We have to kill that kind of an awareness of our past. Everyone, they say, has a death wish. There comes a time in life when people think life is not worth living. It's no more need to live, we have fulfilled it. Now use that kind of a psychological bent to die from your past. Then another is ambitiousness. Everyone has an ambitious, has a desire. Now let that ambition or desire be used in a positive sense. Let us be ambitious to have more and more points of knowledge, gems of knowledge. Be ambitious to have more and more divine qualities. Ambitious to do more and more service. Use this for just stopping the other negative things at their source. Ambition to come among the 108. Similarly, you can say greed. Greed for knowledge. Greed for, Baba says, sab lobh kharab hai. All greed is bad. But this kind of lobh, this kind of greed is okay. That you want to have more and more divine qualities and so on. Another is dissatisfaction. That also has become our trait in this period at the end of Iron Age. We have one or the other kind of dissatisfaction. Now dissatisfaction is a bad thing. It is a bad negative quality. But in the beginning, in order to transform yourself, if you are dissatisfied with your present achievement, that is what gives you impetus to improve yourself. If I just am 100% satisfied with my present state, I cannot make further efforts. In order to make further efforts, I have to think that whatever I have achieved is very little. I should have that kind of dissatisfaction. Again, not dissatisfaction in the traditional sense. All these words have to be interpreted in the positive sense, in the sense of spiritual knowledge. Then again, jealousy. Baba says, you enter into this race. No, not race, he says, but race. Someone is making good progress in spirituality, in service, in renunciation, in being good, in so many other ways. So, sometimes people say, I am jealous. Therefore, they have bitterness. They have that kind of a negative feeling. But just trying to have that, what this person has, what we say is sweet jealousy. Not that kind of jealousy. Sweet jealousy, which means entering into the race, so that this person is making sincere and good efforts, I make better efforts. So it is better to call it race rather than jealousy. But that spirit of seeing others making progress, why not I also make progress? Worldly people call it jealousy, but this is a sweet kind of thing, better kind of thing, race as we call it. Another is creativity and reproduction. That is why some people say we want to have companion. This is another, to have companion. That, alright, we want to have marriage. And after marriage also we would lead a pure life. But we certainly need some kind of a companion. This kind of a basic human need, feeling is sometimes there. And this therefore leads people ultimately to a negative behavior. But Baba says, sometimes we postpone certain things for a future. Even when someone wants to marry, one defers this decision until one has found an appropriate companion. One waits. So Baba says you should think that you would have companion in the golden age, like Lakshmi or like Narayana. Because the human beings in this age have so much of negativity. So how can you make their companion? Now in this life you marry God. Therefore Dadi was mentioning of that ring this morning also. Now we have our marriage of mind with God. And in future we wait. So that, of course, if companionship is a human need, we want a proper, appropriate kind of a companion. That would be in golden age. We defer the decision. That kind of thing. Similarly, when I was saying reproduction, people feeling that we should have a child. Many people have this kind of a feeling initially when they come to Gyan. Then Baba says, do this kind of reproduction. I mean, bring people to knowledge. This kind of creation. Not that kind of procreation, but this kind of procreation. Become the world mother. I have given you the 16 inhibitory factors, but I would like to say 2 more factors. Because what happens is, after making progress in transformation, sometimes we find that we get stuck up. The transformation stops. And one of the reasons perhaps is that when we see that other people have some negative things and we get discouraged, we lose our spirit, lose our speed. We think others are also like this. Those who have been in Gyan for so many years, if they have anger, if they have greed, if they are after name and fame, we are just new entrants to this. So it doesn't matter. So this again brings slackness and carelessness in us. And carelessness and slackness are our worst, our most, powerful enemies. Carelessness and slackness, non-seriousness. These are inimical to us. So we get stuck up, we make no progress. And therefore I would say, remember always these 2 things if we want to continue with our progress. One is, we have to follow Baba. We have always to keep Baba before us, not any human being. If one is not making progress, so how does it mean that we should not make any progress? Why should it stop us from making progress? We have to become Baap Saman. That is our real objective. This is one of the important things which we should never miss from our attention. Don't try to follow and copy or imitate. However senior a sister or a brother may be, he or she is not the ideal. Your ideal is Brahma Baba. try to follow him. Then the second is, in self-transformation lies the world transformation. Don't think others are also not changing, so if I also don't change, if my speed is not that good, so how does it matter? But always put the self before this world in this sense, that self-transformation will bring the world transformation. If you miss any one of these two, then there will be a relapse. The transformation was taking place perhaps more speedily than even we expected initially, but then at some point it stopped because we missed any one of these points. Then when I was mentioning about the transformative factors, I would not be taking many of them, but only one of them, which very often Baba mentions in the Murli. It is the goal. The transformation starts when we have a goal. Because our action, our behavior is always goal oriented. Our lifestyle is goal oriented. Baba says in beautiful words, Jaisa laksh, vaise lakshan. As the goal, so will be the qualities in you. As the vision, so will your behavior be. Therefore, when we make our goal that we will become like angels, we will become like deities who have the 16 degrees divine qualities, we will become satoguni rather than iron aged, then all these qualities begin to come. Other things follow. Thank you so much. Om Shanti. Now the most important point which is explained to us here in this university is that our rise and fall is because of our actions. If our actions are righteous, noble, good, then our state of mind is also high. And if on the other hand our actions are vicious, polluted, if we do sinful actions, therein lies our fall. So if we have now to get to a higher state of being, to a higher state of living, higher state of consciousness, or let me say higher state of experience, then I have to change my actions. My actions have to be of a higher quality. So that is the pivot, so to say. Our whole life is hinged on our actions. And our spiritual effort is mainly to change our behavior, to change our actions, so that our account of negative action ceases and we now can open a new chapter of our life, and henceforward all our actions should be righteous, pure, holy. So when we just concentrate our mind on changing our actions, the quality of our actions, then we find that there are mainly 16 kinds of actions which we generally do, mental or physical. 16 kinds. So we have therefore to change, to transform those actions qualitatively. When, for example, we say behavioral transformation, self-transformation, we tell people that in self-transformation lies the world transformation. What do we mean by self-transformation? Transformation in 16 kinds of actions. So therefore we have to learn those 16 arts of doing action in a proper way, qualitatively in a higher way. Even worldly wise, if you just think the kinds of actions we perform from morning till we go to bed, you will find that these are 16 kinds of actions which we always indulge into. And one is to stop. When somebody is doing an action, either it would be stopping something. So where to stop, when to stop, how to stop. When, for example, you are driving a car, you have to learn how to stop your car. When there is red light, you have to stop the car. you have to apply the brakes. So you can get a license of driving a car provided you know the driving properly, and one of the arts you must know of driving properly is to stop the car. If you just bump into another person's car, there will be an accident. If the brakes are loose, our head will break against another. So we have to learn how to stop, where to stop, when to stop. And Baba says in many of the Murlis, stop negative thinking. So this is one of the arts of spiritual life which we have to learn, how to stop. The question is, Baba says, stop negative thinking, wasteful thinking. Up to now our thinking has had no brakes, or the brakes had broken down, they were loose. We would go on thinking, our mind would be wandering. Why we learn yoga? So that we can stop our mind when we like, when we want to do it. So Baba says, you are wasting your energy, your time, precious time, for nothing, on wasteful thoughts. And you are doing negative actions. These negative actions are the cause of your sorrow and suffering. If you therefore want happiness, one of the things you must do is to stop your negative actions, and in order to stop negative actions, you have to stop your negative thoughts. So stopping is one of the things. In Hindi, we call it rokna. You can note down the Hindi equivalents also. They will also be useful to you in this context. Rokna, to stop. Now, this art of stopping or rokna. Stop means rokna, and stop also means band karna. When there is leakage, you stop it. So stopping is not only of a movement, but stopping may also relate to some kind of stopping the leakage. So stopping is also of two kinds. One is stopping of leakage. The other is stopping of action. Negative thinking is an action that has to be stopped. And wastage or leakage also has to be stopped, which we sometimes do unconsciously, unawareingly, without paying much of attention. It just happens. Throughout the day we have traffic control. During certain parts of the day, on fixed timings, we have traffic control. One of the purposes of traffic control is to help us to attain perfection in this art of stopping. The moment the song begins, we try to stop whatever we were thinking, whatever we were talking about. Immediately we put a stop to it. Baba says 3 dots. One is this dot of stopping. So whenever there is a song which plays at the time of traffic control, we just stop at that and turn our mind towards Shiv Baba, towards positive thinking. Similarly, when we just get up in Amrit Vela and practice meditation, why we do it? That is one of the reasons. The whole meditation system is based on this. That when you practice meditation, you stop thinking of your body, of your physical relatives, of this phenomenal world, of the matters which relate to body and matter, and then you think only of the soul, the supreme soul, your sweet home, Paramdham, and things like that. So this consists of 2 things. One is moving your mind in a particular direction. The other is withdrawing it or stopping certain kinds of thoughts. If during the practice of meditation our mind does not stop, negative thoughts keep coming, thoughts of body consciousness keep coming, thoughts of the phenomenal world also enter our mind, then our meditation cannot be of good quality. So therefore we have to practice again and again this art of stopping. When we want to stop, we should be immediately able to stop. It shouldn't take much time. The better a yogi, the better he would have this art of stopping things, stopping thoughts, negative thinking, wasteful thinking. This is also a part of what we say mind control. When we say mind control, it means controlling our thoughts, and controlling our thoughts relates also to our control on the negative thoughts. All of us actually have two kinds of mechanism. One is the inhibitory, that is of stopping. The other is the facilitatory. You do a thing or you stop doing a thing. Everyone has this ability, more or less. Now, not only is it necessary to have the ability of doing, but the ability of not doing. There may be some impulsiveness in us. Sometimes some people are of impulsive nature. A thought would just come like a flood and they begin to do it. They cannot stop it. Similarly, our old sanskaras. Now, say someone is abusing me and I feel angry, I feel hatred toward that person. The thought of hatred or anger enters my mind. But I have learned that I should not hate, I should not be angry. I should look upon everyone as a soul, as a brother. And I am the child of God. God is kind, He is loving, compassionate. I also must have that quality. But if at that point of time I do not know how to stop this thought of anger, this thought of hatred, then it will lead me to a negative action. So not only we have to stop at the consciousness level, but also at the sanskara level. Sometimes you are not aware. Your past sanskaras lead you to a negative action. So the stoppage has to be at that level also. Your negative proclivities, your negative tendencies, your negative habits which have been formed during your previous life, or maybe in this part of life before you were introduced to knowledge, even those also have to be stopped. So yoga has to be so deep and our practice has to be so powerful that ultimately we are able to stop that also. Otherwise what happens is that we know what we are doing is wrong. We should not do it. This is not Shrimat, this is not Maryada. We as Brahmins should not indulge into this kind of thing. That awareness is also there, but we can't stop it. We are slaves to that habit, to that sanskara, as if someone is leading us by our nose into that. So we can't stop it. This therefore is the quality, the art of stopping which we must learn. And as I was saying, the second part of it, stopping, rokna and band karna, as I said, is to stop the leakage. What do I mean by leakage? Suppose I am not indulging in any negative thought. I am not talking ill of anybody. I am not hating anyone. I am not angry. There is no other evil thought. But I am just wasting my time on empty gossip. I sit with somebody and talk purposelessly about this thing, that thing, and the other thing. I begin to discuss about the political affairs, though I have nothing to do with it. I begin to discuss with worldly matters, and they remotely even do not concern me. So if I indulge into this kind of thinking, it may not be negative thinking, but it may be wasteful thinking, because I am not gaining anything by doing it. It is not bringing any benefit to me. So this leakage also has to be stopped. I make a distinction between the leakage and the negative thinking. Both have to be stopped. So this is one art which we have to learn, the art of stopping. And it has to be so much perfected that it becomes automatic. So that in the next two yugas, golden age and silver age, we have not to practice it. This is a natural way of our life. This negative thinking and leakage never happens again in future in our life. Therefore, it has to be perfected to that extent. Now, this is what I was discussing about the first. The second one is to move. Move. As for example, when I walk, I move. When I sit, I stop moving. So the first was stopping. I am writing, I am moving my pen. But I stop writing, I stop. So stopping was one of the arts. The other is the moving. All our actions consist either of this or of that. Stopping also is an action. It's a mental action. Now this move, this also, I will give you the Hindi equivalent, chalna. Chalna. Move means to chalna. And chalna and chalana. Move. I move myself. I make others move. To move or to make others move. Chalna, the first is move. The other is chalana. To make others move. We have to learn both. Some people know themselves how to move. They cannot move others. Those who can give movement to others, they are the leaders. They actually lead and guide others. So we have to learn both of them, to move and to make others move. Chalna and chalana. So when I am discussing this second art, chalna, move, I have to make my mind move on the positive path, on the path of positive thinking. This is the area in which I have to move my mind. I have to stop it from the negative thinking. I have to move it towards the positive thinking. This is what actually yoga is. This is what actually spiritual life is. Previously we lead body conscious life. We think of body. We are conscious of and aware of body. But now we stop that kind of thinking. And on the other hand, I think I am a soul, I am a child of God, and such like other thoughts come to my mind. So positive thinking. And Baba says, move on the pilgrimage of remembrance. Why he says pilgrimage of remembrance? It could simply be said, it is remembrance. Yoga is remembrance. But Baba says it is pilgrimage of remembrance. You have to move towards Paramdham, from here to there. Move out of the body and into the soul world, or into the Avyakt Dham, the subtle world. So this kind of movement has to be undertaken now. And then, when we listen to Baba's Murli, thereafter has to be churning. Churning is also moving the mind, cogitating what we have already listened to, what we have understood. So this is another kind of movement which Baba asks us. We have to engage our mind into churning of spiritual knowledge. Then, sometimes we have to move, not only to move, but to move fastly. Baba says, Tivra Purusharthi. Anyone who makes very sincere and hard spiritual efforts, fast spiritual efforts. When the aeroplane is there at the airport, it is first of all stand still. It is halting. But then it begins to move. And then it moves very fastly. Then is the takeoff stage and it goes into the air. Before going into the air, it moves fastly. Similarly, we can also attain that flying stage of angels when we move fastly. When we come to spiritual knowledge, we begin to move. We stop the old negative thoughts. We begin to move our mind into churning and into positive thinking. Then you have to move fastly. Do your spiritual effort at a great speed, rapid speed. Become Tivra Purusharthi. And then you become angel. Move it so fastly that you get off and into the air. That is the flying stage. And I said, this move also means chalana. Now chalana also has number of kinds into which it can be classified. One is to make others move. You should be so fast in your spiritual efforts that others who have got stuck up and are not moving, they are somewhere stuck up into Maya because of some negative thought. They cannot make spiritual efforts. You should be able to give them movement. Accelerate their movements. Inspire them into a higher stage, into a better stage. So this is chalana. Similarly, chalana also means you are given some duty, some responsibility. There are people with different sanskaras, different habits, and you have to work with them. That working relationship with them has to be very comfortable, very soothing, so that you can bear with them. Now that also means chalana. Because in your spiritual efforts, in your spiritual life, so many problems will come. If you get disturbed or depressed or tense, it is not chalana. Chalana means you let them. You don't get stuck up at that. So chalana also means that you let them. Move means to let them, which in other words means that if sometimes you feel heavy because of certain circumstances, you feel worried, there are some tough problems in your life, you can't solve them. So that means you do not know this art of chalana. In the face of problems, how you should make light of them. That is actually what is meant by chalana. Somebody is saying something, if you just become tense about it, your nature is not so, you are not comfortable with others, you cannot adjust, then very often it will so happen that you again and again get stuck up and tense. But your personality should be so developed that even if you are in a group and there are very tough problems, then you make light of them. You should be able to smoothen your path and march on and on, further and further. That kind of training of our mind we have to practice. And the neurobiologists, the brain scientists say that we are not using much of our mental potential. There are so many abilities in us, but we are not making use of them. And we have not been making use of them. And as a result of that, those abilities become atrophied. Now we can't use them. If you don't move your machinery or something for quite a long time, then it becomes rusty, it becomes junk, it does not move. Similarly, there are certain abilities within us, and service gives us those abilities, those opportunities in which we can use those abilities. If we do not use our abilities, then those abilities become atrophied. We lose our confidence in them, we lose the power or the faculty to use them. So, when I say move means I should be using all the abilities which I have. Some people have the ability of writing, but they are not writing. Some have the ability of delivering a speech, they are not using that ability. Others can conduct some courses, but they are not using that ability. Others may have the ability of doing some VIP service or public relations, but they are not using that ability. So if you don't use those abilities for a long time, those abilities will dry up, they will become atrophied. Then after a long period you will feel you have no confidence in you, and if someone asks you to do it, you will say I can't do it, though actually the ability is there. So when I say to move, and Baba says to move fastly, to make fast efforts, it means use all your abilities for a divine cause, for a noble purpose, for a greater global service, for the well-being of others. In order to change this iron-aged world into the golden-aged world, use all those abilities, energies, powers which you have in you. So that is actually what is moving. This was the second art, the art of moving, chalna and chalana. The third is to control. Now, this consists of both the ones which I discussed earlier, to stop and to move. In this case, you have not to stop totally, you have not to move very fastly. Sometimes you move, sometimes you stop. You want to give them as much speed as you like, you have a hold on them. So this is what I mean by controlling. Controlling is that ability, somebody is very angry, at that time you stop, but you do not totally stop, you think you must tell this man that he is wrong. So you wait for that time when you have to speak to him. You can control your mind. Otherwise, there are some people who can't control their mind and they can't stop them at that moment. So they burst out, and the result is a kind of a big quarrel. So, but in this case, in the art of controlling, this yoga, meditation is the art of controlling our mind. We do not think of the world at that time and of the worldly matters. Our office work, our homework and other things. But just at that time our mind is occupied completely with the spiritual thoughts. So this is the control of mind. And control also means that when there are certain problems, certain difficulties in your life, or someone says something, you can be perfectly at ease, either to give weight to them or to make light of them. This also is controlling. Somebody is saying something, if you do not understand its significance, if you don't increase its weight, when somebody says something to me, I say it has no weight. His arguments have no weight. Now arguments do not have weight in the other sense, in this gross sense. But it means they are not appealing to me. There is nothing, we say, nothing solid in them. Arguments are not supposed to have something solid, as we read in physics about solids, liquids and gases. Not that kind of thing. But when I say the weight, I should be able to give weight if someone who is senior to me and is saying something seriously. Now to this statement of that person I should be able to give weight. The words are the same. Then at another time, another opportunity, another occasion, someone is saying something humorously, in a lighter vein, jokingly, and if I make serious of it, I feel hurt. It's not control. So I should be able to give weight to certain things and make light of other things, depending upon the time, depending upon the occasion. If there is seriousness, I should be able to give seriousness to it. And if there is non-seriousness or light-heartedness, I should be able to take that in that light. So when I refer to controlling, this kind of controlling is also necessary. Otherwise you will find that some people are very sensitive. Someone just laughs and says something in a lighter tone, but this person who is very sensitive, he takes it very seriously and feels hurt. He cannot take even a joke. And when sometimes we ask a person, this is very serious, you must do it, he does not give seriousness to it, makes light of it. Why we are not able to practice certain things which Baba says in Murlis times out of number, repeatedly, again and again? Because we don't give proper weight to it. Shiv Baba, who is the holiest of the holy, the Almighty Father, and the most knowledgeful one, who knows the present, the past and the future, and for our own well-being he is saying this. We are not able to give that much weight, that much importance to it, and the result is that we are not able to practice it. So we are making light of it. After all, Baba is our Baba, so if he says it, then we are making all the effort to practice it in our life. After all, during many past lives we have been doing negative. What Baba says cannot come within just an hour or a minute or in a day or in a month. It will take some time. So by giving these kinds of arguments we make light of it, whereas we should actually give weight to it. That also is a kind of controlling. That we should be able to control our sense of judgment, attaching seriousness or weight or lightness to something which is happening. Controlling on this according to the occasion, according to the person, according to the demand of the opportunity. Then another kind of action is to give up, chodna, to give up, to renounce. Certain things have to be given up. They not only have to be stopped for some time, and they have not to be moved at all, but they have to be given up. And one of our spiritual efforts is to give up, to renounce. All the evils which were there in our life, sex, lust, anger, greed, attachment, and so on, we have to give up. Now those who have learned this art, they are able to give it up very easily, quickly, and totally. Those who have not yet learned this art or have learned it only partially, not perfectly, they give up certain bad habits, but they carry with them certain other negative habits. They have been able to minimize them, to lower their degree, lower their intensity, but they have not been able to totally eliminate or eradicate them from their life. And This is actually our dedication. When we dedicate our life to Shiv Baba, we can do that provided we can give up what is bad in us. And when we say that we are newly born, we have taken a new life, the past is over, then it means this, that we have totally forgotten our past. We have opened a new chapter of our life. This is possible only when we are able to give up, totally withdraw, totally renounce. Renunciation, Baba says, is not the renunciation of your hearth and home or your job, but renunciation of your mind. And this is what I mean by giving up. What you have given up, never take it back again. I say, I promise to myself, I promise to Baba that I have given up anger. If anger comes back again to me, if again I become angry, it means I do not have learned the art of renouncing perfectly. To renounce means to renounce once for all. When I have given up, I have given up. In worldly things, when you give something, it no longer remains yours. You don't even touch it. You say, I have given it up, it no longer belongs to me. But in this case, in our spiritual efforts, these past habits, bad habits come back again and again to us, which is the lack of the power of renunciation, to give up. This is the art which we have to learn. Now, in meditation, we have also to practice detachment from the body. This detachment is also giving up. What happens is, why we practice it again and again? So that ultimately it becomes natural. We give up body consciousness. In meditation, we practice this. I am a soul, I am a point of light. In my original nature, I am pure and peaceful. I remind myself of these points of my identity so that I may be able to give up, to renounce my past wrong learning, wrong understanding. We have not only to renounce body consciousness, but all our past bad learning, wrong learning. It's very difficult to renounce learning, to unlearn what we have learnt through books, through periodicals, through newspapers, through other media, electronic media, through your friends. They have always been bombarding us with some kind of information. This soul, which is just a point, carries so much with it. So much information it is loaded with. It is very wonderful, very miraculous that a point of light, the tiniest, infinitesimal, contains so much information. Past sanskaras of so many lives and also information of this life. The end of the 20th century when so much information is coming to us every moment. It's all recorded there. To get detached from this whole false, bad, wrong learning is actually renouncing. But it's a great art and it requires a lot of practice. Our full happiness, full bliss, full flowering of our personality will happen only when we have renounced it. Otherwise these bad things are still there, hidden in somewhere, in any corner of our mind. Though we are having the new one, the positive one, the one which Shiv Baba is giving to us, but still the bad, the rubbish, the useless, the negative which is pulling us down is still there. So that is to be renounced. Now this was another art, the other is to hold. The first was to stop, the other was to move, the third was to control, the fourth was to give up, to renounce, and this fifth is to hold. Now when we listen to various points of knowledge, we have to hold them in our memory. What happens is when the time comes for the practical application, at that time our mind is not able to recollect them. We are not able to use them. It is because we do not hold them when we should hold them. At that time, Baba says this is like a boxing between the soul and the Maya. And you have to win by certain points. And if those points do not come, like an advocate who goes to the court and wants to plead the case of a criminal who will otherwise be hanged if he is not proved to be innocent, then at that moment when he has to give some references from law books and tell the judge that this man, because of this reason, I say that he has not committed the crime. If he forgets those recent judgments or those points of law, and when he comes back home, at that time he remembers, oh, I should have given this point. And then this man would have been let free. But this man will be hanged because you forgot that point. This is like our spiritual effort. If when Maya attacks us, if at that time we do not remember, you have a pistol, a gun in your house, so that if someone attacks, then you are able to make use of it. But just it is lying all the time on your table or in your almirah for all these years. But now that this man has entered your house and is there to attack you, at that time you don't know where that pistol or gun is. So the weapon is there, but you are not able to use it because that is not available, that is not at hand, and you are not remembering them at the moment. So when I say hold, holding means this, that it comes to your mind, to your help, to your aid, to your use when you require it. Otherwise we study so much knowledge, listen to so many Murlis, but either we forget them or they become relapsed. They are not of any use to us. Knowledge is only that part which is of use to you on proper occasion. You may have learnt lot of mathematics, lot of physics, lot of geology, biology, but if when you require it you have forgotten all, then it's no use. So is this art of holding, that you must, if you are an advocate and you have to practice law, then you must remember those points of law. Otherwise give up this profession. If you are a doctor, you are practicing medical profession, you must remember what disease a person is suffering from, what medicine you have to give, what advice you must give. If you don't give, you are not a worthy doctor, a good doctor. Similarly, when you practice spirituality, practice meditation, a yogi way of life, you must remember what thing should come one, what you are supposed to do. So that is what I mean by saying that I must hold it in my mind. Similarly, the divine qualities, the virtues. Just at the time when I should have patience, if I at that time lose my patience, I don't hold it. This divine quality is not just a mere decoration, it should be there in my mind. Not mere academic learning. But I must hold it, so that when I require to be patient, when I must have patience, I must observe this. Similarly with other virtues. So this is what I mean by holding. Then the other is sankuchit, sankoch karna, to squeeze, to make narrow, to contract, so to say. This is another art. Sometimes you expand certain things by pulling them. The other is that you let them contract. Now this is the desires, for example. That Baba says you must, after all we have to have some desires. They say as long as we live, we have hopes and desires. Desire has to be there, even to become divinized, spiritualized, or to work for our self-transformation is also a desire. Noble desires have to be there. But we have to squeeze them, to make them into few. Previously there were so many desires. But now those desires, the number of desires has to be reduced. Similarly, we have shyness. Some people are very shy. Shyness is also a quality, a virtue. But we have to reduce it. Where we have to feel shy, we must feel shy. Because shyness enables you to give up some bad things. When you feel shy, if I do this bad thing, if I become angry, what will people say? What will this Brahmin family say? So you hesitate at that time. You think you must not do. So this kind of hesitation or shyness or little bit of inhibition should also be there. It helps you to observe sab maryadas. But too much of shyness, too much of hesitation, too much of inhibition is wrong. Similarly, too many desires, being very much ambitious so that we lose our peace of mind. So that also is wrong. We have to reduce their quality or their number, squeeze them. Then another is to experiment, to make use, to make use of certain things. There is a fire in your kitchen and you are making use of it to heat certain things. Similarly, there are other things which you make use of or you experiment with. Baba says you should do experiments with yoga. Not only you should practice meditation, but you should experiment with yoga. Do experiments of yoga. Not only we have to become light and might, but we have to experiment with it. Our practice of light and might should be so much that others should see us as light. When they come before us, they should be able to see our aura of light. They should be able to feel our powerful vibrations of peace, of love, of might, whatever vibrations we want to give them to experience of, we should be able to do it. Someone is very peaceless. Now experiment with yoga. Make use of your yoga to give peace to this person. Someone has lost the confidence and says, I cannot practice purity. Yoga is not for me. I can't take this spiritual life. It's difficult for me. I have different kind of habits. So has very weak willpower. So you should be able to give with your power of yoga. You should be able to strengthen his willpower. With your powerful vibrations, when he, after conversation with you, after being with you for some time, he should be able to say now he has his confidence restored. He would be able to do it. So this is what Baba says is experimenting with yoga. So that not only you have bliss and peace and love. Anyone who has no love for Shiv Baba, he says, I have been an atheist all through. I was totally deadly against spiritualism. I was totally in materialism. I never thought of I am a soul or whatever. So I can't to take this kind of life. I should be able to inspire him. By my love for Shiv Baba, it should be so strong. He should see into my eyes, on my face and my vibrations. As if from my talk he should gather that I really love someone and it should touch his heart. He should say that what you are saying is based on experience, not some academic study. And when you are saying this, I could see that you are in a different state of being. I was also feeling little bit of peace, So now I can understand what this spiritual love is or what this peace is. This is what I mean by making experiments or using certain things, like we use in our worldly things. The other is to postpone. To postpone. Now you will think that postponing is a bad quality. Why Jagdish Bhai is saying to postpone things? Certain things have to be postponed. Now this is what Baba was generally using, another art of postponing. Someone came to this spiritual knowledge, met Bab Dada, and he said, Baba, this knowledge is very good. What you say is correct, but I have worldly ambitions. I want to earn money, make lot of money, and I can't be completely celibate or pure. I want to marry and lead a very worldly kind of life. So all through I have been yearning for that kind of life, and now that I am thinking of it, you say that I must observe purity. Baba, everything is fine, but this I can't do. So Baba would say to him, all right, if you cannot observe brahmacharya or purity for the whole of the rest of your life, can you do it for the next 2 years, for 3 years? Can you postpone your marriage for 2 years? He will say, for 2 years I can postpone, Baba, that's not difficult. If you say just for the whole of my life I can't become celibate, but if you just want that for 2 years I should wait, okay. For love of you I can wait for 2 years. Now when he practices brahmacharya for 2 years, after 2 years he will not say, Baba, I want to marry. Because now he has tasted the bliss of being a pure person. So this kind of postponement, if any bad thought comes in your mind, postpone it. I will do it after some time. You are getting angry. You say, all right, not today, after about say tomorrow or day after, I will talk to this man, you see. And by that time your anger will have gone and you will be a wiser person. So postpone. This kind of postponing. If some good thing has to be done, don't postpone it. Do it immediately. Because later on you may think, I don't want to do it. You may change your mind. So good things have to be done immediately. Shubham tu shigram, they say in Sanskrit. The good thing must be done immediately. And the bad thing, it is better to postpone. So this is another art of spiritual life. And as I was saying, for good things, Baba gave us the slogan, now or never. Now or never. Don't even say, from tomorrow I am going to do it. Not from tomorrow. From now I am going to do it. Always apply this slogan, now or never. Then another art is to, what I should say, like the rivers go into the ocean, into the sea, they merge into the ocean. So you also, if there are certain things, they also, you can have them in their mind without they affecting you. That kind of thing, so that they can merge in your thoughts. This kind of thing. Someone talks ill of you, love both of them. If you are not affected by them, and you just listen to them, you see, they go into your mind. Through your ears they come to your attention. But as the rivers go into the ocean without the ocean appearing to be getting very high in level, that sort of thing should happen. In your life you will meet many persons who will praise you so much. So don't get puffed up, don't feel egoistic. Because you have to think that these are the qualities which Baba gave you. It is Baba's. Whatever is being done through you, you are just an instrument. You have to observe humility in your life. Others will find fault with you. They will point their finger at your shortcomings. That you are doing this thing wrong, that thing wrong. So if you just listen to them and do not, you see, if it does not merge in you, then you may feel disturbed, depressed, and you would feel of sometimes perhaps giving up that good action. You will say, I am not perhaps a worthy instrument, a better instrument. So therefore I won't do it in future. You will get disheartened. You will have a defeatist feeling. So if you want to remain above them, then let anybody sing the praise, or let anybody abuse, or just talk ill of you, or criticize you, comment negatively on you. You don't bother about it. What proper word you would like to use for it? This kind of thing. That so many things will happen in your life, but successes will come, failures will come, and you must have equanimity. I mean equilibrium, balance, no disturbance. But that is possible only when your mind is so broad, so deep, it can contain it, you see. If a glacier is there, it can contain it. If a mountain rock comes into you, your mind can contain it. Your mind is so deep, so wide, that it can bring, anything may come into it, it remains unaffected. In Hindi, we call it samalena. Samalena. We can contain it, our mind can contain it, without losing its contentment, without losing its equipoise. Like Baba is Sarv Shaktiman, he is almighty. He is not affected by any of these things. Some people are totally atheist, and they have been using such a rough and disrespectful language about God, condemning him. There is no God. It does not affect him. And some people have been praising God without understanding God, bhaktas, without knowing God properly. And their praise also has been some kind of a calumny, some kind of a, you see, actually disrespectful thing about Baba, about God. For example, they have been saying God is omnipresent. And Baba says, I am not in cats and dogs. What they actually meant perhaps was the praise of God, though actually it means defamation of God. So Baba is above both these. He can contain all these. Samalena. When your friend says something to you out of anger, you don't mind it. Perhaps not to mind it is proper, you see. This is the proper word, not to mind it. The praise or the opposite of it, you don't mind it. You remain unshaken in the face of both of it. You can absorb it, so to say, like the sponge which absorbs it. If you squeeze it, the water goes out. If it's full, it's okay. Like that spongy quality, you can say. The shortcomings of others, and this actually enables you to adjust with others. You can't otherwise adjust unless or until you have this quality. Then another is to glorify. We have to glorify Shiv Baba. Similarly, in your life also, when you talk to somebody, these are the two things. One is that you talk good about some people. Some people are in your good books, and you begin to praise them. Dadiji, oh, Dadiji is like an angel. Shiv Baba is so kind, so loving. So when you just in your life mix with people, talk to people, and discuss certain things, and even when you think in your thought, one of the elements of your thinking, one of the actions which you generally do is the glorifying others. Something you glorify. Either it may be a thing or maybe a person you are glorifying. But in this case, to glorify Shiv Baba. Now this is the art of spiritual life. If someone says you are a good instrument and you are doing good thing, suppose someone says Dadiji is a great leader, during her period of taking over charge of this institution, so many centers have been opened, the service has so much flourished, so many people have got the message, so on and so forth. But what will Dadiji say? It is all Baba who is doing it in a vact form. I am just an instrument, and it is with the help and cooperation of all of them that this thing is happening. It's not because of me alone, but it is a collective effort, and all under the guidance of Shiv Baba. So when someone talks brightly of you, mentions you or mentions merits of you, then you must point towards Shiv Baba and say, you must glorify him. Don't accept that glory for you. Accept that you must mention it for Shiv Baba. And when we do some actions, always either we are happy to do it, or we do it as if we are under compulsion to do it, or we do it with some kind of a hesitation. Whenever you do something, there is some kind of a feeling with that action, which goes in your mind. It is not that you do it without any kind of a feeling. Somebody asks you to do something, you say, oh sure, I'll be pleased to do this. And you feel happy to do this. And sometimes you face a sorrowful face when somebody asks you to do it. You think it's a lot of burden somebody has given you without getting your permission. And you perhaps are not willing to do it, but you think under these circumstances, you don't feel happy to do it, but you do it, you see. But in this case, the art of spiritual life is that you do things gladly. Enjoy them. Since you have to do things, if you get that negative feeling, that feeling of sorrow, that feeling of compulsion, they become a burden on you. They very badly tell on your nerves. They feel you fatigued. They drain your energy. If on the other hand you enjoy them, then you get that quality, your life qualities enhance. You become a better person. Especially in regard to the service which is related to yajna. Suppose the teacher, Dadiji, someone asks you to do some service of yajna. Now, you may feel that there are certain other things also which you have to do. So if you do it for a good cause, some of them do it gladly. Others do it with great reservation, hesitation, with a great, thinking it a great burden, and not willingly, voluntarily, as if under some pressure. But still they give some money, they give some donation. But this makes ultimately lot of difference in their personality development as well as the result of their action. If you do something gladly, not only it makes you a better person, it gives you happiness, and you become generous philanthropist because you give voluntarily for good causes. It becomes a good quality, a virtue in you. And if you give it under some burden, under some pressure, then it means you are a weak person, that you are being pressurized by others, you accept pressures, you cannot stand pressures, that means you are weak willpower. So it changes your whole perspective, your attitude towards life. So if you want to make some contribution in kind of action, in form of action or money or ideas or in any other form, do it gladly, with heart and soul. That will give you many benefits. And when you do this, suppose someone gives 1 Indian rupee for a good cause, but gladly. Another man gives 1,000 rupees, but under compulsion. Now this giving of 1 rupee gladly is more than 1,000 rupees under compulsion. Because his goodwill is there, good vibrations are there. For a good cause, not only money is required, but your blessings, your good thoughts, your vibrations, your mental cooperation is also required. So that is also which you are giving along with the money. That has much more meaning. Therefore, whenever you do something for yajna service, physical service, suppose you give 1 week course, you don't have the time for that purpose, but somebody says that is the only time available to him. So you say, okay, I will try to find out time and be with you at that period. So always when you give the course, you are under the feeling that this time does not suit you. But since this time suits this person, therefore you have to find out this time. There is no other way. As if you are doing under a compulsion. So not only you are giving the knowledge, along with that knowledge, those feelings, those vibrations are also being conveyed to that person. That person is also not very happy because you are not happy. If with the knowledge you give a happy feeling to that person, oh, why not? If you just are able to get this knowledge, become transformed and become inheritor of Shiv Baba's property and have a link with Shiv Baba, I will feel very great. You are my brother. I can do this for you, you see. If that is the feeling, then that person gets this feeling and additional value is there along with that knowledge, which will also influence this soul. So your action should reflect that happy feeling. Otherwise, mentally and physically we become sick, and the person whose service we are doing or for whom we are doing also becomes sick. Along with the knowledge, you are also passing on sickness to others, infecting others, so to say. That should not happen. Whenever you do any kind of service, suppose we say there is a procession tomorrow. Will you join the procession? I say, but my legs are aching and I don't feel like walking. But if I don't go, they will say, this person was sleeping in the room and did not join the procession. So I have to go. You may walk short distance, okay. You may not even just join the procession for a long walk. Just stand at the gate and when the procession starts, with a happy feeling say like this, you just send them off. That is better, rather than you feel as if you are dying out of compulsion, as if somebody has put a burden on you and you have to do it, otherwise your teacher, your colleagues, and if the report goes to the seniors, this person was sleeping in the room but did not do this, That kind of feeling should not be there, whatever you do. Because ultimately in Satyug, all of us will have a happy personality. Baba says, be holy, be happy. This is the slogan given to us. So if you are doing something for holiness without happiness, then that will not be Satyug. Satyug will be there when holiness and happiness are combined together. Similarly, when you make these efforts, any action which you do, it should reflect your gladness, your happiness. When people come here, more than they benefit by the speeches which are delivered from these dayas, more than the messages which are they given, they see the happy faces of people serving here. And they say, oh, they are doing so voluntarily with love, lot of the care they give us. And no one feels fatigued, no one feels tired. And there is a smile on their face, totally relaxed, we see them. And when they see this is the practical glorification of Shiv Baba. and of the knowledge which is being imparted here, because the result is there. The practical application, it is on the face, written largely on the face rather than in the notebooks. So that is what actually carries the meaning. Even in otherwise, whatever you do in your life, don't do like with your face as if something is aching you. Always feel, feel happily do it, you see. With pleasure, yes, why not? We generally say, I will be glad to do it, without being glad. It is just a formality. But our heart should really be glad. That is the feeling. And the other is, whatever you do it with concentration, with focus. Even small things, those people who do it with concentration, full effort, mental as well as physical, concentration not only of the mind, but all your energy, put all your energy into it, then you attain high class success. And there are so many consequences of it. If you attain high class success, full success, then you feel encouraged. For the future also it builds up your confidence that you are able to do it. You go from success to higher success. If once you fail, it gives you disappointment. And then next time you feel hesitant to do it. The reason is that whatever you do half-heartedly. Don't do half-heartedly. Do it with full heart, do it with full concentration. And yoga teaches us this concentration. Just as our yoga consists of the art of stopping, art of moving, art of holding, art of controlling, all these are there in meditation. If you find all these arts which we are using in meditation also. Meditation is enhancing all these arts which I just mentioned, 16. And similarly this, that when you do it with concentration, yoga gives you concentration. And the result is, when you are writing, you are doing with concentration. When you are cooking, you are doing with concentration. Not that you are burning your finger or burning what you are cooking, or cooking what you are burning. But you are doing it perfectly, whatever you do. So with concentration. And what is yoga? Yoga is attention. Attention. Attention on Shiv Baba. Attention on your own real identity. Attention is on Paramdham. And that full attention is called concentration. So whatever you do, don't do it in a haphazard way, in an unplanned way, or inattentively, lazily, but do it with earnestness, in a planned and organized way, and with full attention to it. Then you will attain the result. And people will have confidence in you. Not only you will have confidence in you, others will also have confidence in you, and whatever is the important thing to be done with responsibility, they will give it to you, assign it to you. They will say, give this to that person. If that person accepts it, he will do it meticulously well. We can assure you, from our experience with that person, whatever that person undertakes, does it perfectly well. You can totally depend upon that person. Leave it to him. So that is a great thing. Not only you are satisfied, others are also satisfied. And Baba says you have to attain these 3 certificates. You should be satisfied with yourself. Others should be satisfied with you. Shiv Baba should be satisfied with you. If you are satisfied, others are also satisfied. Shiv Baba has no reason to be dissatisfied. He will also be satisfied. He will, when you surrender to him, he will also surrender to you. That is the equation. So, whatever you do with concentration, with attention. Otherwise, don't do it, you see. It is better not to do it. Because not doing is better than doing in a wrong way. You are spoiling the thing. Don't spoil it. Some people, when you give something to them, they not only not do it, they spoil it. And you say, Baba, in future I am not giving it to you. I learn a lesson. You spoil things. If you had not to do it, you should have told me earlier you can't do it, you have no time. You know, there are some people, you give them some work to do. They will not do it at the proper time. They will make excuses. This thing happened, that thing happened, other things happened. They give you so many explanations. You are wanting the work done, not the excuses done, you know. Not all those kinds of explanations and so many clauses and sub-clauses of explanation. You will not be satisfied with those explanations, but the work which is done. Work has not been done, only explanation has been thought out as to when this question is made, what should I reply. This is now how people will be satisfied. Thing has to be done. So this is building up the willpower. When you do practice of meditation, this again is willpower. Nothing can enter your mind. You are decided. You will think of Shiv Baba only. When you sit in meditation, the very first thing is you prepare. What is the preparation? The strong willpower. I will not think of the body, I will not think of the world, I will think of Shiv Baba. If you sit resolutely with this kind of strong willpower, nothing, no other thought can enter your mind. And only Shiv Baba will enter your mind, my most beloved one. I want to talk to Shiv Baba, all others get out. You see. No one is required at this moment. The important thing to be talked about is a very serious matter. You see, I have to talk to Shiv Baba, no one can enter. Please let me alone for this time. When somebody sleeps, he puts a sign outside, don't disturb, sleeping, you see. So when I am in meditation, that kind of thing. I am in my meditation, I have an appointment with Shiv Baba. The greatest appointment. No one can enter like that. And the willpower is the most important thing. You cannot do anything great in this world unless and until our willpower is strong. It is a must. So don't, be shaky. Whether I will be able to do, when you ask some people to do this, they will say, I will try. What do you mean by try? You see. You will say, surely I will do it. You see, that strong willpower makes the battle, that half of it is already won. When you think it is done, it is done. Well begun is half done, they say. So that has to be there with concentration and willpower. And another is intention, your motive. What is most important behind all the actions is your motive. Why you want to do it? Some people suppose want to donate money for a good cause. They want to donate it not thinking that they should donate. It's a good thing, they must donate. That it comes from the depth of their mind that, yes, I have a lot of money. I would be happy if it is used for this purpose. Not because of this, but because other people will say, look, this man, how generous he is. He's a great philanthropist. I will earn a good name. People will mention by name among themselves when they sit, that this person always helps. So half of my money I am spending on my publicity. It means I am not donating for a good cause, with that kind of motive. My motive, half of my motive is moth-eaten. It is because I am thinking I will earn a good name, fame. In the newspapers, on the marbles, my name will be written, or on some nameplate, or it will find mention from the stage, such and such person has given this much money, Or people will clap hands, offer me garlands, bouquets, saying he is a great man, he helps in all these noble causes, So that means I am spending on my publicity, advertisement. It's not for a noble cause. So what you do, what is your intention? Is it for the well-being of all? For the greatest good of my brothers and sisters the world over? So that others may be happy. Baba has given this to me, I share it with others. That should be the feeling. That is the real charity. Baba says the real generosity. That is one of the best qualities which Shiv Baba has. Shiv Baba is knowledgeful. If Shiv Baba were only knowledgeful, peaceful, blissful, loveful and almighty, without being generous, we would have all died, starved, you see. Because we would not have been able to get knowledge, peace, light, might, whatever he has. We have it because he is generous. He gives it. He says, children, all my property is for you. I have come to give you. You even did not know that I would give you. I have come to give you. So this disposition, this personality trait of sharing with others, giving to others. What is the difference between Satyuga and Kalyuga, golden age and iron age? The people in golden age give. Devta. Devta means those who give. And in iron age, in Satyuga, like this. In iron age, like this. Only difference. They say in Sanskrit, somebody said, what is the difference between golden age, silver age and the other two ages? He said in golden age people said, Yuyam, vayam yuyam. Yours is yours. Mine is also yours. Out of love, everyone will say, yours is yours, rest assured. But don't think mine is mine. Mine is also yours. You can use it whenever you like. Don't think since it is mine, it is not yours. Mine is also yours. You know, where there is love, you always think like that. And my everything is for you. So that was in golden age. Yuyam yuyam, vayam yuyam. Yours is yours, mine is also yours. And so also in silver age. And in copper age, they said, yuyam yuyam, vayam vayam. Yours is yours, mine is mine. Don't touch mine, you see. This is justice. Previously there was love. Now there is justice. Justice means you have your own, I will have my own. You see. You can't touch mine, I can't touch yours. So each one has one's own. And in Iron Age, vayam vayam, yuyam vayam. Mine is mine, yours is also mine. So it has become the opposite way. In Iron Age, this is what is happening. Giving, that charitable disposition, it is all for you. I'll be happy if you have it, you see. That feeling of happiness when others have it, even if you are deprived of it, even if you don't have your own share, that kind of thing, that kind of attitude is what will bring golden age. So your intention, your motive, whether you are doing something out of jealousy, somebody is donating 101 rupees, you say, I will give 201 rupees. Why? You want to beat this man out of jealousy. You are giving 201 rupees not because you want to be more generous, but because you must be considered better than this person. You know, it is out of jealousy, rivalry. So, what is the motive of your actions? Not only the actions have to be controlled, actions have to be stopped or moved or changed, as I said earlier, but our motives, our intentions have to be genuine, divinized, spiritualized. And so also our sthiti, our mental stage, our spiritual stage. Baba says, it is better don't do anything in a body conscious way. First of all, set your stage properly. Be soul conscious. When a person comes, you begin to conduct 1 week's course to give that first lesson to this person. Don't begin to speak just all at once. Sit in meditation. Be silent for a few minutes. When you feel that now you are soul conscious, you remember Shiv Baba, you love him, then begin to speak. You see. Like when the doctor gives the injection, first of all sterilizes the needle, then gives it. First of all, you must practice meditation. You begin to tell others that the identities of a soul without yourself realizing that, being in that state. So, first of all is our stage, our mental and spiritual stage. That I should be stabilized in my spiritual consciousness. I should have my link with Shiv Baba. Then begin to do. And Baba says, when early in the morning when you get up, when your eyes are first open, you are still in your bed. You have not come down from your bed. Your eyes are just open. You first of all think, I am a soul. The very first thought which should enter your mind, it should become natural to you. I am a soul, a point of light. And think of Shiv Baba. Think of, have love for him. And then put your feet down from your bed. Then begin to do actions only afterwards. Your mental stage is the first which you must do. Thank you. Om Shanti. Very often, Baba says that I give you all the same Murli and the same method of practicing meditation. The same knowledge is given to you all. It is not that Baba gives separate tuition to anyone. But still, there is difference in the spiritual stage and in the spiritual attainment of each one of us. What makes this difference? Vaguely we say that it is because of our efforts. Since each one of us has difference in karmic accounts, in sanskaras, and also in the quantum of efforts which we make. Therefore, that ultimately leads to the difference in our spiritual stage. That is generally the explanation which we have in our mind. But to be more clear about this, I did some churning, and I will share with you. And I find that in order to make good efforts so as to have higher attainments, to make rapid and quick progress, we have to build up 18 abilities, basic abilities. It is these abilities which are mainly involved in our efforts. These constitute our efforts. So when we say that there is the difference between the efforts of each one of us, actually it means that there is difference in regard to these 18 basic abilities or 18 basic powers which we have to build up in order to attain full spiritual inheritance from Shiv Baba. I have not arranged them in proper order, but you can arrange according to your own. Therefore, I just begin. And the first one I will mention is the power or the ability to listen. Because the very first thing is when we have our 1 week course or when we listen to the Murli, we listen. The ability of listening differs from person to person. So that gives the start to the differences. How we listen, the way we listen, our approach to listening. Sometimes it so happens that a person is physically present, the ears are open, one is listening, but the mind is somewhere else. Or when the person is listening, in between the mind wanders away. There is no focus, no concentration in listening, no full attention. So when we are listening, whether mentally we are alert, whether we are properly understanding the meanings of what we are listening. Secondly, sometimes it so happens that all of us have our own conditioning. We have been reading some books, some periodicals. We have had our exposure to media. So many human beings have been giving their opinions to us. All that has been stored up in our mind. So when we listen, we interpret what somebody is saying in terms of what is there already. So that gives a color to what we listen. Whether we can detach ourselves for some time from what we already have to what is being told at this moment. This kind of detachment. We practice detachment from the body, but this kind of detachment of the useless knowledge which is stored in our mind, the rubbish which we have collected over a period of time, life after life, so much negative things which are lurking somewhere in our mind, they come up at the moment and we try to build our own interpretations of what somebody is listening. So, when we are listening to someone, let us understand what he or she wants to say. What are the meanings which he or she wants to convey? Let us be detached, because if we think that whatever we have listened is correct and what this person is telling, he or she is not a knowledgeable person and has no credentials to tell it to us, we doubt the very integrity of the person or the capability, the ability of the person, then actually we are not listening. We are condemning outright. From the very beginning, our ears may be open, our mind is closed. The mind is not listening. There is a rejection from the mind of whatever is being said. That is not the proper way of listening. Later on you may reject after considering it on its merits. But first of all, you give a patient listening and an impartial listening, unbiased listening. A listening which is not touched by your conditioning, but what you already know. That may give you the ability of understanding, but don't try to give negative or positive value to what you are listening according to what your present beliefs are. Your present beliefs may be very different from what is being told to you now. The latest information, the new knowledge may not be matching with what is there already in your mind. And therefore, you may say, yes, I know, it's not correct, I don't agree. Immediately you pass judgments, unless and until you have listened to what the person wants to say in full. Sometimes we have listened to one statement, the person has not even completed what one wants to say, and we jump to conclusions, and we intervene, and then we say, we pass our judgments. Even the judge in a court listens to both the prosecution and to the defense and allows them proper time for argumentation, for producing evidence. And having weighed the merits and demerits of both parties, what they want to say, having given them proper opportunity, proper hearing, now he wants to be detached, an impartial person, a neutral person, else he cannot judge. If he is already biased, he cannot be judged. And in law, if a person feels that he has partiality to a particular case, maybe one of the parties to the suit is his relative, and he has love, he has attachment with that person. So he can say that I won't sit in this judgment to this party, to this suit, because a party is already having some relationship with me. Let another judge occupy this chair. So he himself offers to not be a judge in that case. The reason being that you have to do justice when you are impartial, unbiased, unprejudiced. If there are justice, like what happened in America recently, in that case of a black man being tried and being given a beating by the policeman. You know what happened later on, or the aftermath of all of it. The judge passed some judgment, being partial on the basis of race. So if any kind of partiality, bias, conditioning, previous beliefs, they color our listening, it is not listening. Therefore, Baba says, you have to know me what I am, how I am. मैं जो हूँ जैसा हूँ. You know Baba, but you know Baba according to your own understanding, according to what you have been listening and coloring it from what you already knew. You have to listen to Baba what he wants to say. A new knowledge should be listened to just with a very, very open mind, with a very impartial mind. Very often when you give course to somebody, someone has studied geology, and when you for the first time give him knowledge about the world wheel and the world tree, the kalpa tree, and you say that the cycle is of 5,000 years, if that geologist or anthropologist or anyone who has studied history or geography or some similar branch of knowledge and has been in touch with the latest scientific findings as they are reported in various periodicals of science and other subjects, other disciplines, he jumps to the conclusion, but how can this be 5,000 years, he says. How can this be? Shouts. Now, instead of feeling wonderstruck, surprised, and having the curiosity to know something new, this could also be the attitude. Really, is it 5,000 years? How? Now, the question can be asked. The curiosity, knowledge is a response to curiosity. If we have no curiosity, we cannot take knowledge. So curiosity has to be there. but not the bias. Just to believe that whatever I have already learnt is true and final, then that means I cannot learn anymore. My learning has stopped. I have become an aged person so far as learning is concerned. I can take no more. So if I want to take knowledge, if I want to understand some new thing, the curiosity has to be there, a sense of amazement, wonder, because when you have this kind of an approach that you feel wonderstruck, even in some of the Murlis, Baba says, you know what Shiv Baba eats, what Shiv Baba takes, what is the attitude of Shiv Baba? In Hindi it is said, Shiv Baba kya khata hai? And the answer is, wonder khata hai. Shiv Baba is wonderstruck. बच्चों पर बाबा को वंडर आती है. Baba feels a sense of wonder when he sees a particular kind of reaction on the part of the children. So that sense of wonder, amazement, curiosity is what gives you more hunger, more, digestibility of knowledge. You can take more. Okay. That is an appetizer, so to say. That is not forbidden, but just to build up mental barriers to what is being said already is creating hindrances for your own learning. So when I say we have to build up the power of listening or the ability of listening, what I mean is whatever you have learned, keep that apart, aloof, aside for some time. And try to understand the background, the understanding of that person. Therefore, we generally ask the biodata of a person. When a person is speaking, what is the biodata? What discipline this person has studied? What is his age? How much maturity he has? What are his hobbies? What is his family background? So on and so forth. That gives us just an insight into what this person is saying. Now, why? Because when we want to meet a person, when there is going to be our first exposure to a person, we have not only to see the face, we are not face readers, but we just want to understand the biodata and to understand with what background that person is saying. Else we cannot make out of what this person is saying. Similarly, when we are listening, let us try to understand from the point of view of that person. Somebody says the soul merges into God. Now we say the soul does not merge into God. Once upon a time we used to believe that the soul merges into God as the rivers merge into ocean, or as the fire, the wind and other elements of matter merge into their respective elements, the other elements. So does the soul ultimately merge into God. As gold can be mixed into gold, so can soul be mixed into Brahm, or Supreme Soul. Now we don't believe it. If we had not listened to what is being said in this university, in the way which later on we adopted, we would have not been here. So it was our ability of listening properly, giving a chance to somebody to speak what one wants to say, and try to understand the arguments, the background of that person, why that person wants to say a particular thing, keeping your thing aside. Then you understand it. And give proper time, don't jump to conclusions in a hasty way. That is another requisite of proper listening. Don't be hasty. Don't make judgments. Don't jump to conclusions without giving a proper hearing to somebody. So there should be no conditioning, no bias, no prejudices of any kind. Get detached from your old beliefs, old knowledge, old information. Listen patiently. Don't feel disturbed. Don't try to intervene. And then try to understand it from the point of view of the person who says that thing. Then later on make your own judgments. You are the master of your own choice. You may agree, you may not agree. You are a free person. You have the right to believe. But before you exercise your right, I have the right to express. Just as you have the right to believe, I have the right to express. Give me the proper opportunity to express. So this is what proper listening is. And then also there should be concentration. No wandering of the mind, here, there and anywhere. So that if we mix a comma or a full stop, or, there was a court case, someone said that I have sold this ground and this piece of land. That piece of land had 2 tennis courts. Now, a part of the land was on this side of the tennis court, 1 tennis court, and the other part of the land on the other side of the tennis court. Now, a typing mistake occurred, and in that it was mentioned not tennis courts but tennis court. This single S was missing. Now the person who had sold, he entered into litigation with the party which had purchased, and he later on said that he had sold that piece of land which was on this side of tennis court, not courts. So the other half was still his. That was his claim. And the other party said, the purchasing party, no, you had sold the whole land and I have purchased the whole land. And it is not tennis court, it is tennis courts, it is only a typing error. Now why you say it is a typing error? The person says, I have mentioned the boundaries. On the left, on the north, on the south, on the east, on the west. The location of the building mentions. So if you just see, on the left is this building, on the right is that building, and so on. It has been mentioned. And so much is the area. So that should be courts. The judge finally decreed that this person who says that it is a typing error, he is correct. And the other party is wrong, and he should pay the damages for the suit. Now, not only that person did not get the other part of the land, but had instead to pay the damages of the suit. Now, why the judge made judgment like that? Because he considered the whole thing in totally. If one does not give the meaning to the whole picture, you just show a part of the picture, cover the rest of it. A person cannot make out. All these things have to be joined together. If you just ask an artist to make my ears on one piece of paper, nose on another piece of paper, head on another piece of paper, perhaps you may not be able to make it is Jagdish Bhai. You see. You have to join these to make some sense. Perhaps you may be so wise, perhaps, to make out of it, but unless and until you join the statements of a person in complete, in fullness, in total, you do not understand properly what that person wants to say. So that listening has to be without missing the comma, the full stop, the grammar. The grammar not of the language mainly, but the grammar of the reasoning, the grammar of the expression of that person. You have to understand. Because when that person is saying something, he is saying sometimes like this, sometimes making certain gestures, smiling, laughing, showing some kind of a repugnance on his face, displeasure reflected into his eyes. All those also must be understood. They carry some meaning. They put emphasis on what that person is saying. Like when you print something, you underline certain things, you put certain things in bold type. You give headings to something, you number them, you place them in proper sequence, in proper order. And the whole thing means there are some clauses, there are some sub-clauses. Sub-clauses are sub-clauses, clauses are clauses. They have their own place in the whole structure. Similarly, when you listen to something, listen it in this way, in fullness. What does Baba want to say? If you just listen to Baba's Murli last night, the way when he was smiling, laughing, making gestures, saying something, then there was a pause, then he would take some speed, then he would speak slowly, then he would look into your eyes, be silent for some time, then again begin to speak. All this has some meaning. Those are the silent ways of expression. It is not that when he speaks, then only he says something. And when he is looking into the eyes and is just in a silent way giving you some vibrations, then at that time he is silent, not expressing. Those are there, but they are not put in the Murli. That what Baba spoke is printed. After that there was a pause and Baba was looking and so was the expression on his face. This is not mentioned in the Murli. Therefore is the benefit of listening to Baba's Murli face to face. It means different. You know the context, you have been here, what were the ceremonies, what were the festivities he was mentioning. All those things add to that meaning, to that strength, to that emphasis. So then you learn it better, you get better image and better impression than the other peoples whom you would give details when you go back and say it happened like that, it happened like that, But your own personal presence and the way you were attentive. Some of the people might be, because it became late, maybe not that much alert mentally, may have missed some of the nuances of what Baba wanted to say, the emphasis which he wanted to put. So, listening properly. Unless and until we listen to Murli, I very much doubt whether we listen 100% of Murli. I think we listen perhaps to 5 or 10% of Murli at the most. If I apply this standard of proper listening, we are seeing some people are going, some people are coming, some are moving, some are doing something, some another. We may have some urgent piece of work to do, we may be thinking of something back home, so on and so forth. So we are not properly listening. When we are in class listening to Murli, if we are absent from elsewhere, wherever it be, and are there in the class with Baba, sitting face to face, and listening to what he is saying, no other thought can enter our mind. All the other doors are closed. Only me and my teacher is there. That one is speaking and I am totally listening. And my total attention is on every spelling, every letter of that what he is saying. That is proper listening. And when I get up from that class, I will be so full, brimming with that happiness, with that joy, enlightened, feeling that I have had so much today. And it's enough, much more. And then I begin to absorb. Because when you take food, then the process of absorbing it, your body accepting it and making it a part of it, it takes time. But first of all, you gulp your food, you put it down your throat, into your stomach it goes, and the process starts. So that is the first thing, listening. That makes a lot of difference. When Baba says, now anyone who is sitting there on the last bench, now is also listening, because presently our acoustics, our sound system is such, anyone can listen from anywhere, but may not be able to see certain things. Why are, perhaps ears would have been enough, the eyes were perhaps not needed. No. But when we listen and we see the person speaking, what is the difference between audio-visual and the merely audio? The audio-visual has more impact, lasting impact. Similarly, when we see Baba and we listen, therefore there are closed-circuit TVs, so that if you can't see it from there, you see it from there. Here as well as listen. They both aid each other. And then we have the proper listening. So when I am talking of listening, I do not mean only listening through the ears, but also through the eyes. So, through eyes and through ears, with that feeling. Because unless and until you feel what that person is saying, that means you are not listening. You are only recording, that's all. Like a cassette player, like a tape recorder can tape what you are saying. That is not listening. Can you say that this cassette is listening? This cassette is recording. Similarly, you may also be recording. If you have got great memory, if I ask you to recapitulate and to speak out what was said, you may be a genius in that area and you may speak, you may literally repeat whatever was said. So you are a good, better than tape recorder, perhaps. But listening means understanding the meaning of it and feeling. Because if the person is giving you something through words, words are just symbols, they are the carriers of some message. And through that he wants to convey some feeling. Whether you are having that kind of feeling which he is giving you. If not, then that means there is some reservation still in your mind, some kind of resistance. You are not properly listening. So this ability of listening in that way has to be developed. The second is power of understanding. Therefore, Baba generally asks, when he is giving that avyakt Murli, Acha bacche samjhe, children, do you understand? Very often he asks. Yesterday he did not ask. That was perhaps the first time he did not ask. As much as I can remember, whenever I am before Baba, he would say, Acha bacche samjhe. Samjha? Do you understand? We say, yes, we understand. Hanji. Baba repeated last night also in a different way. Hanji, he asked. Hanji also means the same thing. You understand? Yeah. So, to understand, what is understanding? Because if someone shoots with a 303 gun and the bullet hits me here, if I don't die, then it must be a toy gun. It must not be a real gun. If it really hits me at my heart or into my brain, then I should be dead. If I am not dead, it is perhaps not the right type of gun which he has used. Or his purpose was different, to make me afraid, to scare me rather than to kill me. If someone wants to kill me and uses a powerful, proper weapon, then I should get killed. See, like Baba was saying that our vibration should be so strong that it should break all the resistance in between and reach the place where it must hit its target. Otherwise that vibration is weak. It is surrounded by the clouds, or there are some walls as barriers in between. Otherwise perhaps the vibration is weak, else why does it not go? Same must be said of the understanding. If we are not changing, if we are not improving, if our progress has stopped, we are not understanding. Let us check up. There is something wrong with our understanding. We got stuck up at somewhere. There is a blockage, like there may be a blockage in brain or in heart, and that part of the body may get diseased. There may not be blood circulation in some part of the body, and that may be paralyzed. So is our understanding perhaps sometime paralyzed, or there is some kind of a blockage, no proper circulation in it. So we have therefore to see whether we really understand, and therefore Baba asked, Hanji, will you do it? So when we say yes, we will do it, what he actually wants to clarify is, have we understood it? What does understanding mean? Have you understood its significance, its depth, its value, its power, its impact, its merits, its utility? Else what you have understood? The dictionary meaning of what Baba is saying is intelligible. You all, of course, understand. We all understand. But then what is the difference between understanding of a person A and another person B? Why is the difference between the efforts and the stage of attainment of two persons? Because they all do not understand it in the same depth. They do not have the same broader vision. They do not get the same power from that understanding. It is because they don't understand its importance, its significance, its utility, its merits. And if they don't properly do it, its consequences, what will happen? Its seriousness, or whatever you may say, of doing it and of not doing it, of accepting it and not accepting it. They don't understand the difference. They just, there are some people who are sentimental, emotional. So, in emotion, in sentiment, it's nice to say that yes, we will do it. But before we say how much is our ability, how much is our time, how much is our energy, how we are going to do it, what we are going to do it, what is the standard of measurement of what we are going to do it, what are the criteria, Now, without understanding it, if I say yes, I will do it, you see. Of course, our mind works so quickly, faster than even a computer. The factors are already there in our mind, they are programmed. And many of us, or some of us, can say instantly, then and there, yes, we will do it. Else it requires time. But in any case, we have to understand first of all, how important it is. For example, when he was saying, Baba was saying last night, you all use the word main, I. All through the day, at least 25 times, 20 times, 30 times. Each one of us uses this word I. But who are you? Baba said. Is it the soul which has entered the body, or body entered into the soul? I think he says certain such like things in order to waken us if we are asleep. Because if we are asleep and if he says, is it the body which has entered the soul? Is it the soul which has entered the body? Because we are asleep. To us it does not make difference. Now if we are not physically, our brain center is not sleeping, but sometimes we may be sleeping in terms of our understanding. Our understanding is not awakened. See. So we may be saying, yes, Hanji. See. But when you say Hanji, yes, is your understanding awake? Are you really listening? Are you properly understanding its implications? That is what Baba wants to say. So when I understand my real identity, the meaning of I, and what difference it makes if I just understand its meaning properly. I, if you read any dictionary, Webster Dictionary, Oxford Dictionary, Cambridge Dictionary, Standard Dictionary, so many dictionaries. I, they will say self. But what is self? Now, I or self, nowhere is it mentioned, it refers to the soul which entered the body, as Baba was explaining last night. So I had wrong learning. Now, through proper method of listening, I understand that I refers to soul, that point of light, not to this body. So Baba said that when you just use this word I, previously you used it in relation to your body, thinking that you are a physical person. You are this assemblage of your organs. This body referred to, it was synonymous. I and the body was almost synonymous for you. But now when you use this word I, that point of light should emerge on the screen of your mind. I. That point of light I am, that infinitesimal point of light. This will make a lot of difference. It will give me Swaraj, Raj and Bhag. Each one of us wants to become king, Baba said. Raja. This is Raj Yoga, not Praja Yoga. You all want to become king. If I can become king for 21 lives, 20 lives, just by understanding, by remembering that I refers to soul, a point of light, do I understand how much difference it makes? This single point, whether the earth moves around the sun or sun moves around the earth, this made a lot of difference. So it is said that Copernicus, he gave a turning point to understanding of man. Previously, it was geocentric. They considered that it moves around the earth, the sun moves around the earth. It brings a revolution in your understanding. If we understand properly, if we properly understand its implications. So tremendous is the attainment, enormous is the attainment out of this understanding. I am a point of light, this single thing. Baba said this single lesson which is given to you on the very first day, when you enter the portals of this university, that you are a soul, not this body. Have we really still understood it? Understood it deeply, properly, with all its implications? of not understanding its consequences. How much we lose, how much we gain if we don't practice it and if we practice it. This is proper understanding. So, the second is to build up the ability of understanding whatever Baba says. In Murli there are so many statements. Do I understand the every comma and full stop of it, every statement of it, every sentence of it, its implications, its meanings, its depth? That is proper understanding. That is the second ability. The third is the power or the ability to visualize. Visualize. Some people may have these eyes normal. Without aiding this side by glasses, they may be able to see, may have good vision. But whether our mind can make pictures, can visualize. For example, when destruction will take place, what will happen? How will golden age be like? How is Paramdham? Where is Paramdham? And how will life be in golden age? What will our relationships be like in golden age? Unless and until we have the proper ability to visualize all these things, even if we understand and we have listened properly, we cannot make much progress. Because in the practice of meditation, I have to take my mind to Paramdham and to visualize there Shiv Baba, a point of light, a brilliant point of light, radiating light. Now can I visualize a place in space beyond sun and stars where there is golden red light, which is different from the light which we have in this world, which is not the material light but the divine light. In that light there is silence, there is peace everywhere, and in that world there is the Supreme Soul who is shining, emitting light. Can I see Him in His original glory? Can my mind properly visualize it and stay there for some time? Is it a really clear picture of it? A pinpointed picture, very detailed picture, like when we take photographs, some may be blurred, very hazy, not clear, others may be clear. So what kind of pictures or visualizations can our mind make? Go to the golden age, just visualize. And because if you do not properly visualize, then you cannot understand the difference between the iron age and golden age. It does not motivate you to work for golden age. If golden age and iron age do not make much difference for you, because you cannot properly visualize, then your efforts will be slow. If on the other hand you say, oh, there is a lot of change, enormous difference between golden age and iron age, between the human beings, between the animals and birds, between the flora and fauna, between the land, between the scenic beauty, between the purity of elements, between the relations between human beings, so on and so forth. The social, the economic, the political, and the cultural, educational, administrative, all kinds of setup you can visualize. Your mind can make a complete picture and very clear picture. Then you will see this world is hell, that world is heaven. If your visualization does not give you this kind of experience, as the difference between the inferno, the hell, and the heaven, the paradise, which is the aspiration of all human souls, for which we all make these efforts, for which we use all our energy, our efforts will not be full-fledged. They would not be rapid progress giving. So this power of visualization we have to build up by practice. Because it may happen in some cases that due to our past sanskaras, due to lack of practice of visualization, this power, this ability may have atrophied. When we do not use one or two or three or some of our abilities, they die out after some time. Each one of us may know how to sing, but since we have never been singing, not been using this ability, we have not built up. So therefore we feel shy, we feel hesitant, we say, I cannot sing. But who told you that you cannot sing? You did not practice. You can, but you did not practice. You did not use this ability. So therefore this ability may have dried out. If you now try to develop this faculty, this ability, it may, to an extent, maybe not fully, but to an extent, it may get developed again. Therefore they say there are two kinds of things. One is nature, the other is nurture. Sometimes we say our nature is like this. But certain things can be changed by nurture. So if I nurture this ability of singing, just go into the bathroom and sing for a while when no one is listening, and try to see how the other person was singing and try to follow, and maybe that a day will come when the people say, oh, you sing very melodiously, very well. Will you give us a song this evening on the stage? Possible. So, this power of visualization is there in all the souls. And if we cannot visualize Shiv Baba in our mind, we are spiritually blind. Spiritually blind. Some people say we cannot practice meditation. Our mind does not stay. There is no concentration. We cannot hold our mind. Maybe there can be other factors, but maybe that this is due to our spiritual blindness, our mental blindness. Our thoughts cannot reach it, cannot picture it. The camera of our mind is perhaps not that fully developed camera, good camera with good lens. The lens perhaps is not that polished, that proper one. Or that mirror which can take that reflection is not so powerful. Our eyes cannot telescope to that distant object or subject, and we cannot experience it. Some people have clear audience, clear vision, so on and so forth. But they do not speak of this kind of vision, which the seers, that is why they are called seers. There are two types of spiritual persons, seers and sages. Sages have that wisdom, divine intellect. They have the sagacity. The other are the seers. They can see. To see an infinitesimal thing, which even the mathematicians cannot quantify, infinitesimal point of light, to see it, how powerful should be the vision? You can see grass things, bulky things, things of big size. Some people can see things of minute size. But how minute can you see? We have a range of vision. Anything which falls within that range you can see. But nobody can see infinitesimal. They have developed powerful electronic microscopes, but not any microscope which can take anything beyond the minutest virus. This one is without a body. It is not even molecular, not atomic, not even subatomic. It is much, much smaller, the subtlest that can possibly be. Nothing can be beyond it, smaller than that. To visualize that, we must require a very good ability, where our mind is not blurred. It is not disturbed by the storms, by the winds, by the clouds, by the dust. Like sometimes our vision is. We have a vision, but there is a fog. We cannot see another vehicle coming from the opposite side. There is a dust storm, and we cannot see beyond that tree. There is a wall, and we cannot see beyond that. Similarly, hatred, jealousy, rivalry, anger, greed, they blur our vision. We don't have purity. Our real nature has got that powerful vision. Else, why should we not be able to see our Father? Why should the soul who has the right? In India, all systems of philosophy are called the darshanas. Darshan. Darshan means philosophy. Darshan also means to see, to have the vision. Philosophy should give you a vision so that you should be able to see. Whenever some people talk to others, after every 2-3 sentences, they say, "You see what I mean? You see what I mean?" Now, what you mean is not to be seen perhaps, to be understood. But for him, seeing is understanding. Understanding is seeing. Because seeing makes things clear. It gives you a clear picture. So you may be understanding the meaning, but are you seeing what I mean to say? Because it is not only to be understood, but you have to see it from the inside. Perhaps you may be seeing it from the outside, but it is not only to be the outer side, the outlook as people say, outlook. But it has also to be the in-look, the insight, the divine sight, the hindsight, the front sight. Because you must know the past, that is the hindsight. You must know the future, that is the foresight. And you must know the inner, that is the insight. So seeing that vision, knowledge should open our eyes. Our eyes were closed. Baba said, still your eyes are not yet open. When a person wakes but is still feeling like sleeping, some people when they have enjoyed the sleep, had full rest, their eyes are wide open. Others who just want to sleep, their eyes are only half open, partially open. Because the brain centers are still sleeping, though that alarm has woken that person up. But mentally he is sleeping. So are our eyes open? Can we see? Can we see the mind of others? Can we see the thoughts of others? We have not yet developed that ability, which abilities are natural to all of us. It is because our mind is not innocent. It is not pure. It is buried under the debris of our so many previous negative thoughts. The old civilizations have vanished, but buried under the lot of debris. So when these people excavate, then something comes up. Some treasures, some cities, and then the historians try to see what kind of civilization of Egypt, of Greece, of other places it was. Because our eyes can't go just under the debris and see that a civilization is buried. But when the debris is removed, then we see. Our mind is now not developed, it is because it is under debris of hatred, of jealousy, of anger, of greed, of attachment. All the time we see the body, our outward vision. We do not have that inward vision. That faculty is not developed because the way we were brought up from our childhood, the way our schooling was, the way our culture, our cultural upbringing was, the society as it is today, no one at no point developed our inner faculty. So our knowledge was not, our philosophy was not that darshan, that seeing. Yes, I see. Do you see? He said, yes, I see. So that power of vision has to be developed. Otherwise there will be that blindness, that effort cannot be made. A blind man cannot walk quickly. The effort on our part, our spiritual effort, cannot therefore be rapid. We have to just take a stick in our hand and with the help of it, just walk little by little. And then is the power, the fourth power, the power to evaluate. The power to evaluate and to judge. Fourth power, the power to evaluate the difference and to judge. Now, when Baba saw this coming destruction of the Iron Age world, and he also had a vision of the Golden Age, and some supreme power who said, I am Shiva, Shivoham, Shivoham. He entered into his body. He said, you have to create the new world. He told Brahma Baba at that time, that I am light, I am might, I am Shiv Baba. And I have come to tell you that a new world order is coming. And you have to become instrument for creating it. So Baba used to say, but he did not tell me how to create that world. He stopped at that, saying that a new world is to be created. He gave me this, he assigned this role to me. But how I have to play that role, at that point he went away, leaving my body there. So he was in a contemplative mood to see as to what he has to create, how he has to create. He said, I did not know. He only just gave me the commandment, you have to do that. But when he saw those visions of destruction and of golden age, so much was the difference to him, the wide difference, very, very wide difference, that he wound up his business. He gave up everything and he said, all of you come with me. We go to a new world order. We have to create a new world order. If you are my sons, my wife, my children, if you believe me, come with me. Give up everything. A new world order has to be created. It is the order of the highest. Because he understood the difference, he evaluated. He could evaluate the Kali Yuga as distinguished from Satyug in a very powerful, very clear way. Therefore, he could make this judgment with no time. He did not take so many years to arrive at the conclusion what he is going to do. Whether he is going to continue with his business at Calcutta and Karachi, or he is going to stop his account books, close his account books, and finalize everything, and just open a new chapter, altogether a new chapter of life. Everyone is my child, my previous relationships are finished. I now die from the old and take a new birth. So much did he do because he could judge. And how he could judge? Because he could understand the difference. So he could evaluate. What does a judge do? The official job of a judge is to listen to both sides of the party and to consider the merits and demerits, to evaluate them, to understand the difference. And when you understand the difference, you understand what is right as distinguished from right, what is correct, what is falsehood. You evaluate the evidence placed in favor of both the cases before you, and you finally deliver the judgment. That is what a judge does. So if we want to develop the power of judgment, how can we do? Without developing our power of evaluation. How can we become good judge of our own selves? Baba said, become your own judge the other day in Murli. We can become our own judge if we understand the difference between the body conscious life and the soul conscious life, between the vicious life and the pure life, between the life in Kali Yuga and life in Satyug, between this kind of knowledge and that kind of knowledge, between this kind of relationship and that kind of relationship. All this knowledge is giving you a difference between this and that, right and wrong. On one side is a view God is omnipresent. On the other side is a view God has a point of light. Now what is the difference? How much difference it makes in your life? One gives you purity, gives you concentration, establish your link, your communication with Shiv Baba. The other gives you a wrong knowledge and therefore you judge and then you say Shiv Baba is my father. It's not that I am God. Not Aham Brahmosmi as was being said in today's Murli. That I am God. I am a child of God. It makes a lot of difference. Either you think I am God or I am a child of God. If you are God, you should be almighty, you should be all knowledgeful, all powerful, all peaceful. You are not. So this is falsehood. And that is knowledge. And this is as the difference between the chalk and the cheese. Both are white. What would you eat? The chalk or the cheese? If you eat the chalk, you die. If you eat the cheese, you get so much calcium. So there is a lot of difference. Of course, the chalk also has calcium, but it is not digestible and eatable. It is not an article of food. So, what I want to say is to understand the difference. You understand knowledge, But you cannot understand knowledge properly unless you understand the difference. There are various views, various systems of philosophy, various theologies, various spiritual discourses. But you must understand the difference and evaluate, and then only you can put into practice and judge. So, one of the reasons why we are not making spiritual progress is we don't make judgment. Like our government, people give them some application or something. Then they send them reminders. Then a second reminder, a third reminder, a fourth reminder. And the file goes on becoming bulky with all those reminders and subsequent reminders. You send them fax messages, telegrams, urgent, marked urgent, so on. All go to the file. That bureaucracy works on it because it must work, otherwise it cannot live. So it does. But you do not get what you want. Why? Because the bureaucracy does not make the judgment. Many of us suffer because they do not make judgment. There are thousands of cases in our, perhaps lakhs of cases in our Supreme Courts and High Courts, pending cases. They are yet in the file. The judgments have yet to be delivered. Parties to the suit have to be called to the court. They are there. Judgment is not made. If a patient is taken to a doctor and it is in a serious condition and the doctor is not able to diagnose and judge what treatment the patient needs, the patient may die by that time. Before you have thought of what you are going to do, what medicine you are going to prescribe, the patient may die. They say time and tide wait for none. So if we do not make judgments, do not understand the difference, do not evaluate the impact, and therefore postpone our final decisions. Some people dedicate after so many years, some others after so many years, some still wait when they will dedicate. You see, certain things have to be done then and there. Shubham tu shigram. They say the best thing must be done instantly, I was saying the other day. Bad things should be postponed. But good things must be done immediately. So if the decisions are not made because the evaluation is delayed, then we cannot make a rapid progress. Baba said, if someone goes to an insurance company, a life insurance company, and says, I want to insure myself, fills up all the forms necessary to be filled up, has a medical checkup which is necessary under the law before your policy is accepted, and everything is fine, decided, your photograph is there, your details are given, and everything has been verified, confirmed, but you have to make your first payment, that's all. Before you have made it, the policy does not work. It is only on paper, it has not yet started. If before that you die, that policy is not insurance, you won't get anything, not a single rupee. But if you have made your first payment, you get the full amount. You might have been insured for 20 years, but you die after 20 days. You will be getting the full benefit of your insurance policy. Yeah, because the others who get it on my behalf, they will offer bhog to me, I get at least that much benefit. Or if I have made a will that my insurance money should be used for building a center after me, then if a center is opened, I may get my commission. Shri Baba would give me wherever I am. So these things have also to be understood, how I can get my insurance after my death. People know that others would get it before me. There are other ways of doing it. Am I right? Okay. But I am not insured. Because after the class somebody may come and say, Jagdish bhai, what you will do with your insurance money? So, I am insured only with Shiv Baba. So to make the decision, to evaluate, to understand the difference, this is one of the powers which we have to build up. And the other is power of will. Willpower. the ability to will and the willpower. If this power is weak, our efforts would also be weak. The moment you decide to do something, problems begin to crop up. Let us understand, when a person begins to run, the resistance of the wind starts. The friction of your feet with the earth starts. When the train begins to move, the wind from the opposite side strikes the engine and the vehicle, the compartments with as much force as the speed of the train. This is the law, because as the action, so the reaction depend upon each other. So when you make the decision, you are going to become pure, you are going to spiritualize yourself, you are going to be a yogi, problems begin to come. Maybe from your mind, maybe from your relatives, maybe from your colleagues, from your other thing. Resistance is natural. That resistance has to be won. Resistance is a part of the story. It is inbuilt. There are certain inbuilt things in the mechanism itself which you can't avoid. Like, old sanskaras also, that is one of the factors. That is resistance from our within. Maybe our sanskaras in various forms come up. So these things will be there. If your willpower is not strong, you will give up your efforts. You will go back to where from you started. Back to square number one. So this will, or if you just continue with it, as was the song this morning, Raat ke rahi thak mat jana, subah ki manzil dur nahi. O travelers of the night, don't feel fatigued, don't get tired. Because what makes us fatigued is the resistance which we have to face. That will be there. And for that you have to protect yourself. You have to prepare yourself. You have to have that kind of a device. Like you have a silencer for certain things. Like you have adopted some anti-pollution measures for certain reasons. Certain things, certain measures are adopted for certain things. But let us understand that it is inbuilt. Therefore we have to have the courage. Else everybody would become a yogi. No. But once when you decide to become a yogi, there will be temptations. Very big. When one decides to become an honest person, I will have integrity, I will be an honest person. I will earn by my effort. I will not take any bribe. Now, when one makes this firm decision, then the very next day somebody comes and wants to make a payment under the table, saying, I give you $1 million if you do this for me. $1 million, my Lord. You see. So I take this, and then from day after next, I become honest. You see. So that willpower being strong, he says, up to today I have been not been honest. So how much difference does it make if for another 2 days I am not honest? Alright, I become honest, I have decided, but not today. Not on Friday, maybe from Sunday, you see. So that kind of thing. Why people can't give up smoking, drinking, or other kinds of habits? Because of weak will. They decide. They also make the value judgments. They also evaluate, they understand the difference. But then they have no willpower. So this power has to be built up. Without that there cannot be great spiritual efforts. We cannot become Mahan, the great souls. The greatness of great people lies in the fact that there was so much resistance. So many people raised their fingers, they accused them, they blamed them. They put obstacles in their way. They became problems. And yet that could not defray them from their path which they had taken. They did not deviate. They set their eyes on the target. They marched towards their goal steadfastly. If you want to be steadfast in your efforts, willpower is a must. You must take this tonic. This is the tonic. You must have. Without that, there will not be progress. So this is another ability or power which by practice, with our attention on it, we have to build up in order to make strong. Even in the earlier days when the institution was founded, we find there was so much social resistance from various groups, various communities, various kinds of people. But Baba could, at that time, when others had not accepted this knowledge, or very few had accepted this knowledge, and they had no social, political or economic position, with those few, he could just march forward towards the goal and build up this great institution. It was because he had meticulous, very strong willpower. That is what enabled him to march steadfastly onwards and onwards. Another is, the sixth one, the power of self-confidence. If you think that yoga is not for me, or I am not for yoga, as Baba was saying, is it that some of you think that you can't do it? In various ways he asked last night from time to time, whether you think it's difficult, that you can't do it. Now, if we have that self-confidence, half the battle is over. That in itself gives a strong willpower. Willpower and strong will go together. Self-confidence. So let us have self-confidence. And one of the ways of having self-confidence is that we are under the umbrella of Baba. He is our companion. He will help us. He has been saying times out of number, Himmat-e-Bachche, Madad-e-Baap. If you just march one step towards me, I march 100 steps towards you. Children, I am going to help you. But the only thing is you must take the initiative. After all, if you want to learn swimming, if you don't want to go into the water, how someone can teach you swimming? You must first of all be thrown on the water and try to save yourself. And then your teacher or your master comes and tells you how to save yourself from drowning or how to know swimming. Similarly, you have to make the efforts. You start with it. And Baba says, I am your protector, your helper, your guide. And these problems will come because you have to become Vigna Vinashak, the troubleshooters. You will be able to, if you want to learn wrestling or boxing, you have to fight. You have to play that wrestling match against another heavyweight or lightweight who matches you. Else how can you learn it? How can you practice it? So these problems will come because they are a part of your training. They are meant for this. The tests are there in a teaching system. They are a standard of measurement. Without that you cannot know whether you have understood something or not. They have to be there, the tests. But if you have self-confidence, then you can pass those tests. Why? Because if you lose your self-confidence, then one of the consequences is you become nervous. Your abilities fritter away. You have no grip over your abilities. You can't hold them together to fight the problem which faces you. It is because you are scared. And they say the weak people die many times before death. Before the actual death comes. They have already died many number of times. Someone jumps out of deep scare even when one sees a small rat in the room. Many of our sisters. Maybe some brothers, you see. When they see a cockroach, they say cockroach, So, even one may be afraid of a dark shadow, thinking that it is a ghost, would catch me by my throat. There is a small sound and somebody thinks a ghost has entered my room and is going upstairs. Maybe it will come, one rushes to the door to close it without knowing that the ghost can cross the door. There is no use of closing the door. Only you must not feel scared. Then the other one feels you scared. If a person is scared of the cat and the cat is scared of the person, both are scared of each other and therefore both are ready for fight. Because actually both must be relaxed, there will be no fight. But since it's a cat, it's a human being just going to attack me. So both want to attack each other. The vibrations, those vibrations, as Baba says, vritti se vatavaran banta hai. Your mind creates that atmosphere. Because you lose that confidence. Otherwise, if you have that self-confidence, you will be able to score a full victory. So this power of self-confidence, I have to become great, a great yogi. Just see your image, have that vision. You are sitting on a lotus of light in your samadhi. Your mind totally absorbed into Shiv Baba's remembrance. Light surrounding you on all sides. You are emitting deep vibrations, powerful rays of light and might. All over the globe they are spreading. Even the elements are getting transformed. And you are in such an ecstasy, such a high spiritual state. That is what you are. Baba says, as the aim, as your goal, so is your life. Jaisa laksh, vaisa lakshan. Why should there be difference between laksh and lakshan, as he was saying? Your vision and your life, your science. There is a lot of difference nowadays, he says. That must be bridged. That gulf must be breached. So have that image. I will become. If you think, I don't know whether I become or not become, then you do not become a philosopher but a doubting philosopher. If you become a doubting philosopher or a shouting philosopher, what kind of philosopher you become, it is up to you. Some people shout at others saying that you were going all right but this man disturbed you. Otherwise you were in peaceful state, this man disturbed your peace. So you are a shouting philosopher. But if you say that you do not know whether you would be able to attain complete purity or you won't be, then you are a doubting philosopher. So it all depends upon you what kind of vision you have. That I am completely pure, that is my original nature. Baba selected me out of millions. He knows my future. He knows my role. Else why he brought me here? He knows the present, the past and the future. He knows my past, my present and my future. Therefore he says, you are my chosen few. I love you so much, he was saying last night also. I love you so much. How much is so much, I do not know. But so much, he said, I love you so much. This much, this much, this much. How much is so much? But he loves us very deeply, very profoundly. He says, I love you. His words are true. Take him at his words. He is the most trustworthy person. Any person can betray you. But he is the one, if you take him on faith, on his words, you stick to it, he will never leave you. He says, I love you. I say, I love you so much, if you love me. And you just have faith in him. He says, I will help you. Don't think, I don't know whether he will help me or not. He will help you. Have that kind of confidence. So then you are going to win. He says, you are my victorious children, my Vijay Ratna, Vijay Vats. I have written victory, the sign of victory is there on your forehead. My dear children, my sweet children, the moment you took this birth, I gave you a tilak mark, a sacred mark, the sign of victory. I see a crown on your face. You are all my sons. You are Raja Yogi, the kings, the queens. So do you think that he is just befooling us? He is telling a lie? God, whom people say is the truth personified. In this whole assembly, at a sacred place, face to face, that Dharamraj, he is telling us, if you don't take him at his words, whom you are going to believe then? If you don't believe him, you cannot have self-confidence. So there may be a weakness in you. If you know your weakness, okay, you know it, that there is there in you. But he is going to fill up. He is almighty. I may not have confidence in myself because I know I am a weak person. But the other one who is going to help me, who has promised me, India may be a weak country, but when India and Pakistan entered into war, and India had an assurance from USSR, then they thought that if USA helps Pakistan, then Russia is on our side, USSR is on our side, and USSR is also a nuclear power, and they can both confront each other. America will think twice before it helps Pakistan. So therefore they had some guts, some confidence. Yes, we can enter into this war. So I may have my problems. I may be having many kinds of shortcomings. But here is one who is full. Knowledge full, peace full, bliss full, love full. All full. I may be empty, totally. He is full. And he is saying that he assures me, my beloved children, I love you. My whole property is your inheritance. I have come to give it to you. I will take you across. I assure you. Rest upon my words. My sweet children, I take you on my eyelashes, on the shoulders, into my lap. I will certainly take you across. Even then if we don't have self-confidence, who can save us? If I want to die, to commit suicide, maybe if someone can save me today from putting kerosene on me and lighting a matchstick, then tomorrow I may do it. A day after tomorrow I may do it. Who will follow me everywhere I go? I may go in bathroom and there I may commit the suicide. So having lack of self-confidence is like committing your suicide. It is a spiritual suicide, suicidal act. He is giving you a new lease, a new life, a golden life after life, a sustenance, a resuscitation, a renewal, a reinvigoration, a recapacitization, and we are not accepting. We say, no, I know myself. I know, if I knew myself, then I did not know that I do not know. I did not even know this, that I do not know. It is only he told me that I am soul that I came to know. So if then also I say I know, I am trying to make show of my ignorance, as a matter of fact, because I knew nothing, absolutely nothing. Not only zero, but minus something, because if I had not learnt anything, it would have been better. I had learned the wrong things. Someone said, my daughter already knows some dancing. She has learnt it from such and such. Can you give her some more coaching to make her more proficient in this art of dancing? He said, it's very difficult. He said, why? But he has learnt already some part of it. What he meant was that she has wrongly learnt it. Now in order to give her a proper training, she has to unlearn which she has learnt for years. She has made difficult for me to give her the art of dancing. It would have been better if she had not learnt it. So not only, now also when they address persons who are considered to be very brilliant in academic fields, they say he is a man of great learning. Instead of it, the actual fact is he is a man who has wrongly learnt. And now he has to unlearn. Much of Baba's effort on us is because of our wrong learning that is taking time to remove. If we can easily get rid of it, the better, the quicker will be our progress. That is what Baba said to me when I came into this knowledge. He said, here is a child who has learnt so much rubbish. You see. I had wrongly learnt because I was reading so many scriptures. And he said he has read so many things. Now instead of giving me credit, I had done a lot of labor because I studied so many original scriptures of all the religions. So instead of giving credit to me, he looked into my face and said, it is a discredit to me. It is the false degree which I am carrying with me, you see. But then he gave me the power to forget it, you see. Now don't think I am carrying that rubbish. Some people look at me from that point of view that I am Vyas and something, carrying those Shastras with me. That part is over. So it was by his, I surrendered, when I surrendered everything to him, I surrendered my scriptures also to him. So it's no more with me. But what I wanted to say was that learning, that false learning has to be unlearned. That in itself is a very difficult task. A time consuming and energy consuming task. If we can make it easy for ourselves and forget about it, if we think they are just rubbish pebbles, they are not valuable gems which we are carrying, they are a load, a burden on us, then only we can get rid of it. So that is another ability. There are 18 of them, and now I think it's the time to close. Thank you very much. Om Shanti.